been in 1873. In that year the oil shipping firm of J. A. Bostwick and Company laid a short pipe in the lower field, as the oil country along the Allegheny River was called. Now J. A. Bostwick was one of the charter members of the South Improvement Company, and when Mr. Rockefeller enlarged his business in 1872 because of the power that enterprise gave him, he took Mr. Bostwick into the Standard. This alliance, like all the operations of that venture, was secret. The bitterness of the oil regions against the members of the South Improvement Company was so great for many months after the oil war that Mr. Bostwick and Mr. Rockefeller seem to have concluded in 1873 that it would be a wise precautionary measure for them to lay a pipeline upon which they could rely for a supply of oil in case the oil men attempted again to cut them off from crude, as they had succeeded in doing in 1872. Accordingly, a line was built and put in the charge of a man who has since become known as one of the strong men of the Standard Oil Company. This man, Daniel O'Day, was a young Irishman who had first appeared in the oil country in 1867, and had at once made so good a record for himself as transporting agent, that in 1869, when the oil shipping firm of J. A. Bostwick needed a man to look after its shipments, he was employed. The record he made in the next 2 years was such that it reached the ear of J. Gould himself, the president of the Erie, over which Mr. Bostwick was doing most of his shipping. Now the Erie at this time was making a hard fight to meet the growth of the Empire Transportation Company. So important did J. Gould think this struggle that in 1871 he himself came to the oil regions to look after it. One of the first men summoned to his private car as it lay in Titusville was the young Irishman, O'Day. He came as he was, begrimed with the oil of the yards, but Mr. Gould was looking for men who could do things, and was big enough to see through the grime. When the interview was concluded, Daniel O'Day had convinced J. Gould that he was the man to divert the oil traffic from the Pennsylvania to the Erie road, and he walked out with an order in his pocket which lifted him over the head of everybody on the road so far as that particular freight was concerned, for it gave him the right to seize cars wherever he found them. 4 weeks after this he practically lived on the road, turning from the Pennsylvania in this time a large volume of freight, and making it certain that it would have to look to its laurels as it never had before. The next year after this episode came the oil war. The anger of the oil men was poured out on everyone connected in any way with the stockholders of the South Improvement Company, and among others on Mr. O'Day. He knew no more of the South Improvement Company at the start than the rest of the region, but he did know that it was his business to take care of certain property entrusted to him. Resolutions calling on him to resign were passed by oil exchanges and producers' unions. Mobs threatened his cars, his stations, his person, but with the grit of his race he hung to his post. There was, perhaps, but one other man in the employ of members of the South Improvement Company who showed the same courage, and that was Joseph Seep of Titusville. Almost every other employee fled. The principals in the miserable business took care to stay out of the country, but Mr. O'Day and Mr. Seep polished their shillelaghs and stood over their property night and day until the war was over. Their courage did not go unrewarded. They were made the chief executive representatives, in the region, of the Consolidated Standard interests which followed the war, though neither of them knew at the time that they were in the Standard employ. They supposed that the shipper Bostwick was an independent concern. It was a man of grit and Force and energy then who took hold of the Standard's pipeline in 1873. Rapid growth went on. The little line with which they started became the American Transfer Company, gradually extending its pipes to 70 or 80 miles in Clarion County, and in 1875 building lines in the Bradford Field. The American Transfer Company was soon working in harmony with the United Pipelines, of which Captain J. J. Vandergrift was the president. This system had its nucleus, like all the others of the country, in a short private line, built in 1869 by Captain Vandergrift. It had grown until in 1874 it handled 30% of the oil of the region. Now, in 1872, after the oil war, Captain Vandergrift had become a convert to Mr. Rockefeller's theory of the good of the oil business, and as we have seen, had gone into the National Refiners Association as vice president. Later he became a director in the Standard Oil Company. In 1874 he sold a one-third interest of his great pipeline system to Standard men, and the line was reorganized in the interests of that company. That is, the Standard Oil Combination in 1876 was a large transporter of oil, for the directors and leading stockholders owned and operated fully 40% of the pipelines of the oil regions. Owned all but a very few of the tank cars on both the Central and Erie roads, and controlled under leases two great oil terminals, those of the Erie and Central roads. It was little wonder that Colonel Potts watched this rapid concentration of transportation and refining interests with dread. It was more dangerous than the single shipper, and he had always fought that idea on the ground of policy. In the first place, it concentrates great power in the hands of one party over the trade of the road, he told an investigating committee of Congress in 1888. They can remove it at pleasure. In the second place, I think a large number of parties engaged in the same trade are very apt to divide themselves into two different classes as to the way of viewing markets. One class will be hopeful, and the other the reverse. The result will be there will be always one or the other class engaged in shipping some of the traffic. The whole question seems to me to resolve itself into determining what policy will bring the largest volume in the most regular way to the carrier, and it is my opinion, based upon such experience as I have had, that 100 shippers of a carload a day would be sure to give to a carrier a more regular volume of business. And I think, probably, a larger total volume of business in a year's time than one shipper of 100 cars a day. 53. Holding this theory, Colonel Potts had opposed the rebate to the Standard granted by the Pennsylvania in 1875. 3 years later he described in a communication, published anonymously, the effect of the rebates granted at that time. The final agreement with the railways was scarcely blot or dried. Ere stealthy movements toward the whole line of outside refiners were evident, although rather felt than seen. As long as practicable, they were denied as mere rumors, but as they gradually became accomplished victories, as one refiner after another, through terror, through lack of skill in ventures, through financial weakness, fell shivering with dislike into the embrace of this commercial octopus, a sense of dread grew rapidly among those independent interests which yet lived, and notably among a portion of the railroad transporters. The chief railroad transporter who shared with the independents the sense of dread which Mr. Rockefeller's absorption of refineries awakened was Mr. Potts himself. As he saw the independents of Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, New York, and the Creek, shutting down, selling out, going into bankruptcy, while the Standard and its allies grew bigger day by day, as he saw the Standard interest developing a system of transportation greater than his own, he concluded to prevent, if possible, the one shipper in the oil business. We reached the conclusion, said Colonel Potts in 1888, that there were three great divisions in the petroleum business: the production, the carriage of it, and the preparation of it for market. If any one party controlled absolutely any one of those three divisions, it practically would have a very fair show of controlling the others. We were particularly solicitous about the transportation, and we were a little afraid that the refiners might combine in a single institution, and some of them expressed a strong desire to associate themselves permanently with us. We therefore suggested to the Pennsylvania Road that we should do what we did not wish to do: associate ourselves. That is, our business was transportation and nothing else, but, in order that we might reserve a nucleus of refining capacity to our lines, we suggested we should become interested in one or more refineries, and we became interested in two. One in Philadelphia and one in New York. It was incidental merely to our transportation. The extreme limit was 4,000 barrels a day only. It was in the spring of 1876 that the Empire began to interest itself in refineries. No sooner did Mr. Rockefeller discover this than he sought Mr. Scott and Mr. Cassatt, then the third vice president of the Pennsylvania, in charge of transportation. It was not fair Mr. Rockefeller urged. The Empire was a transportation company. If it went into the refining business, it was not to be expected that it would deal as generously with rivals as with its own factories. Besides, it would disturb the one shipper who, they all had agreed, was such a benefit to the railroads. Mr. Scott and Mr. Cassatt might have reminded Mr. Rockefeller that he was as truly a transporter as the Empire, but if they did, they were met with a prompt denial of this now well-known fact. He was an oil refiner, only that and nothing more. They tell us that they do not control the United Pipe Lines, Mr. Cassatt said in his testimony in 1879. Besides, urged Mr. Rockefeller, if they have refineries, of course they will give them better terms than they do us. Mr. Flagler told the Congressional Committee of 1888 that the Standard was unable to obtain rates through the Empire Transportation Company over the Pennsylvania Railroad for the Pittsburgh or Philadelphia refineries as low as were given by competing roads, and, added he, from the fact that the business during those years was so very close as to leave scarcely any margin of profit under the most advantageous circumstances. And we, finding ourselves undersold in the markets by competitors whom we knew had not the same facilities in the way of mechanical appliances for doing the business, knew that there was but one conclusion to be reached, and that was that the Empire Transportation Company favored certain other shippers, I would say favored its own refineries to our injury. As the Standard Oil Company paid a dividend of about 14%. In both 1875 and 1876, besides spending large sums in increasing its plants and facilities, the margin of profit cannot have been so low as it seemed to Mr. Flagler in 1888 to have been, naturally enough, for he saw dividends of from 50 to nearly 100% or later. Illustration: A. J. Cassatt in 1877. Third Vice President of the Pennsylvania Railroad in charge of transportation when first contract was made by that road with the Standard Oil Company. Illustration: General George B. McClellan, President of the Atlantic and Great Western Railroad at the time of the South Improvement Company. General McClellan did not sign the contract. Illustration: General James H. Devereux, who in 1868 as Vice President of the Lake Shore and Michigan Southern Railroad first granted rebates to Mr. Rockefeller's firm. Illustration: Joseph D. Potts, President of the Empire Transportation Company, leader in the struggle between the Pennsylvania Railroad and the Standard Oil Company in 1877. Mr. Vanderbilt and Mr. Jewett soon joined their protests to Mr. Rockefeller's. The steps the Empire was then taking, said Mr. Jewett, unless checked would result in a diversion largely of the transportation of oil from our roads, the New York Central Road and our own, determined that we ought not to stand by and permit those improvements and arrangements to be made which, when completed, would be beyond our control. 54 These protests increased in vehemence, until finally the Pennsylvania officials remonstrated with Mr. Potts. We endeavored, says Mr. Cassatt, to try to get those difficulties harmonized, talked of getting the Empire Transportation Company to lease its refineries to the Standard Oil Company, or put them into other hands, but we did not succeed in doing that. Rather than do that, Colonel Potts told Mr. Cassatt, when he proposed that the Empire sell its refineries, we had rather you would buy us out and close our contract with you. When the Standard Oil Company and its allies, the Erie and Central, found that the Pennsylvania would not or could not drive the Empire from its position, they determined on war. Mr. Jewett, the Erie president, in his testimony of 1879 before the Hepburn Commission, takes the burden of starting the fight. Whether the Standard Oil Company was afraid of the Empire Line as a refiner, he said, I have no means of knowing. I never propounded the question. We were opposed to permitting the Empire Line, a creature of the Pennsylvania Railroad, to be building refineries, to become the owners of pipelines leading into the oil field and leading to the coast, without a contest, and we made it without regard to the Standard Oil Company or anybody else, but when we did determine to make it, I have no doubt we demanded of the Standard Oil Company during the contest to withdraw its shipments from the Pennsylvania. Mr. Flagler gave the following version of the affair to the Congressional Committee of 1888. We made an agreement with the Empire Transportation Company for shipments over the Pennsylvania Railroad on behalf of the Pennsylvania interests, which were then owned by the Standard Oil Company, simply because there was no alternative. It was the only vehicle by which these Pittsburgh refineries and the Philadelphia refineries carried their crude oil over the Pennsylvania Railroad. There was no other medium by which business could be done over the Pennsylvania Railroad, except through the Empire Transportation Company, a subsidiary company of the Pennsylvania Railroad Company. The Empire Transportation Company was not only the owner of pipelines in the oil regions, and tank cars on the Pennsylvania Railroad, but also of refineries at Philadelphia and New York, and to that extent were our competitors. We, having no interest whatever in transportation, 55 naturally felt jealous of the Empire Transportation Company, and drew the attention of the Northern lines. By that I mean the New York Central and the Erie railroads. With the peculiar position of the oil business on the Pennsylvania Railroad, their attention was called to this very soon. After the Empire Transportation Company began the business of refining, the position taken by the two northern trunk lines in their intercourse with the Pennsylvania Railroad, as was admitted by Mr. Cassatt in his testimony, and stated to me by the representatives of the two northern roads, Mr. Vanderbilt and Mr. Jewett, was that it was unfair to them that the Pennsylvania Railroad did not divest itself of the manufacturing business. Backed by the Erie and Central, Mr. Rockefeller, in the spring of 1877. Finally told Mr. Cassatt that he would no longer send any of his freight over the Pennsylvania unless the Empire gave up its refineries. Pennsylvania refused to compel the Empire to this course. According to Mr. Potts's own story, the road was partially goaded to its decision by a demand for more rebates, which came from Mr. Rockefeller at about the time he pronounced his ultimatum on the Empire. They swooped upon the railways, says Colonel Potts, with a demand for a vast increase in their rebate. They threatened, they pleaded, it has been said they purchased. However that may be, they conquered. Minor officials entrusted with the vast power of according secret rates conceded all they were asked to do, even to concealing from their superiors for months the real nature of their illegal agreements. Probably it was at this time that there took place the little scene between Mr. Vanderbilt and Mr. Rockefeller and his colleagues, of which the former told the Hepburn Commission in 1879. The Standard people were after more rebates. They affirmed other roads were giving larger rebates than Mr. Vanderbilt, and that their contract with him obliged him to give as much as anybody else did. Gentlemen, he told them, you cannot walk into this office and say we are bound by any contract to do business with you at any price that any other road does that is in competition with us. It is only on a fair competitive basis, a fair competition for business at a price that I consider will pay the company to do it. Soon after this interview, so rumor says, Mr. Vanderbilt sold the Standard stock he had acquired as a result of the deals made through the South Improvement Company. I think they are smarter fellows than I am. A good deal, he told the commission, somewhat ruefully. And if you come in contact with them, I guess you will come to the same conclusion. Spurred on then by resentment at the demands for new rebates, as well as by the injustice of Mr. Rockefeller's demand that the Empire give up its refineries, the Pennsylvania accepted the Standard's challenge, resolved to stand by the Empire, and henceforth to treat all its shippers alike. No sooner was its resolution announced in March 1877, than all the freight of the Standard, amounting to fully 65% of the road's oil traffic, was taken away. An exciting situation, one of out-and-out war, developed, for the Empire at once entered on an energetic campaign to make good its loss by developing its own refineries, and by forming a loyal support among the independent oil men. Day and night the officers worked on their problem, and with growing success. When Mr. Rockefeller saw this, he summoned his backers to action. The Erie and Central began to cut rates to entice away the independents. It is a sad reflection on both the honor and the foresight of the body of oil men who had been crying so loudly for help, that as soon as the rates were cut on the Standard lines, many of them began to attempt to force the Pennsylvania to follow. They found the opportunity for immediate profits by playing one belligerent against the other too tempting to resist, says Colonel Potts. We paid them large rebates, said Mr. Cassatt. In fact, we took anything we could get for transporting their oil. In some cases we paid out in rebates more than the whole freight. I recollect one instance where we carried oil to New York for Mr. Olin, or someone he represented, I think at 8 cents. Less than nothing. I do not say any large quantities, but oil was carried at that rate. While the railroads were waging this costly war, the Standard was carrying the fight into the refined market. The Empire had gone systematically to work to develop markets for the output of its own end of the independent refineries. Mr. Rockefeller's business was to prevent any such development. He was well equipped for the task by his system of predatory competition, for in spite of the fact that Mr. Rockefeller claimed that underselling to drive a rival from a market was one of the evils he was called to cure, he did not hesitate to employ it himself. Indeed, he had long used his freedom to sell at any price he wished for the sake of driving a competitor out of the market with calculation and infinite patience. Other refiners burst into the market and undersold for a day, but when Mr. Rockefeller began to undersell, he kept it up. Day in and day out, week in and week out, month in and month out, until there was literally nothing left of his competitor. A former official of the Empire Transportation Company, who in 1877 took an active part in the war his company was waging against the Standard, once told the writer that in every town, north or south, east or west, in which they already had a market for their refined oil, or attempted to make one, they found a Standard agent on hand ready to undersell. The Empire was not slow in underselling. It is very probable that in many cases it began it, for, as Mr. Cassatt says, they endeavored to injure us and our shippers all they could in that fight, and we did the same thing. In spite of the growing bitterness and cost of the contest, the Empire had no thought of yielding. Mr. Potts's hope was in a firm alliance with the independent oil men, many of the strongest of whom were rallying to his side. At the beginning of the fight he had very shrewdly enlisted in his plan one of the largest independent producers of the day, B.B. Campbell, of Butler. Being a pleasure and a duty to me, says M.R. Campbell, I entered into the service with all the zeal and power that I have. I made a contract with the Empire Line wherein I bound myself to give all my business to this line. At the same time Mr. Potts sought the help of the man who was generally accepted as the coolest, most intelligent, and trustworthy advisor in matters of transportation they oil regions had, E.G. Patterson, of Titusville. Mr. Patterson was a practical railroad man, and an able and logical opponent of the rebate and one-shipper systems. He had been prominent in the fight against the South Improvement Company, and since that time he had persistently urged the independents to wage war only on the practice of rebates, to refuse them themselves and to hold the railroads strictly to their duty in the matter. Several conferences were held, and finally, in the early summer, Mr. Potts read the two gentlemen a paper he had drawn up as a contract between the producers and the Empire. It speaks well for the fair-mindedness of Mr. Potts that when he read this document to M.R. Campbell and Mr. Patterson, both of whom were skilled in the ways of the transporter, they accepted it in a moment. It was made the duty of Mr. Patterson and myself to get signatures of producers to this agreement, says Mr. Campbell, in a sufficient amount to warrant the Pennsylvania Road entering into a permanent agreement. The contract, I think, was for 3 years. The attempt to enlist a solid body of oil men in the scheme was at once set on foot, but hardly was it underway before troubles of most serious import came upon the Pennsylvania Road. A great and general strike on all its branches tied up its traffic for weeks. In Pittsburgh hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of property were destroyed by a mob of railroad employees. It is not too much to say that in these troubles the Pennsylvania lost millions of dollars. It is certain that as a result of them the company that fall and the coming spring had to pass its dividends for the first time since it commenced paying them, and that its stock fell to $27 a share, par being $50. Overwhelmed by the disasters, Mr. Scott and Mr. Cassatt felt that they could not afford any longer to sustain the Empire in its fight for the right to refine as well as transport oil. While the coffers of the Pennsylvania were empty, those of the Standard were literally bursting with profits. For the Standard, the winter before this fight came on, had carried to completion for the first time the work which it had been organized to accomplish, that is, it had put up the price of refined oil, in defiance of all laws of supply and demand, and held it up for nearly 6 months. The story of this dramatic commercial hold-up is told in the next chapter. It is enough for present purposes to say that in the winter of 1876-1877 millions of gallons of oil were sold by Mr. Rockefeller and his partners at a profit of from 15 to 25 cents a gallon. The curious can compute the profits. They certainly ran into the multi-millions. A dividend of 50 per cent was paid for the year following the scoop, and there was plenty of money made to throw that dividend out twice over and make a profit. Samuel Andrews, one of the Standard's leading men, told an Ohio investigating committee in 1879. The Standard then had a war budget big enough for any opposition, and it is not to be wondered at that the Pennsylvania, knowing this and finding its own treasury depleted, was ready to quit. It was August when Mr. Scott and Mr. Cassatt decided to give up the fight. Peace negotiations were at once instituted, Mr. Cassatt going to Cleveland to see Messrs. Rockefeller and Flagler, and Mr. Worden, who was visiting them there. Later, the same gentleman met Mr. Scott and Mr. Cassatt at the St. George Hotel, in Philadelphia. The subject of discussion at these meetings, said Mr. Cassatt in 1879, when under examination, was whether we could not make some contract or agreement with the Standard Oil Company by which this contest would cease. They insisted that the first condition of their coming back on our line to ship over our road must be that the Empire Transportation Company, which company represented us in the oil business, must cease the refining of oil in competition with them. The Empire Transportation Company objected to going out of the refining business. The result of this objection, Colonel Potts stated in 1888, our contract with the Pennsylvania Road gave to them the option, at any time they saw proper, upon reasonable notice, of buying our entire plant. They exercised that option. Was that at your request or desire? The chairman asked the colonel. No, sir. It was at the request of the Pennsylvania Road through their officials. The question then came up as to who should buy the plant of the Empire Transportation Company. The Standard wanted us to do so, says Mr. Cassatt. They wanted us to buy the pipelines and cars. We objected to buying the pipelines, and it resulted in their buying them and the refining plants. The negotiations were carried on in Philadelphia, Mr. Rockefeller and Mr. Flagler mainly representing the Standard. A substantial agreement was reached about the last of October. The agreement would have been probably perfected about that time except that the counsel for the Empire Line thought it was necessary that they should advertise the fact that they were going to sell their property, and have a meeting of their stockholders, and get their assent to the sale before the papers were finally signed. This meeting of which Mr. Cassatt speaks was held on October 17. Colonel Potts made a statement to the stockholders, which he began by a brief review of the growth of the company from the point when 12 years before it had started as a new route charged with the duty of meeting formidable competitors. He pointed out that at the close of the 12th year the company was the owner of a large fleet of lake vessels, of elevators and docks at the city of Erie, of improved piers in New York City, of nearly 5,000 cars, of over 500 miles of pipelines, of valuable interests in refineries, of all the appliances of a great business. In these 12 years, Colonel Potts told his stockholders, the organization had collected more than $100 million, and in The last year their cars had moved over 30,000 miles of railway. He explained to the stockholders the condition of the oil business which had made it necessary, in his judgment, for the Empire Transportation Company to go into the refining business. It was done with the greatest reluctance, Colonel Potts declared, but it was done because he and his colleagues believed that there was no other way for them to save to the Pennsylvania road permanently the proportion of the oil traffic which they had acquired in the 12 years in which they had been in business. He reviewed, dispassionately, the circumstances which had led the Pennsylvania road to ask the company to give up its refineries. He stated his reasons for deciding that it was wiser for the Empire to resign its contracts with the Pennsylvania and go into liquidation than to submit to the demands of the Standard interests. Colonel Potts followed his statement by an abstract of the agreements which had been made between the Standard people and the Empire. By these agreements the Standard Oil Company bought of the Empire Transportation Company their pipeline interest for the sum of $1,094,805.56, their refining interests in New York and Philadelphia for the sum of $501,652.78, $900,000 worth of oil tank car trust, and they also settled with outside refiners and paid for personal property to the extent of $900,000 more, making a total cash payment of $3,400,000. $2.5 million of this money, Colonel Potts told the stockholders, would be paid that evening by certified checks if the agreements were ratified. Not knowing what your action might be at this meeting, he concluded, we are still in active business. We could not venture to do anything that would check our trade, that would repel customers, that would drive any of them away from us. We must be prepared if you said no to go right along with our full machinery under our contract, or under such modification of that as we could fight through. We could not stop moving a barrel of oil. We must be ready to take any offered to us, we must supply parties taking oil. There was nothing we could do but what was done, nothing was stopped, nothing is stopped, everything is going on just as vigorously at this moment through as wide an extent of country as ever it did, and it will continue to do so until after you take action, until after we get these securities or the money. That, we suppose, will be about 6 o'clock today, if you act favorably, and at that time we shall, if everything goes through, telegraph to every man in our service, and to the heads of departments what has been done, and at 12 o'clock tonight we shall cease to operate anything in the Empire Transportation Company. The stockholders accepted the proposition, and that night at Colonel Potts's office on Girard Street, Philadelphia, Mr. Scott and M.R. Cassatt, of the Pennsylvania Railroad, Colonel Potts and 2 of his colleagues in the Empire, and 2 of the refiners with whom he was affiliated, met William Rockefeller, Mr. Flagler, Mr. Warden, M.R. Lockhart, Charles Pratt, Jabez A. Bostwick, Daniel O'Day and J.J. Vandergrift, and their counsel, and the papers and checks were signed and passed, wiping out of existence a great business to which a body of the best transportation men the state of Pennsylvania has produced had given 12 years of their lives. After the meeting was over, there were sent out from Philadelphia to scores of employees of the Empire Transportation Company scattered throughout the state, telegrams stating that at 12 o'clock that night the company would cease to exist. For 12 years the organization had been doing a growing business. On the date of this telegram its operations were more extensive, its opportunities more promising, under fair play, than they had ever been before in its history. The band of men who had built it up to such Healthy success were not giving it up because they had lost faith in it, or because they believed there were larger opportunities for them in some other business. They were giving it up because they were compelled to, and probably men never went out of business in this country with a deeper feeling of injustice than that of the officials of the Empire Transportation Company on October 17, 1877, when they sent out the telegrams which put their great creation into liquidation. The pipelines thus acquired were at once consolidated with the other standard lines. Only a few independent lines, and only one of these of importance, the Columbia Conduit, now remained in the oil regions. This company had been doing business since 1875, under the difficulties already described. Dr. Hostetter, the chief stockholder, had become heartily sick of the oil business and wanted to sell. He had approached the Empire Line, and there had been some negotiations. Then came the fall of the Empire, and Dr. Hostetter sought the United Pipe Line, intent on stopping every outlet of oil not under their control. The Standard people bought the Columbia Conduit. By the end of the year, the entire pipeline system of the oil regions was in Mr. Rockefeller's hands. He was the only oil gatherer. Practically not a barrel of oil could get to a railroad without his consent. He had set out to be simply the only oil refiner in the country, but to achieve that purpose he had been obliged to make himself an oil transporter. In such unforeseen paths do great ambitions lead men. The first effect of the downfall of the Empire was a new railroad pool. Indeed, when it became evident that the Pennsylvania would yield, the Erie, Central, and the Standard had begun preparing a new adjustment, and the papers for this were ready to be signed on October 17, with those transferring the pipeline property. Never had there been an arrangement which gathered up so completely the oil outlets, for now the Baltimore and Ohio Road came into a pool for the first time. Mr. Garrett had always refused the advances of the other roads, but when he saw that the Columbia Conduit Line, his chief feeder, was sure to fall into Standard hands, when he began to suspect the Baltimore refiners were going into the combination, he realized that if he expected to keep an oil traffic, he must join the other roads. The new pool, therefore, was between four roads. 63% of the oil traffic was conceded to New York, and of the 63% going there, the Pennsylvania Road was to have 21%. 37% of the traffic was to go to Philadelphia and Baltimore, and of this 37%, the Pennsylvania had 26%. The Standard guaranteed the road not less than 2 million barrels a year, and if it failed to send that much over the road, it was to pay it a sum equal to the profits it would have realized upon the quantity in deficit. In return for this guarantee of quantity, the Standard was to pay such rates as might be fixed from time to time by the four trunk lines, which rates it was understood should be so fixed by the trunk lines as to place them on a parity as to cost of transportation by competing lines, and it was to receive weekly a commission of 10% on its shipments it controlled. 56. No commission was to be allowed any other shipper unless he should guarantee and furnish such a quantity of oil that after deducting any commission allowed, the road realized from it the same amount of profits as it did from the Standard trade. The points in the agreement were embodied in a letter from William Rockefeller to M.R. Scott. This letter and the answer declaring the arrangement to be satisfactory to the company are both dated October 17. 57. 4 months later, Mr. Rockefeller was able to take another step of great advantage. He was able to put into operation the system of drawbacks on other people's shipments which the South Improvement Company contracts had provided for, and which up to this point he seems not to have been securely enough placed to demand. There were no bones about the request. Now, Mr. O'Day, the general manager of the American Transfer Company, a pipeline principally in Clarion County, Pennsylvania, which, including its branches, was from 80 to 100 miles in length, a company now one of the constituents of the United Pipeline, wrote to Mr. Cassatt. I here repeat what I once stated to you, and which I wish you to receive and treat as strictly confidential, that we have been for many months receiving from the New York Central and Erie Railroads certain sums of money, in no instance less than 20 cents per barrel on every barrel of crude oil carried by each of these roads . Continuing, Mr. O'Day says, CO operating as we are doing with the Standard Oil Company and the trunk lines in every effort to secure for the railroads paying rates of freight on the oil they carry, I am constrained to say to you that in justice to the interests I represent we should receive from your company at least 20 cents on each barrel of crude oil you transport. In submitting this proposition I find that I should ask you to let this date from November 1, 1877, but I am willing to accept as a compromise, which is to be regarded as strictly a private one. Between your company and ours, the payment by you of 20 cents per barrel on all crude oil shipments commencing with February 1, 1878-58. Mr. Cassatt complied with Mr. O'Day's request. In a letter to the controller of the road he said that he had agreed to allow this commission after having seen the receipted bills, showing that the New York Central allowed them a commission of 35 cents a barrel, and the Erie Railroad a commission of 20 cents a barrel on Bradford oil and 30 cents on all other oils. Thus the Standard Oil Company, through the American Transfer Company, received, in addition to rebates on its own shipments, from 20 to 35 cents drawback a barrel on all crude oil which was sent over the trunk lines by other people as well as by itself. 59. The effect of this new concentration of power was immediate in all the refining centers of the country. Most of the Baltimore refiners, some 8 in number, which up to this time had remained independent, seeing themselves in danger of losing their oil supply, were united at the end of 1877 into the Baltimore United Oil Company, with J. N. Camden at their head. Mr. Camden was president of the Camden Consolidated Company of Parkersburg, West Virginia, a concern already in the Standard Alliance, and he and his partners held the majority stock in the Baltimore concern. The method of reaching the Baltimore independents who looked with dislike or fear on the Standard was a familiar one. An officer of one of the concerns owned by the Standard Oil Company would approach the outsider who was feeling the pressure and propose a sale or a lease to himself personally. It was an escape, and it usually ended in the complete absorption of the plant by the Standard. A few of the Baltimore interests refused to go into the Baltimore United Oil Company. Among them was a woman, a widow, Mrs. Sylvia C. Hunt, who had conducted a successful refinery there for several years, and whose business ability and energy had been the admiration of all those with whom she had come in contact. Her interests had been particularly cherished by the Empire Line, Mrs. Hunt's cars being given precedence many a time by agents at Titusville or other shipping points who knew her story. In the summer of 1877 her works burned out with a courage which was generally commented on at the time. Mrs. Hunt at once rebuilt and in less than 6 months had her plant in running order. Then came the fall of the Empire Transportation Company, the sale of the Columbia Conduit Company, and the entrance of the Baltimore and Ohio into the oil pool. Every refiner in Baltimore knew what that meant, and the wise sold when Mr. Camden proposed it. Mrs. Hunt, however, did not want to sell. She distrusted the new company. Finally, with many misgivings, she leased for 5 years at $5,000 a year. It was less than half she had been making. So she claimed, and among her old friends there was much indignation. Colonel Potts, indeed, in telling her story in his brief history of the Standard Oil Company, said, it could fairly have been expected that something of chivalrous feeling would be inspired by the sight of this indomitable spirit who had wrought so noble a work against such great odds. But though fine sentiments and generous words find frequent exodus from the lips of the Standard managers, they are never seconded by generous deeds. They crushed her business and her spirit as remorselessly as they would have killed a dog. These are bitter words, written when Colonel Potts was still smarting from his defeat. They were written, too, without reflection that Mrs. Hunt, if allowed to have all the oil she wanted, allowed equal rates, allowed to use her ability and experience, allowed freedom to sell in the markets she had built up, would undoubtedly have increased her business. She would have profited by the high prices of refined oil which Mr. Rockefeller was taking all this trouble to secure. She might have grown a formidable competitor, even, and disturbed the steadiness of the working of the great machine. Colonel Potts forgot that if the great purpose was realized, nobody must do business except under Mr. Rockefeller's control. In New York City, the new tariff and pooling arrangements caused the greatest uneasiness, for here was the largest group of prosperous independent refiners. They had all allied themselves with the Empire Transportation Company in the spring of 1877 when its fight with the Standard had begun, but they had been dropped immediately when peace negotiations were begun, and a letter of remonstrance they sent Mr. Scott at the time was never answered. 60. The experiences of several of these independents have been recorded in court testimony. 1 or 2 will suffice here. For instance, among the Eastern refiners was the firm of Denslow and Bush. Their works were located in South Brooklyn. They had begun in a very small way in 1870, and by 1879 were doing a business of nearly 1,000 barrels of crude a day. They had transported nearly all their oil by the Empire Line. After that line went out of business in October 1877, the contract with Denslow and Bush was transferred to the Pennsylvania Railroad Company. This contract terminated on the first day of May, 1878. Sometime in March they received formal notice of its expiration, and solicited an interview with the officers of the Pennsylvania Railroad in order to make some arrangements for the further transportation of their oil. Mr. Cassatt named New York. The meeting was held at Mr. Denslow's office, 123 Pearl Street. Besides Mr. Bush, there were present to meet Mr. Cassatt, Messrs. Lombard, Gregory, King, H.C. Olin, and C.C. Burke, all independents. When Mr. Bush was under examination in the suit against the Pennsylvania Railroad in 1879, he gave an account of what happened at this interview. We asked Mr. Cassatt what rate of freight we should have after the expiration of these contracts, whether we should have as low a rate of freight as the Standard Oil Company or any other shipper. He said, "No." We asked why. "Well, in the first place, you can't ship as much oil as the Standard Oil Company." Well, if we could ship as much oil, I think Mr. Lombard put this question, would we then have the same rate? He said, "No." Why? Why, you could not keep the road satisfied, it would make trouble. And he remarked in connection with that, that the Standard Oil Company was the only party that could keep the roads harmonized or satisfied. He intimated, I believe, that each road had a certain percentage of the oil business, and they could divide that up and give each road its proportion, and in that way keep harmony, which we could not do. Right after that he made the remark that he thought that we ought to fix it up with the standard, we ought to do something so as to all go on and make some money, and I think we gave him very distinctly to understand that we didn't propose to enter into any fix-up where we would lose our identity, or sell out, or be under anybody else's thumb. I believe that he went so far as to say that he would see the standard, and do everything he could to bring that thing about. We told him very clearly that we didn't want any interference in that direction, and if there was anything to be done, we thought we were quite capable of doing it. The interview perhaps lasted an hour. There was a great deal of talk of one kind and another, but this is, I think, the substance. This interview was in March, 1878. I think. Another interview at which I was present was either in June or July. Mr. Scott was present. This interview was brought about because we had been deprived, as we believed, of getting a sufficient number of cars we were entitled to. We had telegraphed or written to Mr. Cassatt at least. Mr. Olin, our agent, had, on several occasions, and tried to get an interview, and finally this one was appointed, at which Mr. Scott would be present. When we arrived there we found Mr. Brundred, from Oil City, and Mr. Scott went on to state that he thought that we were receiving our fair proportion of cars. They tried to make us believe and feel, I suppose, that we were getting our due proportion, when for some considerable time previous to this we had not been able to do any business in advance, we could only do business from hand to mouth. We could not sell any refined oil unless we absolutely had the crude oil in our possession in New York, and Mr. Lombard, one of our number, had sold a cargo of crude oil, I think, of 9,000 barrels. And Denslow and Bush absolutely stopped their refinery for 3 weeks consequently, in order to let their oil go to Ayres and Lombard to finish their vessel, because they would only get 3 or 4 cars a day, and we stopped our place for 3 weeks to give them our crude oil, all we could give our proportion in order to lift them out and get their vessel cleared. After trying to impress upon us that we were getting our proportion of cars, we asked Mr. Scott substantially the same question we asked Mr. Cassatt in New York, whether we could have, if there was any means by which we could have, the same rate of freight as other shippers got, and he said flatly, no, and we asked him then if we shipped the same amount of oil as the Standard, and he said, no, and gave the same reasons Mr. Cassatt had in New York, that the Standard Oil Company were the only parties that could keep peace among the roads. We stated to Mr. Scott that we would like to know to what extent we would be discriminated against, because we wanted to know what disadvantage we would have to work under. And we went away very much dissatisfied. All the information we got on that point was from Mr. Cassatt in New York, when he stated that the discrimination would be larger on a high rate of freight than on a low rate of freight, which led us to infer that it was a percentage discrimination. That is all the point that I recollect we ever got as to the amount of the commission. We told Mr. Scott that if they hadn't sufficient cars on their road we would like to put some on, and he told us flatly that they had just bought out one line and they would not allow another one to be put on, that if they hadn't cars enough they would build them. He seemed to show considerable feeling that afternoon, and he said, well, you have cost us in fighting for you now $1 million, or $1.5 million, something like That a very large sum, and we don't propose to go into another fight. 61. Strange as it may seem, there were not only men in the refining business who were willing to fight under these conditions, there were men among the very ones who had succumbed at the opening of the Standard's onslaught who were ready to try the business again. Among these was William Harkness, whose experience up to 1876 was related in the preceding chapter. Mr. Harkness's next experience in the oil business was related to the same committee as that already mentioned. When I was compelled to succumb, he said, I thought it was only temporarily, that the time would come when I could go into the business I was devoted to. We systematized all our accounts and knew where the weak points were. I was in love with the business. I selected a site near 3 railroads and the river. I took a run across the water. I was tired and discouraged and used up in 1876, and was gone 3 or 4 months. I came back refreshed and ready for work, and had the plans and specifications and estimates made for a refinery that would handle 10,000 barrels of oil a day, right on this 100 acres of land. I believed the time had arrived when the Pennsylvania Railroad would see their true interest as common carriers, and the interest of their stockholders in the business interest of the city of Philadelphia, and I took those plans, specifications, and estimates, and I called on Mr. Roberts, president of the Pennsylvania Railroad Company. I had consulted 1 or 2 other gentlemen, whose advice was worth having, whether it would be worth my while to go to see President Roberts. I went there and laid the plans before him, and told him I wanted to build a refinery of 10,000 barrels capacity a day. I was almost on my knees, begging him to allow me to do that. He said, "What is it you want?" I said, "I simply ask to be put upon an equality with everybody else, and especially the Standard Oil Company." I said, "I want you to agree with me that you will give me transportation of crude oil as low as you give it to the Standard Oil Company or anybody else for 10 years, and then I will give you a written assurance that I will do this refining of 10,000 barrels of oil a day for 10 years. I asked him if that was not an honest position for us to be in, I, as a manufacturer, and he, the president of a railroad. Mr. Roberts said there was a great deal of force in what I said, but he could not go into any written assurance. He said he would not go into any such agreement, and I saw Mr. Cassatt. He said in his frank way, "That is not practicable, and you know the reason why." As this work of absorption went on steadily, persistently, the superstitious fear of resistance to proposals to lease or sell which came from parties known or suspected to be working in harmony with the Standard Oil Company, which had been strong in 1875, grew almost insuperable. In Cleveland this was particularly true. A proposal from Mr. Rockefeller was certainly regarded popularly as little better than a command to stand and deliver. "The coal oil business belongs to us," Mr. Rockefeller had told Mr. Morehouse. "We have facilities, we must have it. Any concern that starts in business, we have sufficient money laid aside to wipe out 62, and people believed him. The feeling is admirably shown in a remarkable case still quoted in Cleveland and which belongs to the same period as the foregoing cases, 1878, a case which took the deeper hold on the public sympathy because the contestant was a woman, the widow of one of the first refiners of the town, a Mr. B., who had begun refining in Cleveland in 1860. Mr. B.'s principal business was the manufacture of lubricating oil. Now at the start the Standard Oil Company handled only illuminating oil, and accordingly a contract was made between the two parties that Mr. B should sell to Mr. Rockefeller his refined oil, and that the Standard Oil Company should let the lubricating business in Cleveland alone. This was the status when in 1874 Mr. B died. What happened afterwards has been told in full in affidavits made in 1880-63, and they shall tell the story. The only change made in the documents being to transfer them for the sake of clarity from the legal third person to the first, and to condense them on account of space. Mrs. B.'s story as told in her affidavit is as follows. My husband having contracted a debt not long prior to his death for the first time in his life, I, for the interest of my fatherless children, as well as myself, thought it my duty to endeavor to continue the business, and accordingly took $92,000 of the stock of the B Oil Company and afterwards reduced it to $72,000 or $75,000. The whole stock of the company being $100,000, and continued business from that time until November 1878, making handsome profits out of the business during perhaps the hardest years of the time since Mr. B had commenced. Sometime in November 1878, the Standard Oil Company sent a man to me by the name of Peter S. Jennings, who had been engaged in the refining business and had sold out to the Standard Oil Company. I told Mr. Jennings that I would carry on no negotiations with him whatever, but that if the Standard Oil Company desired to buy my stock I must transact the business with its principal officer, Mr. Rockefeller. Mr. Jennings, as representing the Standard Oil Company, told me that the president of the company, Mr. Rockefeller, said that said company would control the refining business, and that he hoped it could be done in 1 or 2 years, but if not, it would be done, anyway, if it took 10 years to do it. After 2 or 3 days' delay Mr. Rockefeller called upon me at my residence to talk over the negotiation with regard to the purchase of my stock. I told Mr. Rockefeller that I realized the fact that the B Oil Company was entirely in the power of the Standard Oil Company, and that all I could do would be to appeal to his honor as a gentleman and to his sympathy to do with me the best that he could, and I begged of him to consider his wife in my position that I had been left with this business and with my fatherless children, and with a large indebtedness that Mr. B had just contracted for the first time in his life, that I felt that I could not do without the income arising from this business, and that I had taken it up and gone on and been successful, and I was left with it in the hardest years since my husband commenced the business. He said he was aware of what I had done, and that his wife could never have accomplished so much. I called his attention to the contract that my husband had made with him in relation to carbon oil, whereby the Standard Oil Company agreed not to touch the lubricating branch of the trade carried on by my husband, and reminded him that I had held to that contract rigidly, at a great loss to the B Oil Company, but did so because I regarded it a matter of honor to live up to it. I told him that I had become alarmed because the Standard Oil Company was getting control of all the refineries in the country, and that I feared that the said Standard Oil Company would go into the lubricating trade, and reminded him that he had sent me word that the Standard Oil Company would not interfere with that branch of the trade. He promised, with tears in his eyes, that he would stand by me in this transaction, and that I should not be wronged. And he told me that, in case the sale was made, I might retain whatever amount of the stock of the B Oil Company I desired, his object appearing to be only to get the controlling stock of the company. He said that while the negotiations were pending he would come and see me, and I thought that his feelings were such on the subject that I could trust him and that he would deal honorably by me. Seeing that I was compelled to sell out, I wanted the Standard Oil Company to make me a proposition, and endeavored to get them to do so, but they would not make a proposition. I then made a proposition that the whole stock of the B Oil Company with accrued dividends should be sold to said Standard Oil Company for $200,000, which was, in fact, much below what the stock ought to have been sold for, but they ridiculed the amount, and at last offered me only $79,000, not including accounts, and required that each stockholder in the B Oil Company should enter into a bond that within the period of 10 years he or she would not directly or indirectly engage in or in any way be concerned in the refining, manufacturing, producing, piping, or dealing in petroleum or in any of its products within the county of Cuyahoga and state of Ohio, nor at any other place whatever. Seeing that the property had to go, I asked that I might, according to the understanding with the president of the company, retain $15,000 of my stock, but the reply to this request was, no. Outsiders can have any interest in this concern. The Standard Oil Company has dallied as long as it will over this matter. It must be settled up today or go, and they insisted upon my signing the bond above referred to. The promises made by Mr. Rockefeller, president of the Standard Oil Company, were none of them fulfilled. He neither allowed me to retain any portion of my stock, nor did he in any way assist me in my negotiations for the sale of my stock, but, on the contrary, was largely instrumental in my being obliged to sell the property much below its true value, and requiring me to enter into the oppressive bond above referred to. After the arrangements for the sale of the refinery and of my stock were fully completed and the property had been sold by myself and the other stockholders, and after I had made arrangements for the disposition of my money, I received a note from Mr. Rockefeller, in reply to one that I had written to him threatening to make the transaction public, saying that he would give me back the business as it stood, or that I might retain stock if I wished to, but this was after the entire transaction was closed, and such arrangements had been made for my money that I could not then conveniently enter into it, and I was so indignant over the offer being made at that late day, after my request for the stock having been made at the proper time, that I threw the letter into the fire and paid no further attention to it. 64. The letter which Mrs. B destroyed was included in the affidavit in which Mr. Rockefeller answered Mrs. B.'s statement. It reads: November 13, 1878. Dear Madam, I have held your note of 11th inst. Received yesterday, until today, as I wished to thoroughly review every point connected with the negotiations for the purchase of the stock of the B Oil Company, to satisfy myself as to whether I had unwittingly done anything whereby you could have any right to feel injured. It is true that in the interview I had with you I suggested that if you desired to do so, you could retain an interest in the business of the B Oil Company, by keeping some number of its shares, and then I understood you to say that if you sold out you wished to go entirely out of the business. That being my understanding, our arrangements were made in case you concluded to make the sale that precluded any other interests being represented. And therefore, when you did make the inquiry as to your taking some of the stock, our answer was given in accordance with the facts noted above, but not at all in the spirit in which you refer to the refusal in your note. In regard to the reference that you make as to my permitting the business of the B Oil Company to be taken from you, I say that in this, as all else that you have written in your letter of 11th inst, you do me most grievous wrong. It was of but little moment to the interests represented by me whether the business of the B Oil Company was purchased or not. I believe that it was for your interest to make the sale, and am entirely candid in this statement, and beg to call your attention to the time, some 2 years ago, when you consulted Mr. Flagler and myself as to selling out your interests to Mr. Rose, at which time you were desirous of selling at considerably less price and upon time, than you have now received in cash, and which sale you would have been glad to have closed if you could have obtained satisfactory security for the deferred payments. As to the price paid for the property, it is certainly 3 times greater than the cost at which we could construct equal or better facilities, but wishing to take a liberal view of it, I urged the proposal of paying the $60,000, which was thought much too high by some of our parties. I believe that if you would reconsider what you have written in your letter, to which this is a reply, you must admit having done me great injustice, and I am satisfied to await upon innate sense of right for such admission. However, in view of what seems your present feelings, I now offer to restore to you the purchase made by us, you simply returning the amount of money which we have invested and leaving us as though no purchase had been made. Should you not desire to accept this proposal, I offer to you 100, 200, or 300 shares of the stock at the same price that we paid for the same. With this addition, that we keep the property we are under engagement to pay into the treasury of the B Oil Company, an amount which, added to the amount already paid, would make a total of $100,000, and thereby make the shares $100 each. That you may not be compelled to hastily come to conclusion, I will leave open for 3 days these propositions for your acceptance or declination, and in the meantime believe me, yours very truly, John D. Rockefeller. Mr. Rockefeller says further in the affidavit from which this letter is drawn, it is not true that I made any promises that I did not keep in the letter and spirit, and it is not true that I was instrumental to any degree in her being obliged to sell the property much below its true value, and I aver that she was not obliged to sell out, and that such was a voluntary one upon her part and for a sum far in excess of its value, and that the construction which was purchased of her could be replaced for a sum not exceeding $20,000. 65. It is probably true, as Mr. Rockefeller states, that he could have reproduced Mrs. B.'s plant for $20,000, but the plant was but a small part of her assets. She owned one of the oldest lubricating oil refineries in the country, one with an enviable reputation for good work and fair dealing, and with a trade that had been paying an annual net income of from $30,000 to $40,000. It was this income for which Mr. Rockefeller paid $79,000, this income with the old and honorable name of the B Oil Company, with not a few stills and tanks and agitators. It is undoubtedly true, as Mr. Rockefeller avers, that Mrs. B was not obliged to sell out, but the fate of those who in this period of absorption refused to sell was before her eyes. She had seen the 20 Cleveland refineries fall into Mr. Rockefeller's hands in 1872. She had watched the steady collapse of the independents in all the refining centers. She had seen every effort to preserve an individual business thwarted. Rightly or wrongly, she had come to believe that a refusal to sell meant a fight with Mr. Rockefeller, that a fight meant ultimately defeat, and she gave up her business to avoid ruin. Chapter 7. The Crisis of 1878. A rise in oil, a blockade in exports. Producers do not get their share of the profits. They secretly organize the Petroleum Producers Union and promise to support proposed independent pipelines. Another interstate commerce bill defeated at Washington. Immediate shipment independents have trouble getting cars. Riots threatened. Appeal to Governor Hartranft. Suits brought against United Pipelines, Pennsylvania Railroad, and others. Investigations precipitated in other states. The Hepburn Commission and the Ohio Investigation evidence that the standard is a continuation of the South Improvement Company producers finally decide to proceed against Standard officials Rockefeller and 8 of his associates, indicted for conspiracy. It was clear enough by the opening of 1878 that Mr. Rockefeller need no longer fear any serious trouble from the refining element. To be sure, there were scattered concerns still holding out and some of them doing very well, but his latest move had put him in a position to cut off or at least seriously to interfere with the very raw material in which they worked. It was hardly to be expected after the defeat of the Pennsylvania that any railroad would be rash enough to combine with even a strong group of refiners. As for independent pipelines, there were so many ways of discouraging their building that it did not seem probable that anyone would ever go far. It was only a matter of time, then, when all remaining outside refiners must come into his fold or die. Mr. Rockefeller's path would now have been smooth had it not been for the oil producers. But the oil producers, naturally his enemy, he being the buyer and they the seller, had become in the 6 years before Mr. Rockefeller had made himself the only gatherer of their oil. Irreconcilable opponents of whatever he might do. The South Improvement Company they regarded rightly enough as devised to control the price of their product, and that scheme they wrongfully laid entirely at Mr. Rockefeller's door. Mr. Rockefeller had been only one of the originators of the South Improvement Company, but the fact that he had become later practically its only supporter, that he was the only one who had profited by it, and that he had turned his Cleveland plant into a machine for carrying out its provisions, had caused the oil country to fix on him the entire responsibility. Then the oil men's experience with Mr. Rockefeller in 1873 had been unfortunate. They charged the failure of their alliance to his duplicity. There is no doubt that Mr. Rockefeller played a shrewd and false game with the oil men in 1873, but the failure of their alliance was their own fault. They did not hold together, they failed to limit their production as they agreed, they suspected one another, and at a moment, when, if they had been as patient and wise as their great opponent, they would have had the game in their own hands, and him at their feet, as he had been in 1872, for the sake of immediate returns, they abandoned some of the best features of their organization, and allied themselves with a man they distrusted. When that alliance failed, they threw on Mr. Rockefeller's shoulders a blame which they should have taken on their own. Another very real cause for their anxiety and dislike was that as the refiners' alliance progressed, the refiners made a much larger share of the profits than the producers thought fair. The abandoning of their alliance in 1873 had of course put an end to their measures for limiting production and for holding overproduction until it could be sold at the prices they thought profitable. The drill had gone on merrily through 1873, 1874, and 1875, regardless of consumption or prices. By the end of 1874 there were over 3.5 million barrels of oil in stock. More than twice what there had ever been before. Production was well to 1 million barrels a month, and prices that year averaged but $1.15 a barrel. For men who considered $3 a starvation price, this was indeed hard luck. Things looked better by the end of 1875, for production was falling off. By March 1876, stocks had been so reduced that there was strong confidence that the price of crude oil must advance. By June the Oil City Derrick began to prophesy $3 oil and to advise oil men to hold crude for that price. In August $3 was reached in the Oil City Exchange. It had been nearly $4 Years since that price had been paid for oil, and the day the point was reached, August 25, the brokers fairly went mad. They jumped on their chairs, threw up their hats, beat one another on the back, while the spectators in the crowded galleries, most of them speculators, yelled in sympathy. Before 6 o'clock that day oil reached $3.1114. Nobody thought of stopping because it was supper time. The exchange was open until nearly midnight, prices booming on to $3.17 It seemed like old times. In the oil region, the good old flush times when people made a fortune one day and threw it away the next. Of course, refined oil went up steadily with crude. Refined reached 21 cents in New York the day of this boom at Oil City. The day following, the rise was one of the most exciting the oil exchange had ever seen. Never before, declared the Derrick in its report, was so much business done. From early in the morning until 10 o'clock at night the exchange was crowded by frantic speculators. Their awful excitement was clear from their blanched faces and wild voices. Fully 800,000 barrels of oil exchanged hands that day. The advance between the time the exchange opened and its close was over 55 cents. Refined in New York advanced in accordance with the market on the creek, closing at 24 cents. This went on for several days, when a new element in the situation began to force itself on the oil men's attention. One of the chief reasons on which they based their confidence in high prices for crude oil was the fact that the foreigners were short of refined oil. It was the custom then, as now, for exporters to buy their oil for the winter European trade in the late summer and early fall. When the boom began, the harbor at New York was beginning to fill up with ships for cargoes. But to the consternation of the oil men intent on keeping up the boom, the exporters were refusing to buy. They were declaring the price to which refined had risen to be out of proportion to the price of crude. More, they declared the latter a speculative price only once. They argued, had it touched $4, and the refiners were not buying at that price for manufacture, they were holding refined too high. It was early in September when the realization came upon the oil regions that a new element was in the problem, a veritable blockade in exports. As the days went on, they saw that this was no temporary affair. They saw that Mr. Rockefeller's combination was at last carrying out just what it had been organized to do, forcing the price it wanted for refined. Day after day refined was held at 26 cents. Day after day the exporters refused to buy. It was not until the end of September, in fact, that they began to yield, as it was inevitable they should do. For the game was certainly in the hands of the refiners, and Europe had to have its light. The exporters began to see too that if they held off longer they might have to pay higher prices, for it was rumored that the Standard Combination was shutting down its factories, literally making refined scarce, while crude oil was piling up in Pennsylvania. With the yielding of the exporter exactly what they feared occurred, the price was raised. The exporters balked again. The matter began to attract public attention. The New York Herald was particularly active in airing the situation and did not hesitate to denounce it as a petroleum plot. The leaders were interviewed, among them Mr. Rockefeller. Mr. Rockefeller still held to his theory that to make oil dear was worthy of public approval. They had aimed to control the price of oil in a perfectly legitimate way, he told the Herald reporter, and the exporters would have to yield to their prices. By the end of October, New York harbor was full of vessels, a mute protest against the corner, and it was not until November that the exporters fully gave in and began to take all the oil they could get at prices asked, which ranged from 26 to 35 cents. And these prices were held all through the winter of 1876-77, up to February 22. They were held regardless of the price of crude, for, do their utmost, the producers could not keep their oil up to the corresponding price of refined. According to the scale of relative prices then accepted, 26 cents a gallon for refined meant $5 a barrel for crude, yet there was not a month in the entire period of this hold-up that crude averaged that price. In December, when the average price of refined was 29 cents, crude was but $3.78 a barrel. The producers held meetings and passed resolutions, cursed the refiners and talked of building independent refineries, filled the columns of the Derrick with open letters advocating a shutdown, an alliance of their own, restrictive legislation, an oil men's railway, and what was more to the point some of them supported, with more or less fidelity, the efforts to build up counter-movements. Noted in the last chapter, the Columbia Conduit Line, the Seaboard Pipeline, and especially the alliance with the Empire Transportation Company, attempted in the spring of 1877. There seemed more hope in this last combination than in any other movement, for they had faith in Colonel Potts, and besides they were accustomed to seeing the Pennsylvania Railroad get what it wanted. The defeat of the Pennsylvania was therefore the heavier blow. Indeed, the news of the sale of the Empire pipelines to the Standard was like the sounding of the tocsin in the angry and baffled oil regions. It revived the spirit of 1872. But it was the spirit of 1872 with new dignity and a discretion such as had never been before seen in the blatant region. In every town from McKean County southwest to Butler, the oil towns hastened to organize themselves into a secret society. Little by little it came out that a producers' union had been organized. From all that could be learned it looked very much as if the Petroleum Producers' Union had come into existence to do business. On November 21, 1877, the first meeting of the new organization was held, the Petroleum Parliament or Congress it was called. This Congress, which met in Titusville, was composed of 172 delegates. It was claimed that it represented at least 2,000 oil producers, and not less than 75 millions in money. It is certain it included the representative men of the oil regions, those two whose daring, hard work, and energy the discovery and development of the oil fields, as they were known at that time, were entirely due. Illustration: wooden car tanks. Illustration: boiler tank cars. Illustration: wooden tanks for storing oil. Illustration: railroad terminal of an early pipeline. For 4 days the Congress was in session, and it is a remarkable comment on the seriousness with which it had undertaken its work that, although reporters from all parts of the country interested in oil were present, nothing leaked out. In December a second session of 4 days was held in Titusville, but no announcement of what was doing was made to the press. Indeed, it was only as lines of action developed that the public became familiar with what the producers had resolved on in the days of secret session which they had held. Their resolutions had been eminently wise and they undertook their support vigorously and intelligently. First and foremost they resolved to stand by all efforts to secure an outlet to the seaboard independent of the Standard and the Allied railroads. 2 enterprises were put before them at once. The first was what was known as the Equitable Petroleum Company, an organization started by one of the most resourceful and active independent men in the oil country, one of whom we are to hear more, Lewis Emery, Jr. This company, in which some 200 Oil producers in the Bradford field had taken stock, proposed to lay a pipeline to Buffalo and to ship their oil thence by the Erie Canal. They had acquired a right-of-way to Buffalo and had capital pledged to carry out the project. The second enterprise to come before the newly formed Union was much more ambitious. It was nothing less than a revival of Mr. Harley's enterprise, which had attracted so much attention in 1876. It was revived now by the three men who had been operating the Columbia Conduit Line under a lease, Messrs. Benson, McKelvey, and Hopkins, who had been set free by the sale of that property to the Standard. Their experience with the pipeline business had convinced them it was one of the most lucrative departments of the oil industry. They believed, too, that oil could be pumped over the mountains, and no sooner were they free than they took up Mr. Harley's old idea and engaged the same engineer he had brought into the enterprise, General Herman Haupt, to survey a route from Brady's Bend on the Allegheny River to Baltimore, Maryland, a distance of 235 miles. To both of these projects the General Council of the Union gave promise of support. The demand for interstate commerce legislation was renewed at once by the Union, and in December E.G. Patterson, the head of the committee, having the matter in hand, prepared the first draft of an act which was put in formal shape by George B. Hibbard, of Buffalo, counsel employed by the Union for this purpose. Mr. Hibbard also prepared a memorandum of the law on the subject. The bill prepared by Mr. Patterson and Mr. Hibbard was introduced into the House of Representatives in May, 1878, by Lewis F. Watson, whose home was in Warren County, Pennsylvania. It was called into committee and came out as the Reagan Bill, and as such was passed at the end of the year by the House, but only to be smothered later in the Senate. At the same time that the effort was going in Washington for relief, the legislature of Pennsylvania was being besieged again for a free pipeline bill and an anti-discrimination bill. Both of these projects failed, and the committee having them in charge said bitterly in its report to the Union, "How well we have succeeded at Harrisburg you all know. It would be in vain for your committee to describe the efforts of the Council in this direction. It has been simply a history of failure and disgrace. If it has taught us anything, it is that our present lawmakers, as a body, are ignorant, corrupt and unprincipled, that the majority of them are, directly or indirectly, under the control of the very monopolies against whose acts we have been seeking relief. There has been invented by the Standard Oil Company no argument or assertion, however false or ridiculous, which has not found a man in the Pennsylvania legislature mean enough to become its champion. On every side indeed the producers hastened to protect themselves against the lord of the oil regions, as Mr. Rockefeller, not inaptly, was called, on the completion of his pipeline monopoly. That they were not merely alarmists in thinking that they must do something to protect their interests was demonstrated sooner than was anticipated. The demonstration was hurried by an unforeseen and difficult situation, a great outpouring of oil in a new field, the Bradford or Northern Field in McKean County, Pennsylvania. About the time that Mr. Rockefeller's lordship was realized, it became certain that a deposit of oil had been discovered which was going to lead soon to a production vastly in excess of the consumption, as well as in excess of the then existing facilities for gathering and storing oil. If Mr. Rockefeller wished to keep his monopoly, he must, it was evident, enter upon a campaign of expansion, calling for an immense expenditure of energy and money. He must lay pipes in 100 directions to get the output of new wells, he must build tanks holding thousands of barrels to receive the oil. And all of this must be done quickly if rivals were to be kept out of the way. There was no hesitation on the part of the United Pipe Lines. One of the Greatest construction feats the country has ever seen was put through in the years 1878, 1879 and 1880 in the Bradford oil field by the Standard. Interests. It was a wonderful illustration of the surpassing intelligence, energy, and courage with which the Standard Oil Company attacks its problems. But while it was putting through this feat, it instituted a policy toward the producers which was regarded by them as tyrannical and unjustifiable. The first maneuver in this new policy hit the producer in a very tender spot, for it concerned the price he was to receive for oil. The method which prevailed at the time in handling and buying and selling oil was this: at the request of the well owner connected with a pipeline, his oil was run and credited to him in the pipeline office. Here he could hold it as long as he wished by paying a storage charge. If he wished to sell his credit balance, as oil to his account was called, he simply gave the buyer an order on the line for the oil, and it was transferred to the account of the new buyer. The pipelines frequently had hundreds of thousands of barrels of oil in hand, and they traded with this oil as banks do with their deposits, that is, they issued certificates for each 1,000 barrels of oil on hand, and these certificates were negotiable like any other paper. Now the United Pipe Lines acknowledged itself a common carrier, and so was obliged to discharge the duty of collecting oil on demand, or at least within a reasonable time after the demand of its patrons. But in December 1877, after the monopoly was completed, they refused to discharge their obligations in the customary way. On the plea that they had not sufficient tankage to carry oil in the Bradford field, they issued an order that no oil would be run in that district for anyone unless it was sold for immediate shipment, that is, no oil would be taken to hold for storage, it would be taken for shipping only. At the same time the Standard buyer, J. A. Bostwick, decreed that henceforth no Bradford oil would be bought for immediate shipment unless it was offered at _less than the market price. No fixed discount was set. The seller was asked what he would take. His offer was, of course, according to his necessities. Even then an answer was not always immediately given. The seller was told to come back in 5 or 10 days and he would be told if his oil would be taken. A feature of the new order, particularly galling to the oil men, was the manner in which it was enforced. Formerly the buyer and seller had met freely in the oil exchanges and their business offices, and transactions had been carried on as among equals. Now the producers were obliged to form in line before the United Pipelines offices and to enter one at a time to consult the buyer. A line of 100 men or more often stood during the hours set before the office, waiting their turn to dispose of their oil. It should be said in justice to Mr. Bostwick that he was not the first buyer to take oil at a discount. The producers themselves frequently offered oil at less than the market price when in need of money, but Mr. Bostwick was the first buyer in a situation to force them to make the discount regularly. When these orders came, few of the producers had sufficient private tankage to take care of any amount of oil. Here was the situation then: to keep oil from running on the ground, the producer must sell it, but if he sold it he must take a price from 2 to 25 cents or more below the market. The immediate shipment order was not an invention of the United Pipe Lines. It had been enforced more than once for brief periods by various lines when they found their capacity overcrowded by some unexpected situation. In 1872 epizootic among the horses so upset things in the oil regions that for a short time an immediate shipment order was enforced. In 1874, when the pipelines were overtaxed by a great outpouring of oil in the lower field, immediate shipment had been attempted, but at that time there were still so many independent pipes struggling for business that the movement met no success. Now, however, the United Pipelines had things its own way. That they were not ready to meet the growing Bradford production is plain from a study of the figures. There were in the oil regions at the close of 1877, according to the Oil City Derrick, 4 million barrels of tankage. There was on hand at this time 3,127,837 barrels of oil, but the empty tankage was in the wrong place. In the Bradford field, where the daily production had suddenly increased from 2,000 barrels in January to 8,451 barrels in December, there was only a little over 200,000 barrels of tankage. 66. In order to take care of the oil, the pipelines began to make nearly all their shipments from that field, and oil piled up in the lower region to the great dissatisfaction of the producers there. As soon as the situation of the Bradford field was realized, both the United Pipes and the producers began a furious campaign of tank building. By the beginning of April, 1878, the tankage there had been increased to 1,152,028 barrels. 67. Between April 1 and November 1. 70 tanks of from 10,000 to 25,000 barrels capacity were built in McKean County. The greater number of these belonged to the producers. According to the United Pipelines statement, there was under their control in the entire oil regions in October 5,200,000 barrels of tankage, 2/3 of which belonged to producers, but was held by them under a lease. 68. But oil poured from the ground faster than tanks could be built. In 6 months, that is, by July 1878, the daily output of Bradford had become over 18,000 barrels, an increase of 10,000 barrels a day over that of the previous December. That it was a most difficult situation for everybody is evident. There was but one way to prevent loss: shut down the wells and stop the drill, but this the producers refused to consider. Of course the price of oil went down rapidly, so far did the production exceed consumption. But why, cried the producer, when oil is already so low, take advantage of our necessity and force us into competition with each other? Why enforce this immediate shipment? They answered their question themselves, and began then to make a charge against the standard, which they continue to make today, that is, that it habitually meets the extraordinary expenses to which it is put by depressing the price of crude oil, taking it out of the producer. The Bradford region demanded great investments. Therefore immediate shipment. The producer pays. The writer has no documentary proof that this is Mr. Rockefeller's policy, but there is no question that the oil region believes it is, and this belief must be taken into account if one attempts to explain the long warfare of the oil country on him and his company. It is a common enough thing today, indeed, to hear oil producers in northwestern Pennsylvania remark facetiously when a new endowment to Chicago University is reported: "Yes, I contributed so much on such a day. Don't you remember how the market slumped without a cause? The university needed the money, and so Mr. Rockefeller called on us to stand and deliver." A few months after immediate shipment was begun, a new cause for dissatisfaction arose. More or less private tankage leased to the lines had always been in existence. It enabled a producer to carry his oil without paying storage, and, of course, it was the business of the company to empty this storage within a reasonable time after the owner demanded it. But in the spring the lines, under the same plea of under capacity, refused to carry out this duty to the tank owner, that is, they refused to give him his tankage, although he had sold his oil Thus, A owns 5,000 barrels of tankage. It is full. He sells a portion of it to Mr. Bostwick and asks the United Pipelines to run the oil accumulated at his wells. But the United Pipelines refuses on the ground that the line is full. The loss to producers incident upon these orders was terrible. All over the Bradford field men saw their oil running on the ground, though they offered to sell it at ruinous prices, and though they might have thousands of barrels of tankage leased to the United lines. Yet they did not riot, conscious that their own reckless drilling had brought on the trouble. They cursed the Standard, and put down more wells. But in the spring of 1878 Mr. Rockefeller and his colleagues instituted a series of maneuvers which shattered the last remnant of confidence the oil men had in the sincerity of their claim that they were doing their utmost to relieve the distressed oil regions, and that their measures were necessary to hold the producers in check. The pipelines began to refuse to load cars for the shippers who supplied the few independent refiners with oil. The experiences of many of these independent oil men have been told before the courts. For instance, W. H. Nicholson, the representative of Mr. Olin, of New York, a shipper of petroleum, testified 69 that in May 1878, he began to have difficulty in getting cars. At Olean, one day, Mr. Olin telegraphed to the officials of the Erie Road to know if he could get 100 cars to run east. The reply came back, yes. About noon, Mr. Nicholson says, he saw Mr. O'Day, the manager of the United Pipelines, in which his oil was stored, and told him that he was waiting to have his cars loaded. Mr. O'Day at once said he could not load the cars. But I have an order from the Erie officials, giving me the cars, Mr. Nicholson objected. That makes no difference, O'Day replied, I cannot load cars except upon an order from Pratt. Nor would he do it. The cars were not loaded for Mr. Nicholson, although at that time he had 10,000 barrels of oil in the United Pipelines, and an order for 100 cars from the officials of the Erie Road in his hand. B. B. Campbell, at that time president of the Producers' Union, gave his experience at this time in the suit of the Commonwealth against the Pennsylvania Railroad. I never heard of a scarcity of cars until the early part of June 1878. I came to Parker about 5 o'clock in the evening, and found the citizens in a state of terrible excitement. The pipelines would not run oil unless it was sold. The only shippers we had in Parker of any amount, viz., the agents of the Standard Oil Company, would not buy oil, stating that they could not get cars. Hundreds of wells were stopped to their great injury. Thousands more, whose owners were afraid to stop them for fear of damage by salt water, were pumping the oil on the ground. I used all the influence I had to prevent an outbreak and destruction of railroad and pipelines. I at once went over to the Allegheny Valley Railroad office and telegraphed to John Scott, president of the Allegheny Valley Railroad Company, the refusal of the United to run oil unless sold upon immediate shipment, and of the railroad to furnish cars, has created such a degree of excitement here that the more conservative part of the citizens will not be able to control the peace, and I fear that the scenes of last July will be repeated on an aggravated scale. That message I left in the office about 7 o'clock in the evening. I got up the next morning before 7 and received an answer. What do you advise should be done? John Scott. I answered, we'll meet you tomorrow morning, which would be Saturday. On Saturday morning I came in on an early train and met at the depot Mr. Shin, then, I believe, Vice President of the Allegheny Valley Railroad Company, David A. Stewart, one of the directors of the road, and Thomas M. King, assistant superintendent. I spoke very plainly to Mr. Shin, telling him that the idea of a scarcity of cars on daily shipments of less than 30,000 barrels a day was such an absurd, barefaced pretense that he could not expect men of ordinary intelligence to accept it, as the preceding fall, when business required, the railroads could carry day after day from 50,000 to 60,000 barrels of oil. Mr. Shin stated clearly that I knew that the Allegheny Valley Railroad Company did not control the oil business over its line, but was governed entirely and exclusively by orders received from the Pennsylvania Railroad Company. I then requested him to be the vehicle of communicating to the Pennsylvania Railroad officials my views on the subject, telling him that I was convinced that unless immediate relief was furnished and cars afforded, there would be an outbreak in the oil regions. After further conversation we parted. My interview with them was not as officials of the Allegheny Valley Railroad Company, but as representatives of the oil traffic carried and controlled by the Pennsylvania Road. On the next Monday I returned to Parker. After passing Red Bank, where the low-grade road, the connecting link between the Valley Road and the Philadelphia and Erie Road, meets the Valley Road, between that point and Parker the express train was delayed for over half an hour in passing through hundreds of empty oil cars. 70. In June another exasperating episode occurred, growing out of the attempts of the oil men to secure independent routes to the seaboard. As we have seen, two enterprises had been launched late in 1877 under the patronage of the Petroleum Producers Union. As soon as the Equitable had acquired its right-of-way to Buffalo, Mr. Emery, the head of the company, his papers in hand, sought an interview with representatives of the Buffalo and McKean Road, and told them if they did not consent that the Equitable lay a pipeline to their road, and did not contract to carry the oil from that connection to Buffalo, the pipeline to Buffalo would be laid. After considerable negotiation a contract was made with the railroad, and by June the new company was ready with pipeline, cars, and barges to carry oil to New York. But no sooner did they attempt to begin operations than the railroad, under pressure from the Pennsylvania Railroad, it was claimed, refused to carry out its contracts. The cars the Equitable ordered sent to the loading track were refused, a side track it had laid was torn up, the frog torn out, everything, indeed, was done to prevent the Equitable doing business, though finally a vigorous appeal to the law brought the road to terms, and in July oil began to flow eastward by this indirect route. No sooner did the Standard find that the Equitable people were really doing business than they appealed to the railroads. A meeting of the representatives of the trunk lines was held at Saratoga in July, and the rates on crude eastward were dropped to 80 cents to meet the new competition. While this fight was going on against the Equitable, all sorts of interference were being put in the way of the seaboard line between Brady's Bend and Baltimore. It was ridiculed as chimerical to attempt to pump oil over the mountains, and General Haupt was declared to be a visionary engineer with a record of failures. All the old stories, retailed in 1876, were dragged out again. The farmers were told that the leakage from the pipeline would ruin their fields and endanger their buildings, and an active campaign to excite prejudice was carried on. Again in the farmers' papers, Philadelphia and Pittsburgh both fought the plan, the press and chambers of commerce opposing the free pipe bill at that time before the legislature, and the project generally. In Pittsburgh the opposition created almost a riot, for the oil producers of the lower field, who had long bought their supplies there, now threatened to boycott the city if the pipeline was fought. So strong was the opposition that capital took fright and the company found it most difficult to secure funds. This opposition to the pipeline was, of course, charged against the Standard and the Pennsylvania Railroad. Now, while the railroads were refusing cars to independent shippers, or if they gave an order for them, the United Pipelines were refusing to load them, while the Standard and the railroads were doing their utmost to prevent the Equitable Line doing business, and were discouraging in every way the seaboard pipeline new routes which would take care of a proportion, at least, of the oil which they claimed they could not handle. Thousands of barrels of oil were running on the ground in Bradford, and 2 of the independent refineries of New York shut down entirely in order that a third of their number might get oil enough to fill an order. This interference with the outside interests, thus preventing the small degree of relief which they would have afforded, and a growing conviction that the Standard meant to keep up the immediate shipment order, at least until it had built the pipes and tanks needed in the Bradford field, finally aroused the region to a point where riot was imminent. The long line of producers who filed into the United Pipe Line's office day after day to sell their oil at whatever prices they could get for it, and who, having put in an offer which varied according to their necessities, were usually told to come back in 10 days, and the buyer would see whether he wanted it or not. This long line of men began to talk of revolution. Crowds gathered about the offices of the Standard, threatening and jeering. Mysterious things, crossbones and death heads, were found plentifully sprinkled on the buildings owned by the Standard interests. More than once the slumber of the oil towns was disturbed by marching bodies of men. It was certain that a species of Ku Klux had hold of the Bradford region, and that a very little spark was needed to touch off the United Pipelines. In the meantime things were scarcely less exciting in the lower fields. The immediate shipment order was looked upon there as particularly outrageous, because there was no lack of lines or tanks in that field, and when, in the summer of 1878, there was added to this cause an unjustifiable scarcity of cars, excitement rose to fever heat. The only thing which prevented a riot at this time and great destruction of property, if not of life, was the strong hand the Petroleum Producers' Union had on the country. Fearing that if violence did occur, the different movements they had underway would be prejudiced, they sent a committee of 25 men to Harrisburg to see Governor Hartranft. They laid before him and the Attorney General of the state the grievance of the oil producers in an appeal reviewing the history of the industry. 71 They demanded that the United Pipelines be made to perform its duty as a public carrier, and the railroads be made to cease their discrimination against shippers both in the matter of rebates and in furnishing cars. They called the governor's attention to the fact that there were already existing laws touching these matters which, in their judgment, met the case, and if the existing laws did not give them relief, that it was the plain duty of the executive to call a meeting of the legislature and pass such acts as would do so. Governor Hartranft was much stirred by the story of the producers. He went himself to the oil regions to see the situation, and in August directed the producers to put their demands into the form of an appeal. This was done, and it was decided to bring proceedings by writ of _quo warranto against the United Pipelines, and by separate bills in equity against the Pennsylvania Railroad and the other lines doing business in the state. It was September before the state authorities began their investigation of the United Pipelines, the hearings being held in Titusville. Many witnesses summoned failed to appear, but enough testimony was brought out in this investigation to show that the railroads had refused to furnish cars for independents when they had them empty, and that the United Pipelines had clearly violated its duty as a common carrier. In his report on this investigation, the Secretary of Internal Affairs, William McCandless, rendered a verdict that the charges of the oil producers had not been substantiated in any way that demanded action. The indignation which followed this report was intense. It found a vent in the hanging in effigy of McCandless, who was universally known in the state as Buck. In the oil exchange at Parker, on the morning of October 19, the figure of a man was found hanged by the neck to a gallows, and the producers left it hanging there all day, so that they might jeer and curse it. Across the forehead of the effigy in large blood-red letters were the words, "Pennsylvania Railroad." Pinned to the gallows there was a card bearing a quotation from Secretary McCandless's report. The charges of the oil producers have not been substantiated in any way that demands action. In Bradford a huge effigy hung in the streets all day, and in the village of Tarport, nearby, another swayed on the gallows. They pulled down the effigy at Bradford, and drew from a pocket what purported to be a check signed by John D. Rockefeller, president of the Standard Oil Company, in favor of Buck McCandless for $20,000 and endorsed by the Pennsylvania Railroad Company. That represented the price, they said, that McCandless got for signing the report. Throughout the oil country there was hardly an oil producer to be found not associated with the Standard Oil Company who did not believe that McCandless had sold himself and his office to the Standard Oil Combination for $20,000, and used the money to help in his congressional canvass. The excitement in the oil regions spread all over the country. Something of the importance the press attached to it may be judged from the way the New York Sun handled the question. For 6 weeks it kept one of the ablest members of its staff in the oil regions. 6 columns of the first page of the issue for November 13 was taken up with the story of the excitement, coupled with the full account of the South Improvement Company, and the development of the Standard Oil Company out of that concern. On November 23 the first page contained 4 columns more under blazing headings. Early in 1879 the hearing in the suits in equity brought by the Commonwealth against the various transportation companies of which the producers had been complaining were begun. The witnesses subpoenaed failed at first to appear, and when on the stand they frequently refused to reply, but it soon became apparent to them that the state authorities were in earnest, and that they must answer or go to Europe. By March 1879, an important array of testimony had been brought out. Among the Standard men who had appeared had been John D. Archbold, William Frew, Charles Lockhart and J. J. Vandergrift. A score or more of producers also appeared. The most important witness from the railroad circles, and, indeed, the most important witness who appeared, was A. J. Cassatt. Mr. Cassatt's testimony was startling in its candor and its completeness, and substantiated in every particular what the oil men had been claiming, that the Pennsylvania Railroad had become the creature of the Standard Oil Company, that it was not only giving that company rates much lower than to any other organization, but that it was using its facilities with a direct view of preventing any outside refiner or dealer in oil from carrying on an independent business. 72. The same or similar conditions, not only in oil, but in other products, which led to these suits, led to investigations in other states. Toward the end of 1878 the Chamber of Commerce of New York City demanded from the legislature of the state an investigation of the New York railroads. This investigation was carried on from the beginning of 1879. The revelations were amazing. Before the Hepburn Commission, as it was called from the name of the chairman, was through with its work there. Had appeared before it to give testimony in regard to the conduct of the Standard Oil Company and of the relation of the Erie and the Central roads to it. H. H. Rogers, J. D. Archbold, Jabez A. Bostwick and W. T. Scheid. A large number of independent oil men had also appeared. William H. Vanderbilt had been examined, and G. H. Blanchard, the freight agent of the Erie Road, had given a full account of the relation of the Erie to the Standard, perhaps the most useful piece of testimony, after that of Mr. Cassatt, belonging to this period of the Standard's history. 73. At the same time that the Pennsylvania suits were going on, and the Hepburn Commission was doing its work, the legislature of Ohio instituted an investigation. It was commonly charged that this investigation was smothered, but it was not smothered until H.M. Flagler had appeared before it and given some most interesting facts concerning rebates. A number of gentlemen who were finding it hard to do oil business also appeared before the Ohio Committee and told their stories. 74. By April 1879, there had been brought out in these various investigations a mass of testimony sufficient in the judgment of certain of the producers to establish the truth of a charge which they had long been making, and that was that the Standard was simply a revival of the South Improvement Company. Now the verdict of the Congressional Committee had been that the South Improvement Company was a conspiracy. Therefore, said the producers, the Standard Oil Company is a conspiracy. Their hope had been, from the first, to obtain proof to establish this charge. Having this, they believed they could obtain judgment from the courts against the officials of the company, and either break it up or put its members in the penitentiary. The more hot-headed of the producers believed that they now had this evidence. If one will examine the testimony which had been given thus far in the course of the various examinations, one will see that there was reason for their belief. In the first place, it had been established that all the stockholders of the South Improvement Company, excepting 4, were now members of the Standard Oil Combination. Indeed, the only persons holding high positions in the new combination at this date who were not South Improvement Company men were Charles Pratt, J. J. Vandergrift, H. H. Rogers and John D. Archbold. The South Improvement Company had been a secret organization. So was the New Standard Alliance, that is, the most strenuous efforts had been made to keep it secret. For instance, the sale of the works of Lockhart, Warden and Pratt to the Standard was kept from the public. Indeed, it was a year after these sales before even the Erie Railroad knew that Mr. Rockefeller had any affiliations besides those with Pratt and Company, and it made its contracts with him on this assumption. When purchases of refineries were made, it was the custom to continue the business under the name of the original concern. Thus, when Mrs. B. of Cleveland sold in 1878, as recounted in the last chapter, the persons selling were obliged to keep the sale secret even from the employees of the concern. The understanding was with regard to the sale of the property to the Standard Oil Company, said the shipping clerk in his affidavit, that it should not be known outside of their own parties, that it was to be kept a profound secret, and that the business was to be carried on as if the B Oil Company was still a competitor. The secret rights with which the contract was made in 1876 between Mr. Rockefeller and Schofield, Schema and Teagle have already been described. To keep the relations of the various Standard concerns secret, Mr. Rockefeller went so far, in 1880, as to make an affidavit like the following: it is not true, as stated by Mr. Teagle in his affidavit, that the Standard Oil Company, directly or indirectly through its officers or agents, owns or controls the works of Warden, Frew and Company, Lockhart, Frew and Company, J. A. Bostwick and Company, C. Pratt and Company, Acme Refining Company, Imperial Refining Company, Camden Consolidated Company, and the DeVoe Manufacturing Company, nor is it true that the Standard Oil Company, directly or indirectly through its officers or agents, owns or controls the refinery at Hunters Point, New York. It is not true that the Standard Oil Company, directly or indirectly through its officers or agents, purchased or acquired the Empire Transportation Company, or furnished the money therefor, nor is it true that the Standard Oil Company inaugurated or began or induced any other person or corporation to inaugurate or begin a war upon the Pennsylvania Railroad Company or the Empire Transportation Company, as stated in the affidavit of Mr. Teagle. 75. There may be a technical explanation of this affidavit, although the writer knows of none. There is certainly abundant testimony in existence that the works of Messrs. Pratt, Lockhart, and Worden, at least, had been bought long before this affidavit was made, and paid for in Standard Oil Company stock, and that they were working in alliance with that company. It was shown in the last chapter that on October 17, 1877, the Standard Oil Company paid $2,500,000 in certified checks on the purchasing price of the plant of the Empire Transportation Company, while none of the other members of the Standard Oil Company examined in 1879 was quite so sweeping in his denials. All of them evaded direct answers. The reason they gave for this evasion was that the investigations were an interference with their rights as private citizens, and that the government had no business to inquire into their methods. Consequently, when asked questions, they refused to answer by advice of counsel. Ultimately, the gentleman did answer a great many questions. But taking the testimony all in all through these years, it certainly is a mild characterization to say that it totally lacks in frankness. The testimony of the Standard officials before the Hepburn Commission was so evasive that the committee in making its report spoke bitterly of the company as a mysterious organization whose business and transactions are of such a character that its members decline giving a history or description of it, lest this testimony be used to convict them of a crime. The producers certainly were right in claiming that secrecy was a characteristic of the Standard as it had been of the South Improvement Company. The new Standard combination, like the South Improvement Company, aimed at controlling the entire refining interest. The coal oil business belongs to us, Mr. Rockefeller once told a recalcitrant refiner. His associates were saying the same on all sides. The object of the Standard Oil Company is to secure the entire refining business of the world, a member of the concern told B.F. Nye, an Ohio producer. 76. The method the Standard depended upon to secure this control was the same as the method of the South Improvement Company special privileges in transportation. We have seen how intelligently and persistently Mr. Rockefeller worked to secure these special privileges until, in 1877, he had made with all the trunk lines contracts which in every particular paralleled the contracts which in January 1872, Messrs. Scott, Gould, Vanderbilt and McClellan made with the South Improvement Company. He now had a rebate on every barrel of oil he shipped, and this was given with the understanding that the railroad should allow no rebate to any other shipper unless that shipper could guarantee and furnish a quantity of oil for shipment which would, after deduction of his commission, realize to the road the same amount of profit realized from the Standard trade. He also had a drawback on every barrel his rival shipped. No clause in the South Improvement Company's contract with railroads had given more offense to the oil world than that which called for a drawback to the company on the oil shipped by outsiders. It will be remembered that the beneficiaries of this contract were to receive drawbacks of $1.06 a barrel on all crude oil that outside parties shipped from the oil regions to New York, and a proportionate drawback on that shipped from other points. The rebate system was considered illegal and unjust, but men were more or less accustomed to it. The drawback on other people's shipment was a new device, and it threw the oil region into a frenzy of rage. It did not seem possible that the Standard would attempt to revive this practice again, and yet when it had got its hand strongly on the 4 trunk lines it made a demand for the drawback. It has already been recounted how, on February 15, 1878, 4 months after the Pennsylvania succumbed to the Standard's demand, Mr. O'Day wrote to Mr. Cassatt, "I here repeat what I once stated to you, and which I wish you to receive and treat as strictly confidential, that we have been for many months receiving from the New York Central and Erie Railroads certain sums of money, in no instance less than 20 cents per barrel on every barrel of crude oil carried by each of these roads CO operating as we are doing with the Standard Oil Company and the trunk lines in every effort to secure for the railroads paying rates of freight on the oil they carry. I am constrained to say to you that in justice to the interests I represent we should receive from your company at least 20 cents on each barrel of crude oil you transport." And Mr. Cassatt, after seeing the freight bills showing that both the Central and Erie allowed a drawback, gave orders that the Pennsylvania pay one of 22½ cents. When Mr. Cassatt was under examination in 1874, the examiner remarked, "I understand, Mr. Cassatt, that this 22½ cents paid to the American Transfer Company is not restricted to all oil that passed through their lines." "No, sir, it is paid on all oil received and transferred by us." Among the interesting documents presented at this inquiry was a statement of the crude oil shipments over the Pennsylvania Road for February and March, 1878. 77 they footed up to a total of 343,767½ barrels. On this amount a discount of 20 cents a barrel was allowed to the Standard Oil Company through its agent, the American Transfer Company. Among other independents who shipped this oil was H. C. Olin. In all, Mr. Olin shipped 29,876 barrels, and on this the Standard Oil Company received 20 cents a barrel. That is, after Mr. Olin had paid for his oil, paid for having it carried by the pipeline to the railroad, and paid the railroad the full rate of freight without the commission the Standard received, the Pennsylvania was obliged to turn over to the Standard Oil Company 20 cents of the amount he had paid on each barrel. The examiner tried very hard to find out if there was a legitimate reason why such an allowance should have been made to the American Transfer Company on oil it did not handle. "We pay that," Mr. Cassatt said, "as a commission to them to aid in securing us our share of trade." "We pay it," said the controller, "for procuring oil to go over the lines in which the Pennsylvania Railroad Company is interested as against the New York lines and the New York Central. Do you understand," the examiner questioned of one of the auditors, "that the American Transfer Company secured to the Pennsylvania Road the traffic of the outside refiners of New York, mentioned in the statement quoted above?" "I never raised a question of that kind in my mind," answered the adroit auditor. But the answer was evident. The American Transfer Company had nothing whatever to do with the oil shipped by Mr. Olin or Ayres, Lombard and Company or J. Rousseau or any one of the other independents mentioned in the statement, unless perchance that oil had come originally from the lines of the American Transfer Company. In that case the shipper had paid the line for the service rendered, at the time he bought the Oil the custom then and now. The tax was paid by the Pennsylvania solely because the Standard Oil Company had the power to demand it. The demand was made in the name of the American Transfer Company as a blind. Naturally, the proof that the Standard had revived the most obnoxious feature of the South Improvement Company aroused intense bitterness and disgust among the oil men. Another offensive clause of the 1,872 contracts was that pledging the railroads to lower or raise the gross rates of transportation for such times and to such extent as might be necessary to overcome competition. Now, the new contracts of the Standard provided the same arrangement. That is, they stipulated that the rates were to be lowered if necessary, so as to place the Standard on a parity with shippers by competing lines. The workings of the clause were illustrated when the producers got the equitable line through in 1878, the railroads dropping their charge to 80 cents a barrel, and in some cases even less. The producers certainly had evidence enough for their claim that the contracts of the South Improvement Company and the Standard Oil Company with the railroads were similar in every particular as far as principles were concerned, that they differed alone in the amounts of the rebates and drawbacks. There was plenty of evidence brought out, also, to show that the object of the Standard operations was like that of the South Improvement Company, keeping up the price of refined oil. Both combinations were formed to keep the refined article scarce on the market by controlling all the refineries and by refusing to sell under competition. The officials of the South Improvement Company stated under oath that they hoped to raise the price 50%. The central organization hoped to put up the price of refined from 15 to 25 cents. As a matter of fact, that organization, when it finally got control of the market, put up the price considerably more. The spectacular demonstration in the winter of 1876 and 1877 of what could be done in keeping up the price of refined was still rankling in the minds of the oil men. They saw that it was by that coup that the Standard had gotten the ready money to pay for the plant of the Empire Transportation Company, the money to buy in whatever it wanted, the money to pay the 50% dividend to which one of its members testified in the Ohio investigation. They remembered that while the refiners had been selling refined around 30 cents a gallon, they had sold crude at less than $4 a barrel. Little wonder then that they felt they had evidence that the Standard had actually done what they had always claimed it would do if it got hold of the refining interests as it planned. Even in the case where certain large producers had entered into a partnership with the Standard on condition that they pay them prices for crude commensurate with the price of refined, these producers claimed the agreement had not been kept. One of these cases came to light in a suit instituted in 1878. It seems that sometime in December 1874, the large oil company of H. L. Taylor and Company sold 1/2 interest in its property to the Standard Oil Company. The reason for the sale the plaintiffs stated in their complaint to be as follows: the extent of the Standard's, business and control over pipelines and refineries had enabled them to procure, and they had procured from the railways, more favorable terms for transportation than others could obtain. These advantages and facilities placed it within their power to obtain, and they did obtain, far better and more uniform prices for petroleum than could be obtained by the plaintiffs. The said organization and firms, by virtue of their monopoly of the business of refining and transportation of oil, had been at times almost the only buyers in the market, and at such times had been enabled to dictate and establish a price for crude oil far below its actual value, as determined by prices of refined oil at same dates, and they thus obtained a large share of the profits which should have fallen to the plaintiffs and other purchasers. The sale was made, and in consideration of the foregoing premises, and upon the promise and agreement on the part of the defendants that the partnership thus formed should have the benefit of the advantage and facilities of the said defendants, and the organizations and firms managed and controlled by defendants, in marketing its oil, that the firm should have to the extent of its production the advantage of the sales of refined by the defendants, or said Standard Oil Company, either for present or future delivery, so that there should be at no time any margin or difference between the ruling price of refined oil, and the price which defendants would pay the partnership for the crude by it produced, beyond the necessary cost of refining. This thing formed the inducement and the larger part of the consideration for the sale of said property to defendants. The amount actually received for said interest was far beneath its actual value, and without the agreement on the part of the defendants to pay to the partnership for its product prices at all times commensurate with the prices of refined oil, they would not have sold the said interest nor entered into said partnership. **********. The defendants, although requested to do so, have not only failed, neglected, and refused to comply with this agreement, but have, by false and erroneous statements, misled the plaintiffs, and induced them to consent to the sale to them and to the Standard Oil Company of large quantities of crude petroleum, produced by the partnership, at prices far below its actual value, to the great loss and damage of the orators. That on or about December 16, 1876, refined was selling at a price equivalent to $7 for crude oil, at which time plaintiffs called upon defendants for a compliance with their agreement, and asked that they take or purchase 210,000 barrels of the production of the partnership at a price commensurate with the price of refined at the time. This, defendants neglected and refused to do, and the partnership was forced to sell the same at prices varying from $3 to $4, making a loss to the partnership upon this one transaction of from $600,000 to $1 million, for which said defendants neglect and refuse to account. That the said defendants for themselves, and for the said Standard Oil Company, and other organizations and firms aforesaid, have since the formation of the partnership received from the railways a rebate or drawback in the shape of wheelage, or otherwise, at times as high as $1 per barrel upon all oil shipped by them to the seaboard. That instead of using these advantages which they possess for the benefit and profit of the partnership, as they covenanted to do, they have used them against its interest by restraining trade, preventing competition, and forcing plaintiffs to accept any price which defendants, the said Standard Oil Company, or the other organizations aforesaid, might offer for their production. That the amount of oil produced and sold by the partnership for the 3 years beginning with the date of its formation, and ending December 1, 1877, was 2,657,830 barrels. That the profits of defendants upon oil refined by them during said period, taking into consideration the rebates and drawbacks received from the railways, have averaged at least $1 per barrel over and above the cost of refining, and at times as high as $4 and $5. That these profits, under the partnership agreement that no margin should exist between crude and refined prices, should to the extent of the production of the partnership have been paid by defendants to the partnership. That the amount lost by the partnership and realized by the defendants, by reason of the failure and refusal of said defendants to comply with their agreement, is not less than $2,500,000, for 1/2 of which defendants should account to your orators, but which they neglect and refuse to do. Naturally enough, the producers now pointed out that the case of the H. L. Taylor Company was a demonstration of what they had claimed in 1872. When the South Improvement Company, alarmed at the uprising, offered them a contract, and what they had always claimed since when the Standard offered contracts for oil on a sliding scale, viz., that such contracts were never meant to be kept, that they were obliged to enable the Standard to make scoops such as they had made in the winter of 1876 and 1877. Taking all these points into consideration. First, that the Standard Oil Company, like the South Improvement Company, was a secret organization. Second, that both companies were composed in the main of the same parties. Third, that it aimed, like its predecessors, at getting entire control of the refining interest. Fourth, that it used the power the combination gave it to get rebates on its own oil shipments and drawbacks on the shipments of other people. Fifth, that it arranged contracts which compelled the railroads to run out all competition by lowering their rates. Sixth, that it aimed to put up the price of refined without allowing the producer a share of the profits. Taking all these points into consideration, many of the producers, including the president of the Petroleum Producers Union, B.B. Campbell, and certain members of his council, came to the conclusion that as they had sufficient evidence against the members of the Standard combination to ensure conviction for criminal conspiracy, they should proceed against them. Strenuous opposition to the proceedings, as hasty and ill-advised, developed in the council and the legal committee, but the majority decided that the prosecution should be instituted. Mr. Scott and Mr. Cassatt were omitted from the proposed indictment on the ground that they were already weary of the Standard, and would cease their illegal practices gladly if they could. On the 29th day of April, 1879, the grand jury of the county of Clarion found an indictment against John D. Rockefeller, William Rockefeller, Jabez A. Bostwick, Daniel O'Day, William G. Warden, Charles Lockhart, Henry M. Flagler, Jacob J. Vandergrift and George W. Gertie. Gertie was the cashier of the Standard Oil Company. There were 8 counts in the indictment, and charged, in brief, a conspiracy for the purpose of securing a monopoly of the business of buying and selling crude petroleum, and to prevent others than themselves from buying and selling, and making a legitimate profit thereby, a combination to oppress and injure those engaged in producing petroleum, a conspiracy to prevent others than themselves from engaging in the business of refining petroleum, and to secure a monopoly of that business for themselves, a combination to injure the carrying trade of the Allegheny Valley and Pennsylvania Railroad companies by preventing them from receiving the natural petroleum traffic, to divert the traffic naturally belonging to the Pennsylvania carriers to those of other states by unlawful means, and to extort from railroad companies unreasonable rebates and commissions, and by fraudulent means and devices to control the market prices of crude and refined petroleum and acquire unlawful gains thereby. 78. 4 of the persons mentioned in the indictment, Messrs. O'Day, Warden, Lockhart and Vandergrift, all citizens of Pennsylvania, gave bail, and early in June application was made to Governor Hoyt of Pennsylvania to issue a requisition before the Governor of New York for the extradition of the other 5 gentlemen, with damaging testimony piling up day by day in 3 states, and with an indictment for conspiracy hanging over the heads of himself and 8 of his associates. Matters looked gloomy for John D. Rockefeller in the spring of 1879. The good of the oil business certainly seemed in danger. Chapter 8. The Compromise of 1880. The producers' suit against Rockefeller and his associates used by the Standard to protect itself suits against the transportation Companies are delayed trial of Rockefeller and his associates for conspiracy, postponed all of the suits withdrawn in return for agreements of the Standard and the Pennsylvania to cease their practices against the producers. With this compromise, the Second Petroleum Producers Union comes to an end. Producers themselves to blame for not standing behind their leaders' standard again. Enforces orders objectionable to producers. More outbreaks in the oil regions. Rockefeller, having silenced organist opposition, proceeds to silence individual complaint. No doubt the indictment of Mr. Rockefeller in the spring of 1879 seemed to him the work of malice and spite. By 7 years of persistent effort, he had worked out a well-conceived plan for controlling the oil business of the United States. Another year and he had reason to believe that the remnant of refiners who still rebelled against his intentions would either be convinced or dead, and he could rule unimpeded. But here at the very threshold of empire, a certain group of people with a private grievance, mossbacks naturally left in the lurch by the progress of this rapidly developing trade, his colleagues described them to the Hepburn Commission, stood in his way. You have taken deliberate advantage of the iniquitous practices of the railroads to build up a monopoly, they told him. We combined to overthrow those practices so far as the oil business was concerned. You not only refused to support us in this contention, you persuaded or forced the railroads to make you the only recipient of their illegal favors. More than that, you developed the unjust practices, forcing them into forms unheard of before. Not only have you secured rebates of extraordinary value on all your own shipments, you have persuaded the railroads to give you a commission on the oil that other people ship. You are guilty of plotting against the prosperity of an industry. And they indicted him with 8 of his colleagues for conspiracy. The evidence on which the oil men based this serious charge has already been analyzed. At the moment they brought their suit for conspiracy, what was their situation? They had several months before driven the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania to bring suits against 4 railroads operating within its borders and against the Standard pipelines for infringing their duties as common carriers. Partial testimony had been taken in the case against the Pennsylvania Road and in that against the United Pipelines. These suits, though far from finished, had given the Producers' Union the bulk of the proof on which they had secured the indictment of the Standard officials for conspiracy. Now, since the railroads and the pipelines were the guilty ones, that is, as it was they who had granted the illegal favors, and as they were the only ones that could surely be convicted, it seems clear that the only wise course for the producers would have been to prosecute energetically and exclusively these first suits. But evident as the necessity for such persistence it was, and just after Mr. Cassatt had startled the public and given the Union material with which it certainly in time could have compelled the Commonwealth to a complete investigation, the producers interrupted their work by bringing their spectacular suit for conspiracy, a suit which perhaps might have been properly instituted after the others had been completed, but which, introduced now, completely changed the situation, for it gave the witnesses from whom they were most anxious to hear a loophole for escape. For instance, the officials of the Standard Pipelines had been instructed to appear on the 14th of May, 1879, to answer questions which earlier in the trial they had refused to answer on advice of counsel. Now the president of the United Pipelines, J. Vandergrift, and the general manager, Daniel O'Day, were both included in the indictment for conspiracy. The evening before the interrogatory, the Producers' Council received a telegram from the Attorney General of the state, announcing that the pipeline people were complaining that the testimony which they would be called on to give on the morrow would be used against them in the conspiracy trial as it undoubtedly would have been, and that he thought it only fair that their hearing be postponed until after that suit. And so the defendants gained time, the chief desideratum of defendants who do not wish to fight. Soon after, the conspiracy case was again used to excellent advantage by the Standard people in the investigation which was being conducted in New York before the Hepburn Commission. Mr. Bostwick, the Standard Oil buyer, whose order to buy immediate shipment oil only at a discount had been one of the oil men's chief grievances for a year and a half, was summoned as a witness, but Mr. Bostwick too was under indictment for conspiracy, and when the examiners began to put questions to him which the producers were eager to have answered, he asked, "How can I, a man soon to be tried for conspiracy, be expected to answer these questions? I shall incriminate myself." He was sustained in his plea, and about all the Hepburn Commission got out of him was, "I refuse to answer, lest I incriminate myself." This, then, was the first fruit of the producers' hasty and vindictive suit. It had shut the mouths of the important Standard witnesses. Discouraging as this discovery was, however, there was no reason why the suits against the railroads should not have been pushed through, and the testimony the officials unquestionably could be made to give, now that Mr. Cassatt had set the pace, have been obtained. But the producers' union had lost sight for the moment of the fact that the fundamental difficulty in the trouble was the illegal discrimination of the common carriers. The union was so much more eager to punish Mr. Rockefeller than it was to punish the railroads, that in bringing the suit for conspiracy it was even guilty of leniency toward the officials of the Pennsylvania. Certainly, if there was to be an indictment for conspiracy, all the supposed conspirators should have been included. It was by discriminations clearly contrary to the Constitution of the state that the Pennsylvania Railroad had made it possible for Mr. Rockefeller to achieve his monopoly in Pennsylvania. The Union had proof of these rebates, but they let off Mr. Scott and Mr. Cassatt because they professed the greatest desire to get rid of Standard domination, and were loudly asserting that they had been victimized and compelled at times to carry oil freights at less than cost. 79 Evidently the fate of the settlement the oil men had made 7 years before with Mr. Scott and the presidents of the other oil-bearing roads had been forgotten. Naturally enough, the railroads took advantage of these signs of leniency on the part of the producers, and brought all their enormous influence to bear on the state authorities to delay hearings and bring about a settlement. The Pennsylvania secured delays up to December 1879, and then the governor ordered the Attorney General to stop proceedings against the road until the testimony had been taken in the other 4 cases, that is, in the cases against 1. the United Pipelines, 2. the Lake Shore and Michigan Southern, 3. the Dunkirk, Allegheny and Pittsburgh, and 4. the Atlantic and Great Western. It was a heavy blow to the Union, for at the moment its hands were tied by the conspiracy case, as far as the United Pipelines were concerned, and the 3 railroads were foreign corporations, only having branches in Pennsylvania, and accordingly very difficult to reach. The testimony could have been obtained, however, if the Union had been undivided in its interests. It would have been done, of course, if the state authorities had been willing to do what was their obvious duty. But the state authorities really asked nothing better than to escape further prosecution of the railroads. The administration was Republican, the governor being Henry M. Hoyt. Mr. Hoyt had been elected in the fall of 1878 and so had inherited the suits from Governor Hartranft. He was pledged, however, to see them through, for before the election the Producers' Union had sent him the following letter. Titusville, October 23, 1878. Henry M. Hoyt. _Sir during the past few months, the Association of Producers of Petroleum, long oppressed in their immediate business and kindred industries by the persistent disregard of law by certain great corporations exercising their powers within the state of Pennsylvania, and daily subjected to incalculable loss by a powerful and corrupt combination of these corporations and individuals, have appealed to the executive, legislative and judiciary branches of the government for relief and protection. The questions which they raise for the consideration of the authorities and the people affect not only themselves but the whole public, not only the particular calling in which they are engaged, but nearly all kinds of business in the Commonwealth and the nation. The legislature has not responded to the demands made that the provisions of the Constitution shall be speedily enforced by appropriate legislation. The present executive has caused proceedings to be instituted in the courts looking to relief, if it can be had by process of law, and these are still pending, while others may be begun. In view of the grave duties which will devolve upon you, should you be chosen to the high office to which you aspire, on behalf of the Petroleum Producers Association, I ask from you a definite expression of your views upon the following subjects. First, will you, if elected, recommend to the legislature the passage of laws to carry into effect the 3rd and 12th sections of the 16th, and the 3rd, 7th, and 12th sections of the 17th Articles of the Constitution of Pennsylvania? Second, if such laws should be passed as referred to in the preceding question, will you, as Governor, approve them, if constitutional? Third, will you, as Governor, recommend and approve such other remedial legislation as may be required to cure the evils set forth in a memorial to Governor Hartranft of August 15, 1878? Fourth, in the selection of the law officer of the state, will you, if elected, secure the services of one who will prosecute with vigor all proceedings already commenced or that may be instituted, having in view the subjection of corporations to the laws of the land? Very respectfully, A.N. Perrin. Chairman Committee Governor Hoyt's answers were eminently satisfactory. There were provisions in the Constitution, he wrote, intended to compel the railroads and canal companies of the state to the performance of their duties as common carriers with fairness and equality, without discrimination, to all persons doing business over their lines. This policy is just and right. If called to a position requiring official action, I would recommend and approve any legislation necessary and appropriate to carry into effect the sections of the Constitution referred to. It would be my duty, if elected, to see that no citizen, or class of citizens even, were subjected to hardship or injustice in their business, by illegal acts of corporations or others, where relief lay within executive control. Any proper measures or legislation which would effectually remedy the grievances set forth in the memorial addressed to Governor Hartranft would receive my recommendation and approval. It would be my duty, if elected, to select only such officers as would enforce obedience to the Constitution and laws, both by corporations and individuals, without fear or favor, and all such officers would be held by me to strict accountability for the full and prompt discharge of all their official duties. Governor Hoyt had indeed begun the suits, all of the testimony in regard to the Pennsylvania having been taken in his administration. This testimony must have proved to him that the transgressions of the road had been far more flagrant than anyone dreamed of, that they had amounted simply to driving certain men out of business in order to build up the business of certain other men. His evident duty, as his letter to the producers shows clearly enough, that he realized, was to push the suits against the railroads even if the oil men entirely withdrew, but instead of that it became evident in the spring that he was using every opportunity to delay. Indeed, one reason the producers gave for bringing the conspiracy suit was that it would give the state authorities a scapegoat, that they would gladly act vigorously against the Standard if they were let off from prosecuting the Pennsylvania. Governor Hoyt now availed himself fully of the vacillation of the Union toward the railroads, using it as an excuse for not prosecuting the railroad cases. But if the producers were half-hearted toward the railroads, they were wholehearted enough toward the Standard. In spite of the fact that they had gotten in their own way, so to speak, by bringing their conspiracy suit, they felt convinced that they had material enough to win it on. And they sought the extradition of the non-residents who had been indicted. Early in June, Governor Hoyt was called upon to issue a requisition for the extradition of John D. Rockefeller, William Rockefeller, H.M. Flagler, J.A. Bostwick, Daniel O'Day, Charles Pratt, and G.W. Gertie. A full agreement was made before the state officials, but a decision was deferred repeatedly. Finally, worn out with waiting, Mr. Campbell, in a telegram to the governor on July 29, threatened, if there was longer delay, to make his request for extradition through the public press. The answer from Harrisburg was that the Attorney General was sick and could not attend to the matter. Mr. Campbell wired back that he was tired of addition, division, and silence, and he sent out the following letter. Fairfield, July 31, 1879. To His Excellency Henry M. Hoyt, Governor of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Sir on behalf of the producers of oil, whom I represent as President of their General Council, I most respectfully ask a decision at your hands, of the requisition on the Governor of the State of New York, for the surrender of the officers of the Standard Oil Company, indicted by the Grand Jury of Clarion County, and now believed to be within the limits of the State of New York. The case was exhaustively argued before you, more than 4 weeks ago, and the great oil interest which I have the honor to represent has a right to a prompt decision on this vital question. If these parties who for their own profit and its ruin control Pennsylvania's most valuable product, and compel its greatest carrier to undertake their warfare and to do their bidding at the sacrifice of its innocent stockholders can, under the plea of being aliens, defy the law of Pennsylvania and laugh at our impotent attempts to reach them, the sooner it is known the better. It is possible that if we are denied protection within the limits of our Commonwealth, we may obtain justice by appealing to the courts of a sister state, where at least the defendants will be obliged to admit that they are residents. Your obedient servant, B. B. Campbell. President of Producers Council. The governor remained obdurate, nor was the request ever granted. In a message sent out in January, 1881, Governor Hoyt gave a review of the case as he was compelled to do, so great was the popular criticism of his course in not pushing the suits and in refusing the request for extradition, in which he attributed his refusal to the negotiations begun between the railroads and the producers' union. The details of these negotiations, of course, need not, and did not, reach the office of the executive department, he said. As a part of them, however, requests were presented in the interest of the petitioners, the producers' union, to the governor, not to issue the requisition, followed again by requests that they be allowed to go out. Finding that the highest process of the Commonwealth was being used simply as leverage for and against the parties to these negotiations between contending litigants, and that, however entire and perfect might have been the good faith in which the criminal Proceedings in Clarion County had been commenced, they were being regarded and treated as a mere make-weight in the stages of private diplomacy. I deemed it my duty, in the exercise of a sound discretion, to suspend action on the requisitions. Illustration. E. G. Patterson. From 1872 to 1880, the chief advocate in the oil region of an interstate commerce law. Assisted in drafting the bills of 1876 and 1880, abandoned the independent interests at the time of the Compromise of 1880. Illustration. Roger Sherman. Chief Counsel of the Petroleum Producers Union from 1878 to 1880. From 1880 to 1885, Counsel for the Standard Oil Company. From 1885 to his death in 1893, Counsel of the Allied Independents. Illustration. Benj. B. Campbell. President of the Petroleum Producers Union from 1878 to 1880. Independent refiner and operator until his death. Illustration. Josiah Lombard. Prominent independent refiner of NY City, whose firm was the only one to keep its contract with the Tidewater Pipeline Company in 1880. The writer has examined all the private correspondence which passed at this time between the litigants, but finds no proof of Governor Hoyt's statement that the Union at one time ceased its demands for Mr. Rockefeller's extradition. The conspiracy suit had been set for the August session of the Clarion County Court. When August came, the Standard sought a continuance, and it was granted. The delay did not in any way discourage the producers, and when Mr. Rockefeller became convinced of this, he tried conciliation. "Come, let us reason together," has always been a favorite proposition of Mr. Rockefeller. He would rather persuade than coerce, rather silence than fight. He had been making peace overtures ever since the suits began. The first had been in the fall of 1878, soon after they were instituted, when he sent the following letter to Captain Vandergrift. Captain J. J. Vandergrift. My dear sir, we are now prepared to enter into a contract to refine all the petroleum that can be sold in the markets of the world at a low price for refining. Prices of refined oil to be made by a joint committee of producers and refiners, and the profits to be determined by these, profits to be divided equitably between both parties. This joint interest to have the lowest net rates obtainable from railroads. If your judgment approves, you may consult some of the producers upon this question. This would probably require the United Pipelines to make contracts and act as a clearinghouse for both parties. Very respectfully yours, J. D. Rockefeller. Captain Vandergrift handed the letter to the Executive Committee of the Producers' Union. It was returned to him without a reply. The producers had tried an arrangement of this kind with Mr. Rockefeller's National Refiners Association in the winter of 1872 and 1873, and it had failed. The refiners had thrown up their contract when they found they could get all the oil they wanted at a lower price than they had contracted to pay. The Producers' Union, from men who had not gone into that organization. The oil country was familiar, too, with the case of the H. L. Taylor Company, whose complaint against the Standard was referred to in the last chapter. Contracts of that sort were never meant to be kept, they declared. They were meant as sops, opiates. In November 1878, after the testimony which had been brought out by the suit against the United Pipelines had been pretty well aired in the New York Sun and other papers, and one or two private suits against the railroads were creating a good deal of public discussion, an effort to secure a conference between the representatives of the union and the Standard officials was made. The union refused to go into it officially. A meeting was held, however, in New York on November 29, at which several well-known oil men were present. It was announced to the press in advance that it was to be an important but secret meeting between the oil producers, refiners and Standard men, that its object was to settle all grievances, and to secure a withdrawal of the impending suits. As soon as the news of this proposed meeting reached the oil regions, the officials of the union promptly denied their connection with it. Although these early efforts to get a wedge into the producers' union and thus secure a staying of the suits had no results, the Standard was not discouraged. It never is. There is no evidence in its history that it knows what the word means. Not being able to handle the union as a whole, the Standard began working on individuals. By March 1879, the idea of a compromise had become particularly strong in Oil City. Indeed, one of the several reasons advanced for bringing the conspiracy suits was that such a proceeding would defeat the efforts the Oil City branch were making to bring about a settlement with Mr. Rockefeller. Accordingly, when it became apparent to Mr. Rockefeller in the fall of 1879 that the producers meant to fight through the conspiracy suit, though they might dally over the others, he notified Roger Sherman, counsel for the Union, that he wished to lay before him a proposition looking to a settlement. The President, Mr. Campbell, was in favor of receiving the proposition. "I have no idea they will present anything we can accept," he wrote Mr. Sherman. "Still it will furnish a first-rate gauge to test how badly they are scared." And the Standard was told that the Union would consider what they had to offer. "But it is a serious question this of settlement," replied Mr. Rockefeller. "Our trial is set for October 28. We cannot get ready for that and prepare a proposition. 2. Why not postpone the trial?" This was done, December 15 being set. But no proposition was made to the producers for over 6 weeks then. They were asked to meet the Standard men on November 29 in New York City. Piqued at the delay, the producers informed the Standard that they could no longer consider their proposition and that the trial would be pushed. But again the Standard secured delay, this time by petitioning that the case be argued before the Supreme Court of the state. They declared that such was the state of public feeling in Clarion County that they could not obtain justice there. They charged the judges with bias and prejudice, declared secret societies were working against them, and called attention to the civil suits which were still hanging fire. Over this petition serious trouble arose in court. There was a wrangle between the judge and the Standard's counsel. The newspapers took it up. The whole state divided itself into camps, and the case was again postponed. This time until the first of the year. Postponement obtained. Compromise was again proposed upon the basis of abandonment of all those methods of doing business which the producers claimed injured them, and as a mark of their sincerity the United Pipelines on December 24, 1879, issued an order announcing the abandonment of immediate shipment throughout the region. A meeting between the legal advisers of the two parties to discuss the proposed terms was arranged for January 7, 1880, at the Fifth Avenue Hotel in New York City, the very time to which the trial of the case for conspiracy had been postponed. It was hardly to be expected that when such negotiations were going on in New York the trial in Clarion County would be pushed very briskly. It was not. There was a hitch again, and for the fourth time proceedings were stayed. The conferences, however, went on. These negotiations with the Standard continued for a month, and then, early in February, Mr. Campbell, the President of the Union, called a meeting of the Grand Council for February 19, 1880, in Titusville, Pennsylvania. For several weeks the oil regions had known that President Campbell and Roger Sherman, the leading lawyer of the Union, were in conference with the Standard officials. It was rumored that they were arranging a compromise, and it was suspected that the meeting now called was to consider the terms. Naturally, the proposition to be made was looked for with suspicion and curiosity. The meeting was the largest the Grand Council had held for many months. It was supposed to be secret, like all gatherings of the Union, but before the first session was over, the word spread over the oil regions that Mr. Campbell had brought to the meeting contracts with both Mr. Rockefeller and Mr. Scott, and that they were receiving harsh criticism from the Grand Council. The very meager accounts which exist of this gathering, historic in oil annals, show that it was one of the most exciting which was ever held in the country, and one can well believe this when one considers the bitter pill the council was asked to swallow that day. Mr. Campbell began the session by reporting that all the suits at which they had been laboring for nearly 2 years had been withdrawn, and that in return for their withdrawal the Standard and the Pennsylvania Railroad officials had signed contracts to cease certain of the practices of which the producers complained. The Standard contract, which Mr. Campbell then presented, pledged Mr. Rockefeller, and some 16 associates, whose names were attached to the document, to the following policy. 1. They would hereafter make no opposition to an entire abrogation of the system of rebates, drawbacks and secret rates of freight in the transportation of petroleum on the railroads. 2. They withdrew their opposition to secrecy in rate making, that is, they promised that they would not hereafter receive any rebate or drawback that the railroad company was not at liberty to make known and to give to other shippers of petroleum. 3. They abandoned entirely the policy which they had been pursuing in the management of the United Pipelines, that is, they promised that there should be no discrimination whatever hereafter between their patrons, that the rates should be reasonable and not advanced except on 30 days' notice, that they would make no difference between the price of crude in different districts excepting such as might be properly based upon the difference in the quality of the oil, that they would receive, transport, store and deliver all oil tendered to them, up to a production of 65,000 barrels a day. And if the production should exceed that amount, they agreed that they would not purchase any so-called immediate shipment oil at a discount on the price of certificate oil. 4. They promised hereafter that when certificates had been given for oil taken into the custody of the pipelines, the transfer of these certificates should be considered as a delivery of the oil, and the tankage of the seller would be treated as free. 80. Mr. Rockefeller also agreed in making this contract to pay the Producers' Union $40,000 to cover the expense of their litigation. In return for this money and for the abandonment of secret rebates and of the pipeline policy to which he had held so strenuously, what was he to receive? He was not to be tried for conspiracy. And that day, after the contract had been presented to the Grand Council, Mr. Campbell sent the following telegram: Titusville, February 19, 1880. To His Excellency Henry M. Hoyt, Governor of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Sir as prosecutor in the case of the Commonwealth vs. J.D. Rockefeller, number 25, April Sessions of Clarion County, I consent to the withdrawal of the requisition asked of you for extradition of J.D. Rockefeller _ETAL_, the same having been in your hands undecided since July last, and A_null prosequi_ having been entered by leave of court of Clarion County in the case, and I will request William L. Hindman, the prosecuting attorney, To forward a formal withdrawal. Your obedient servant, B.B. Campbell. The contract with the Pennsylvania, which was signed by Mr. Scott, agreed, in consideration of the withdrawal of the suit against the road, to the following policy. 1. That it would make known to all shippers all rates of freight charged upon petroleum. This was an abolition of secret rates. 2. If any rates of freight were allowed one shipper as against another, on demand that rate was to be made known. 3. There should be no longer any discrimination in the allotment and distribution of cars to shippers of petroleum. 4. Any rebate allowed to a large shipper was to be reasonable. 81. There were both humiliation and bitterness in the council when the report was read. Humiliation and bitterness that after 2 years of such strenuous fighting all that was achieved was a contract which sacrificed what everybody knew to be the fundamental principle, the principle which, up to this point, the producers had always insisted must be recognized in any negotiation, that the rebate system was wrong and must not be compromised with. Hard speeches were made, and Mr. Campbell's head was bowed more than once while big tears ran down his cheeks. He had worked long and hard. Probably most of the members of the Grand Council who were present had a consciousness that no one of them had done anywhere near what Mr. Campbell had done toward prosecuting their cause, and though they might object to the compromise, they could not blame him, knowing all the difficulties which had been put in the way. So they accepted the report, thanking him for his fidelity and energy, but not failing to express their disapproval of the reservation in regard to the rebate system. They ended their meeting by a resolution bitterly condemning the courts, the state administration at Harrisburg, and corporations in general. We declare that by the inefficiency and weakness of the Secretary of Internal Affairs in the year 1878, by the interposition on more than one occasion of the Attorney General in 1879, by which the taking of testimony was prevented, by the failure of the present government for many months, either to grant or deny the requisition for criminals indicted for crime, within the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, fugitives to other states, and by the interference of some of the judges of the Supreme Court, by an extraordinary and, according to the best legal judgment of the land, unlawful proceeding, by which the trial of an indictment for misdemeanor pending in a local court was delayed and prevented, the alarming and most dangerous influence of powerful corporations has been demonstrated. While we accept the inevitable result forced upon us by these influences, we aver that the contest is not over and our objects not attained, but we all continue to advocate and maintain the subordination of all corporations to the laws, the Constitution, and the will of the people, however and whenever expressed, that the system of freight discrimination by common carriers is absolutely wrong in principle, and tends to the fostering of dangerous monopolies, and that it is the duty of the government, by legislation and executive action, to protect the people from their growing and dangerous power. And with this resolution the Second Petroleum Producers Union, formed to fight Mr. Rockefeller, came to an end. By the morning of February 20 the oil regions knew of the compromise. The news was received in sullen anger. It was due to the cowardice of the state officials, the corrupting influence of corporations, the oil men said. They blamed everybody but themselves, and yet if they had done their duty the suits would never have been compromised. The simple fact is that the mass of oil men had not stood by their leaders in the hard fight they had been making. These leaders, Mr. Campbell the President, Mr. Sherman the Chief Counsel, and Mr. Patterson the head of the Legislative Committee, had given almost their entire time for 2 years to the work of the Union. The offices of Mr. Campbell and Mr. Patterson were both honorary, and they had both often used their private funds in prosecuting their work. Mr. Sherman gave his services for months at a time without pay. No one outside of the Council of the Union knew the stress that came upon these three men. Up to the decision to institute the conspiracy suit, they had worked in harmony. But when that was decided upon, Mr. Patterson withdrew. He saw how fatal such a move must be, how completely it interfered with the real work of the Union, forcing common carriers to do their duty. He saw that the substantial steps gained were given up and that the work would all have to be done over again if their suit went on. Mr. Campbell believed in it, however. And Mr. Sherman, whether he believed in it or not, saw no way but to follow his chief. The 9 months of disappointment and disillusion which followed were terrible for both men. They soon saw that the forces against them were too strong, that they would never in all probability be able to get the conspiracy suit tried, and that so long as it was on the docket the proper witnesses could not be secured for the suits against the railroads. Finally it came to be a question with them: what out of the wreck of their plans and hopes could they save? And they saved what the compromise granted. If the oil producers they represented, a body of some 2,000 men, had stood behind them throughout 1879 as they did in 1878, the results would have been different. Their power, their means, were derived from this body, and this body for many months had been giving them feeble support. Scattered as they were over a great stretch of country, interested in nothing but their own oil farms, the producers could only be brought into an alliance by hope of overturning disastrous business conditions. They all felt that the monopoly the Standard had achieved was a menace to their interests, and they went willingly into the Union at the start, and supported it generously, but they were an impatient people, demanding quick results. And when they saw that the relief the Union promised could only come through lawsuits and legislation which it would take perhaps years to finish, they lost interest and refused money. At the first meeting of the Grand Council of the Union in November 1878, there were nearly 200 delegates present. At the last one in February 1880, scarcely 40. Many of the local lodges were entirely dead. Not even the revival in the summer of 1879 of the hated immediate shipment order, which had caused so much excitement the year before, but which had not been enforced long because of the uprising, brought them back to the Union. In July the order had been put in operation again in a fashion most offensive to the oil men, it being announced by the United Pipelines that thereafter oil would be bought by a system of sealed bids. Blanks were to be furnished the producers, the formula of which ran: Bradford, Pennsylvania. 187. I hereby offer to sell J.A. Bostwick barrels crude oil, of 42 gallons per barrel, at cents, at the wells, for shipment from the United Pipelines, within the next 5 days. Provided that any portion of the oil not delivered to you within the specified time shall be considered cancelled. There was a frightful uproar in consequence. The morning after this announcement, several hundred men gathered in front of the United Pipe Lines office in Bradford, and held an open-air meeting. They had a band on the ground which played Hold the Fort, and the following resolutions were adopted. Resolved, that the oil producers of the Northern District in meeting assembled do maintain and declare that the present shipment order is infamous in principle and disreputable in practice, and we hereby declare that we will not sell 1 barrel of oil in conformity with the requirements of the said order. And we pledge our lives, our fortunes and our sacred honor to resort to every legal means, to use every influence in our power to prevent any sales under the said order. And we also declare that the United Pipelines shall hereafter perform their duty as common carriers under the law. That night a battalion of some 300 masked men in robes of white marched through the streets of Bradford, groaning those that they suspected of being in sympathy with the standard methods, and cheering their friends. Again there appeared there, that night, all over the upper oil country, cabalistic signs, which had been seen there often the year before. The feeling was so intense, and the danger of riot so great, that 24 hours after the order for sealed bids was given, it was withdrawn. The outbreak aroused Mr. Camel's hope that it might be possible at this moment to arouse the lodges, and he wrote a prominent oil man of Bradford asking his opinion. In reply he received the following letter. It shows very well what the leaders had to contend against. It shows, too, the point of view of a very frank and intelligent oil producer. Bradford, Pennsylvania, July 30, 1879. B. B. Campbell. Parnassus, Pennsylvania. Dear Sir, your dispatch of yesterday from OC has only just reached me. As I cannot say what I want to over the wires, I reply by mail. You ask if the high-sounding wording of the Declaration of Rights of the producers made at their mass meeting, held here on Monday, in which they pledged their lives, fortunes, and sacred honors, means liberal subscriptions to the council funds. I reply with sorrow and humiliation I fear not All this high-flown talk is bunkum of the worst kind. The producers are willing to meet in a mass meeting, held out of doors where it costs nothing even for rent of a hall, and pass any kind of a resolution that is offered. It costs nothing to do this, but when asked to contribute $1 to the legal prosecution of these plunderers, robbers, and fugitives from justice, whom they are denouncing in their resolution, they either positively refuse, say that the council is doing nothing, that the suits are interminable and will never end, that there is no justice to be obtained in the courts of Pennsylvania, etc., etc., or else plead poverty and say they have contributed all that they are able to. True, the producers are poor and the suits and legal proceedings are slow, and there is much to discourage them, but I tell you, my honored chief, that the true inwardness of this state of affairs is, that the people of the oil regions have by slow degrees and easy stages been brought into a condition of bondage and serfdom by the monopoly, until now, when they have been aroused to a realization of their condition, they have not the courage and manhood left to enable them to strike a blow for liberty. And these are the people for whom you and your few faithful followers in the council are laboring, spending, I fear wasting, your substance, neglecting your own interest to advance theirs, and all for what good cui bono I fear you will say that I am discouraged. No, not discouraged, but disgusted with the poor, spiritless, and faint-hearted people whom you are laboring so hard to liberate from bondage. As to the prospects of raising funds for the prosecution of the suits by subscription or assessments on the unions, I am sorry to say that I fear it is impossible, at least it is impossible for me to make any collections, and right here let me make a suggestion. I often feel that the fault may not be with the people, but with the writer. I would therefore suggest that you select from among the members of the council any good man whom you think has the power of convincing these people that their only hope of relief lies in sustaining you in the prosecution of the suits, and therefore they must contribute to the fund. If you will do this, I will promise you that he will be hospitably received and favorably introduced by the writer. But as for depending on the unaided efforts of myself to raise funds, I fear it would be useless. I do not write this, my friend, with a view of throwing any Discouragement in your path, which, God knows, is rugged and thorny. Enough, but I must give vent to my righteous indignation in some way, and ask you are the producers as a class, nothing but ADD. Cowardly, disorganized mob as they are, worth the efforts you are putting forth to save them? As for myself, a single individual, and I can speak for no others, I am determined to stand with you until the end, with my best strength and my last dollar. Now, what was this loose and easily discouraged organization opposing? A compact body of a few able, cold-blooded men to whom anything was right that they could get, men knowing exactly what they wanted, men who loved the game they played because of the reward at the goal, and, above all, men who knew how to hold their tongues and wait. To Mr. Rockefeller, they say in the oil regions, a day is as a year and a year as a day. He can wait, but he never gives up. Mr. Rockefeller knew. The producers knew how feeble their staying qualities in anything but the putting down of oil wells, and he may have said confidently, at the beginning of their suits against him, as it was reported he did say, that they would never be finished. They had not been finished from any lack of material. If the suits had been pushed, but one result was possible, and that was the conviction of both the Standard and the railroads, they had been left unfinished because of the impatience and instability of the prosecuting body and the compactness, resolution and watchfulness of the defendants. The withdrawal of the suits was a great victory for Mr. Rockefeller. There was no longer any doubt of his power in defensive operations. Having won a victory, he quickly went to work to make it secure. The Union had surrendered, but the men who had made the Union remained. The evidence against him was piled up in indestructible records. In time the same elements which had united to form the serious opposition just overthrown might come together, and if they should, it was possible that they would not a second time make the mistake of vacillation. The press of the oil regions was largely independent. It had lost, to be sure, the audacity, the wit, the irrepressible spirit of 8 years before when it fought the South Improvement Company. Its discretion had outstripped its courage, but there were still signs of intelligent independence in the newspapers. Mr. Rockefeller now entered on a campaign of reconciliation which aimed to placate, or silence, every opposing force. Many of the great human tragedies of the oil regions lie in the individual compromises which followed the public settlement of 1884. Then it was that man after man, from hopelessness, from disgust, from ambition, from love of money, gave up the fight for principle which he had waged for 7 years. The Union has surrendered, they said, why fight on? This man took a position with the Standard and became henceforth active in its business. That man took a salary and dropped out of sight. This one went his independent way, but with closed lips. That one shook the dust of the oil regions from his feet and went out to seek God's country, asking only that he should never again hear the word oil. The newspapers bowed to the victor. A sudden hush came over the region, the hush of defeat, of cowardice, of hopelessness. Only the poor producer grumbled. You can't satisfy the producer, Mr. Rockefeller often has had occasion to remark benignantly and pitifully. The producer alone was not convinced. He still rehearsed the series of dramatic attacks and sieges which had wiped out independent effort. He taught his children that the cause had been sold, and he stigmatized the men who had gone over to the Standard as traitors. Scores of boys and girls grew up in the oil regions in those days with the same feeling of terrified curiosity toward those who had sold to the Standard that they had toward those who had been in jail. The oil regions as a whole Was at heart as irreconcilable in 1880 as it had been after the South Improvement Company fight, and now it had added to its sense of outrage the humiliation of defeat. Its only immediate hope now was in the success of one of the transportation enterprises which had come into existence with the uprising of 1878 and to which it had been for 2 years giving what support it could. This enterprise was the seaboard pipeline which, as we have seen, Messrs. Benson, McKelvey, and Hopkins had undertaken. Appendix Number 1, see page 1007. Professor Silliman's Report on Petroleum. From the Early and Later History of Petroleum, by J. T. Henry. Pages 38-54. Messrs. Eveleth, Bissell, and Reed. _gentleman _ I herewith offer you the results of my somewhat extended researches upon the rock oil, or petroleum, from Venango County, Pennsylvania, which you have requested me to examine with reference to its value for economical purposes. Numerous localities, well known in different parts of the world, furnish an oily fluid exuding from the surface of the earth. Sometimes alone in tar springs, as they are called in the western United States, frequently it is found floating upon the surface of water in a thin film, with rainbow colors, or in dark globules that may, by mechanical means, be separated from the fluid on which it swims. In some places wells are sunk for the purpose of accumulating the product in a situation convenient for collection by pumping the water out. The oil exudes on the shores of lakes and lagoons, or rises from springs beneath the beds of rivers. Such are the springs of Baku in Persia and the wells of Amiano, in the Duchy of Parma, in Italy. The usual geological position of the rocks furnishing this natural product is in the coal measures, but it is by no means confined to this group of rocks, since it has been found in deposits much more recent, and also in those that are older, but in whatever deposits it may occur, it is uniformly regarded as a product of vegetable decomposition. Whether this decomposition has been effected by fermentation only, or by the aid of an elevated temperature, and distilled by heated vapor, is perhaps hardly settled. It is interesting, however, in this connection to remember that the distillation, at an elevated temperature, of certain black bituminous shales in England and France has furnished large quantities of an oil having many points of resemblance with naphtha. The name given to this colorless oil, which is the usual product of distilling petroleum. The very high boiling point of most of the products of the distillation of the rock oil from Venango County, Pennsylvania, would seem to indicate that it was a pyrogenic, fire-produced product. Bitumen, asphaltum, mineral pitch, chapapote, etc., etc., are names variously given to the more or less hard, black, resinous substance, which is produced usually from the exposure of petroleum to the air, and is found either with or without the fluid naphtha or petroleum. The most remarkable examples of the occurrence of these substances, so intimately connected with the history of rock oil, are the lake asphaltites of the Dead Sea, so memorable in history, the well-known bitumen lake of Trinidad, and the deposits of mineral pitch or chapapote in Cuba. In one of the provinces of India, vast quantities of petroleum are annually produced, the chief consumption being local, for fuel and lights, but a portion is also exported to Europe for the production of naphtha. In the United States, many points on the Ohio and its tributaries are noted as producing this oil, nearly all of them within the coal measures. A detailed history of these various localities can be found recorded in books of science, and their repetition here would be out of place. General character of the crude product. The crude oil, as it is gathered on your lands, has a dark brown color, which, by reflected light, is greenish or bluish. It is thick even in warm weather, about as thick as thin molasses. In very cold weather it is somewhat more stiff, but can always be poured from a bottle even at 15 degrees below zero. Its odor is strong and peculiar, and recalls to those who are familiar with it the smell of bitumen and naphtha. Exposed for a long time to the air, it does not thicken or form a skin on its surface, and in no sense can it be called a drying oil. The density of the crude oil is 0.882, water being 1.000. It boils only at a very high temperature, and yet it begins to give off a vapor at a temperature not greatly above that of boiling water. It takes fire with some difficulty and burns with an abundant smoky flame. It stains paper with the appearance of ordinary fat oils, and feels smooth and greasy between the fingers. It is frequently used in its crude state to lubricate coarse machinery. In chemical characters, it is entirely unlike the fat oils. Most of these characters are common to petroleum from various places. In one important respect, however, the product of your lands differs from that obtained in other situations, that is, it does not, by continued exposure to the air, become hard and resinous like mineral pitch or bitumen. I have been informed by those who have visited the locality, that on the surface of the earth above the springs which furnish your oil there is no crust or deposit of this sort such as I have seen in other situations where petroleum or mineral tar is flowing. This difference will be seen to be of considerable importance, as it is understood and represented that this product exists in great abundance upon your property, that it can be gathered wherever a well is sunk in the soil, over a great number of acres, and that it is unfailing in its yield from year to year. The question naturally arises, of what value is it in the arts, and for what uses can it be employed? These researches answer these inquiries. Examination of the oil. To determine what products might be obtained in the oil, a portion of it was submitted to fractional distillation. 82. The temperature of the fluid was constantly regulated by a thermometer, the heat being applied first by a water bath, and then by a bath of linseed oil. This experiment was founded upon the belief that the crude product contained several distinct oils, having different boiling points. The quantity of material used in this experiment was 304 grams. The thermometer indicated the degrees of the centigrade scale, but, for convenience, the corresponding degrees of Fahrenheit scale are added. The water bath failed to distill any portion of the oil at 100 degrees Celsius equals 212 degrees F. Only a small quantity of acid water came over. An oil bath, linseed oil, was then substituted, and the temperature was regularly raised by slow degrees until distillation commenced. From that point the heat was successively raised by stages of 10 degrees, allowing full time at each stage for complete distillation of all that would rise at that temperature before advancing to the next stage. The results of this tedious process are given in the annexed table. 304 grams of crude oil, submitted to fractional distillation, gave temperature quantity. First prod. At 100 degrees Celsius. Equals 213 degrees F, acid water, 5 gms. Second prod. At 140 degrees Celsius to 150 degrees C equals 284 degrees to 302 degrees Fahrenheit 26 gms. Third prod. At 150 degrees Celsius to 160 degrees C equals 302 degrees to 320 degrees Fahrenheit 29 gms. Fourth prod. At 160 degrees Celsius to 170 degrees C equals 320 degrees to 388 degrees Fahrenheit 38 GMS. Fifth prod. At 170 degrees Celsius to 180 degrees C equals 338 degrees to 367 degrees Fahrenheit 17 GMS. Sixth prod. At 180 degrees Celsius to 200 degrees C equals 356 degrees to 392 degrees Fahrenheit 16 GMS. Seventh prod. At 200 degrees Celsius to 220 degrees C equals 392 degrees to 428 degrees Fahrenheit 17 GMS. Eighth prod. At 220 degrees Celsius to 270 degrees C equals 428 degrees to 518 degrees Fahrenheit 12 GMS. Whole quantity distilled by this method 160 GMS. Leaving residue in the retort 144 GMS. Original quantity 304 GMS. Underscore product No 1 underscore, as above remarked, was almost entirely water, with a few drops of colorless oil, having an odor similar to the original fluid, but less intense. Underscore product No 2 underscore was an oil perfectly colorless, very thin and limpid, and having an exceedingly persistent odor, similar to the crude oil, but less intense. Underscore product No 3 underscore was tinged slightly yellow, perfectly transparent, and apparently as limpid as the second product, with the same odor. Underscore product No 4 underscore was more decidedly yellowish than the last, but was in no other respect distinguishable from it. Underscore product No 5 underscore was more highly colored, thicker in consistence, and had a decided empyromatic odor. Underscore product No 6 underscore this and the two subsequent products were each more highly colored and denser than the preceding. The last product had the color and consistency of honey, and the odor was less penetrating than that of the preceding oils. The mass of crude product remaining in the retort, equal 47.4 per cent, was a dark, thick, resinous-looking varnish, which was so stiff when cold that it could be inverted without spilling. This showed no disposition to harden or skin over by exposure to the air. The distillation was arrested at this point in glass, by our having reached the limit of temperature for a bath of linseed oil. The underscore density underscore of the several products of this distillation shows a progressive increase, thus density number 2 733, number 3 752, number 4 766, number 5 776, number 6 800, number 7 848, number 8 854. To form an idea of the comparative density of these several products, it may be well to state that sulfuric ether, which is one of the lightest fluids known, has a density of 0.736, and alcohol, when absolutely pure, 0.800. The underscore boiling points underscore of these several fluids present some anomalies, but are usually progressive. Thus, number 2 gave signs of boiling at 115 degrees Celsius equals 239 degrees F, and boiled vigorously and remained constant at 225 degrees Celsius to 228 degrees Celsius equals 437 degrees to 442 degrees F. Number 3 began to boil 120 degrees, equals 248 degrees F, rose to 270 degrees, equals 518 degrees F, where it remained constant. No. 4 began to vaporize at 140 degrees, equals 284 degrees F, rose to 290 degrees, equals 554 degrees F, where it remained constant. On a second heating the temperature continued to rise, and passed 305 degrees, equals 581 degrees F. Number 5 gave. Appearance of boiling at 160 degrees, equals 320 degrees F, boiling more vigorously. As the heat was raised, and was still rising at 308 degrees, equals 581 degrees F. Number 6 commenced boiling at 135 degrees, equals 275 degrees F, boiled violently at 160 degrees, equals 320 degrees F, and continued rising above the range of the mercurial thermometer. Number 7 commenced ebullition at the same temperature as number 6, and rose to 305 degrees, equals 581 degrees F, where the ebullition was not very active. Much time was consumed in obtaining these results. We infer from them that the rock oil is a mixture of numerous compounds, all having essentially the same chemical constitution, but differing in density and boiling points, and capable of separation from each other, by a well-regulated heat. The uncertainty of the boiling points indicates that the products obtained at the temperatures named above were still mixtures of others, and the question forces itself upon us, whether these several oils are to be regarded as _reducts_, i.e., bodies previously existing, and simply separated in the process of distillation, or whether they are not rather produced by the heat and chemical change in the process of distillation. The continued application of an elevated temperature alone is sufficient to effect changes in the constitution of many organic products, evolving new bodies not before existing in the original substance. Properties of the distilled oils. Exposed to the severest cold of the past winter, all the oils obtained in this distillation remained fluid. Only the last 2 or 3 appeared at all stiffened by a cold of 15 degrees below zero, while the first 3 or 4 products of distillation retained a perfect degree of fluidity. Exposed to air, as I have said, they suffer no change. The chemical examination of these oils showed that they were all composed of carbon and hydrogen, and probably have these elements in the same numerical relation. When first distilled they all had an acid reaction, due to the presence of a small quantity of free sulfuric acid, derived from the crude oil. This was entirely removed by a weak alkaline water, and even by boiling on pure water. Clean copper remained untarnished in the oil which had thus been prepared, showing its fitness for lubrication, so far as absence of corrosive quality is concerned. The oils contain no oxygen, as is clearly shown by the fact that clean potassium remains bright in them. Strong sulfuric acid decomposes and destroys the oil entirely. Nitric acid changes it to a yellow, oily fluid, similar to the changes produced by nitric acid on other oils. Hydrochloric chromic and acetic acids do not affect it. Litharge and other metallic oxides do not change it, or convert it in any degree to a drying oil. Potassium remains in it unaffected, even at a high temperature. Hydrates of potash soda and lime are also without action upon it. Chloride of calcium and many other salts manifest an equal indifference to it. Distilled with bleaching powders chloride of lime, and water in the manner of producing chloroform, the oil is changed into a product having an odor and taste resembling chloroform. Exposed for many days in an open vessel, at a regulated heat below 212 degrees, the oil gradually rises in vapor, as may be seen by its staining the paper used to cover the vessel from dust, and also by its sensible diminution. 6 or 8 fluid ounces, exposed in this manner in a metallic vessel for 6 weeks or more, the heat never exceeding 200 degrees, gradually and slowly diminished, grew yellow, and finally left a small residue of dark brown, lustrous-looking resin or pitchy substance, which in the cold was hard and brittle. The samples of oil employed were very nearly colorless. This is remarkable when we remember that the temperature of the distillation was above 500 degrees Fahrenheit. The oil is nearly insoluble in pure alcohol, not more than 4 or 5% being dissolved by this agent. In ether the oil dissolves completely, and on gentle heating is left unchanged by the evaporization of the ether. India rubber is dissolved by the distilled oil to a pasty mass, forming a thick, black fluid which, after a short time, deposits the India rubber. It dissolved a little amber, but only sufficient to color the oil red. It also dissolves a small portion of copal in its natural state, but after roasting, the copal dissolves in it as it does in other oils. Use for gas making. The crude oil was tried as a means of illumination. For this purpose, a weighed quantity was decomposed, by passing it through a wrought iron retort filled with carbon, and ignited to full redness. The products of this decomposition were received in a suitable apparatus. It produced nearly pure carbide hydrogen gas, the most highly illuminating of all the carbon gases. In fact, the oil may be regarded as chemically identical with illuminating gas in a liquid form. The gas produced equaled 10 cubic feet to the pound of oil. It burned with an intense flame, smoking in the ordinary gas jet, but furnishing the most perfect flame with the Argand burner. These experiments were not prosecuted further, because it was assumed that other products, now known and in use, for gas making, might be employed at less expense for this purpose, than your oil. Nevertheless, this branch of inquiry may be worthy of further attention. Distillation at a higher temperature. The results of the distillation at a regulated temperature in glass led us to believe that in a metallic vessel, capable of enduring a high degree of heat, we might obtain a much larger proportion of valuable products. A copper still, holding 5 or 6 gallons, was therefore provided, and furnished with an opening, through which a thermometer could be introduced into the interior of the vessel. 14 imperial quarts, or, by weight, 560 ounces, of the crude product were placed in this vessel, and the heat raised rapidly to about 280 degrees Celsius. Equals 536 degrees F, somewhat higher than the last temperature reached in the first distillation. At this high temperature the distillation was somewhat rapid, and the product was easily condensed without a worm. The product of the first stage was 130 ounces, or over 28%, of a very light-colored thin oil, having a density of 0.792. This product was also acid, and as before, the acid was easily removed by boiling with fresh water. The temperature was now raised to somewhat above 300 degrees Celsius. Equals 572 degrees F. And 123 ounces more distilled, of a more viscid and yellowish oil, having a density of 0.865. This accounts for over 43% of the whole quantity taken. The temperature being raised now above the boiling point of mercury, was continued at that until 170 ounces, or over 31% of a dark brown oil had been distilled, having a strong empyromatic odor. Upon standing still for some time, a dark, blackish sediment was seen to settle from this portion, and on boiling it with water the unpleasant odor was in a great degree removed, and the fluid became more light-colored and perfectly bright. It was on a sample of this that the photometric experiments were made. The next portion, distilled at about 700 degrees F, gave but about 17 ounces, and this product was both lighter in color and more fluid than the last. It now became necessary to employ dry hickory wood as a fuel, to obtain flame and sufficient heat to drive over any further portions of the residue remaining in the alembic. It will be seen that we have already accounted for over 75% of the whole quantity taken. There was a loss on the whole process of about 10% made up Indiana part, of a coaly residue that remained in the alembic, and partly of the unavoidable loss resulting from the necessity of removing the oil twice from the alembic, during the process of distillation, in order to change the arrangements of the thermometer, and provide means of measuring a heat higher than that originally contemplated. About 15% of a very thick, dark oil completed this experiment. This last product, which came off slowly at about 750 degrees F, is thicker and darker than the original oil, and when cold, is filled with a dense mass of pearly crystals. These are paraffin, a peculiar product of the destructive distillation of many bodies in the organic kingdom. This substance may be separated, and obtained as a white body, resembling fine spermaceti, and from it beautiful candles have been made. The oil in which the crystals float is of a very dark color, and by reflected light is blackish green, like the original crude product. Although it distills at so high a temperature, it boils at a point not very different from the denser products of the first distillation. The paraffin, with which this portion of the oil abounds, does not exist ready formed in the original crude product, but it is a result of the high temperature employed in the process of distillation, by which the elements are newly arranged. I am not prepared to say, without further investigation, that it would be desirable for the company to manufacture this product in a pure state, fit for producing candles, a somewhat elaborate chemical process, but I may add that, should it be desirable to do so, the quantity of this substance produced may probably be very largely increased by means which it is now unnecessary to mention. Paraffin derives its name from the unalterable nature of the substance, under the most powerful chemical agents. It is white, in brilliant scales of a greasy luster, it melts at about 116 degrees, and boils at over 700 degrees F, it dissolves in boiling alcohol and ether, and burns in the air with a brilliant flame. Associated with paraffin are portions of a very volatile oil, UPN_, which boils at a lower temperature, and by its presence renders the boiling point of the mixture difficult to determine. I consider this point worthy of further examination than I have been able at present to give it, i.e., whether the last third, and possibly the last half, of the petroleum, may not be advantageously so treated as to produce from it the largest amount of paraffin which it is able to produce. The result of this graduated distillation, at a high temperature, is that we have obtained over 90% of the whole crude product in a series of oils, having valuable properties, although not all equally fitted for illumination and lubrication. A second distillation of a portion of the product which came over in the later stages of the process, a portion distilled at about 650 degrees F, and having a high color, gave us a thin oil of density about 0.750, of light yellow color and faint odor. It is safe to add that, by the original distillation, about 50% of the crude oil is obtained in a state fit for use as an illuminator without further preparation than simple clarification by boiling a short time with water. Distillation by high steam. Bearing in mind that by aid of high steam, at an elevated temperature, many distillations in the arts are effected which cannot be so well accomplished by dry heat, I thought to apply this method in case of the present research. Instances of this mode of distillation are in the new process for stearine candles, and in the preparation of rosin oil. I accordingly arranged my retort in such a manner that I could admit a jet of high steam into the boiler, and almost at the bottom of the contained petroleum. I was, however, unable to command a jet of steam above 275 degrees to 290 degrees F, and although this produced abundant distillation, it did not effect a separation of the several products, and the fluid distilled had much the same appearance as the petroleum itself, thick and turbid. As this trial was made late in the investigation, I have been unable to give it a satisfactory issue, chiefly for want of steam of a proper temperature. But I suggest, for the consideration of the company, the propriety of availing themselves of the experience already existing on this subject, and particularly among those who are concerned in the distillation of rosin oil, a product having many analogies with petroleum in respect to its manufacture. Use of the naphtha for illumination. Many fruitless experiments have been made in the course of this investigation which it is needless to recount. I will, therefore, only state those results which are of value. 1. I have found that the only lamp in which this oil can be successfully burned is the campane lamp, or one having a button to form the flame, and an external cone to direct the current of air, as is now usual in all lamps designed to burn either campane, rosin oil, sylvic oil, or any other similar product. 2. As the distilled products of petroleum are nearly or quite insoluble in alcohol, burning fluid, i.e., a solution of the oil in alcohol, cannot be manufactured from it. 3. As a consequence, the oil cannot be burned in a hand lamp, since, with an unprotected wick, it smokes badly. Neither can it be burned in a Carsel's mechanical lamp, because a portion of the oil being more volatile than the rest, rises in vapor on the elevated wick required in that lamp, and so causes it to smoke. I have found all the products of distillation from the copper still capable of burning well in the campane lamp, except the last third or fourth part, i.e., that portion which came off at 700 degrees Fahrenheit and rising, and which was thick with the crystals of paraffin. Freed from acidity by boiling on water, the oils of this distillation burned for 12 hours without injuriously coating the wick, and without smoke. The wick may be elevated considerably above the level required for campane, without any danger of smoking, and the oil shows no signs of crusting the wick tubes with a coating of rosin, such as happens in the case of campane, and occasions so much inconvenience. The light from the rectified naphtha is pure and white, without odor. The rate of consumption is less than half that of campane, or rosin oil. The imperial pint, of 20 fluid ounces, was the one employed. A gallon contains 160 such ounces. A campane lamp, with a wick 1 inch thick, consumed of rectified naphtha in 1 hour, 1/3 ounces of fluid. A Carsel's mechanical lamp of inch wick, consumed of best sperm oil, per hour, 2 ounces. A diamond light lamp, with sylvic oil, and a wick 1/2 inch diameter, consumed, per hour, 4 ounces. I have submitted the lamp burning petroleum to the inspection of the most experienced lampists who were accessible to me, and their testimony was, that the lamp burning this fluid gave as much light as any which they had seen, that the oil spent more economically, and the uniformity of the light was greater than in campane burning for 12 hours without a sensible diminution, and without smoke. I was, however, anxious to test the amount of light given more accurately than could be done by a comparison of opinions with Your approbation I proceeded therefore to have constructed a photometer or apparatus for the measurement of light, upon an improved plan. Messrs. Gruno, scientific artists of this city, undertook to construct this apparatus, and have done so to my entire satisfaction. This apparatus I shall describe elsewhere. Its results only are interesting here. By its means I have brought the petroleum light into rigid comparison with the most important means of artificial illumination. Let us briefly recapitulate the results of these photometric experiments. The unit adopted for comparison of intensities of illumination is Judd's Patent 6's sperm candle. The sperm oil used was from Edward Mott Robinson, of New Bedford. The best winter sperm remaining fluid at 32 degrees Fahrenheit. The colza oil and Carcel's lamps were furnished by Dardonville, lampist, Broadway, New York. The gas used was that of the New Haven Gas Light Co., made from best Newcastle coal, and of fair average quality. The distance between the standard candle and the illuminator sought to be determined was constantly 150 inches. The photometer traversed the graduated bar in such a manner as to read, at any point where equality of illumination was produced, the ratio between the two lights. I quote only single examples of the average results, and with as little detail as possible, but I should state that the operation of the photometer was so satisfactory that we obtained constantly the same figures when operating in the same way, evening after evening, and the sensitiveness of the instrument was such that a difference of 1/2 inch in its position was immediately detected in the comparative illumination of the two equal disks of light in the dark chamber. This is, I believe, a degree of accuracy not before obtained by a photometer. Table of illuminating power of various artificial lights compared with Judd's patent candles as a unit. Source of light ratio 2. Candle 1. Gas burning in Scotch fish tail tips, 4 feet to the hour 1, 5.4. Gas burning in Scotch fish tail tips, 6 feet to the hour 1, 7.55. Gas burning in Cornelius fish tail tips, 6 feet to the hour 1, 6.3. Gas burning in English Argand burner, 10 feet to the hour 1, 16. Rock oil, burning in 1-inch wick campagne lamp, consuming 1/3 ounces of fluid to the hour 1, 8.1. Carcel's mechanical lamp, burning best sperm oil, 2 ounces of fluid to the hour, wick of 1-inch 1, 7.5. Carcel's mechanical lamp, burning best sperm oil, 2 ounces of colza oil to the hour, wick of 1-inch 1, 7.5. Campagne lamp, same size as rock oil above, burning best. Campagne, 4 fluid ounces per hour 1, 11. Diamond light bisilvic oil, in 1/2 inch wick, 4 ounces per hour 1, 8.1. From this table it will be seen that the rock oil lamp was somewhat superior in illuminating power to Carcel's lamp of the same size, burning the most costly of all oils. It was also equal to the diamond light from a lamp of 1/2 greater power, and consequently is superior to it in the same ratio in lamps of equal power. The campagne lamp appears to be about 1/5 superior to it, but, on the other hand, the rock oil surpasses the campagne by more than 1/2 in economy of consumption, i.e., it does not consume 1/2 so much fluid by measure, and it burns more constantly. Compared with the sylvic oil and the sperm, the rock oil gave on the ground glass diaphragm the whitest disk of illumination, while in turn the campagne was whiter than the rock oil light. By the use of screens of different colored glass, all inequalities of color were compensated in the use of the photometer, so that the Intensity of light could be more accurately compared. Compared with gas, the rock oil gave more light than any burner used except the costly argand consuming 10 feet of gas per hour. To compare the cost of these several fluids with each other, we know the price of the several articles, and this varies very much in different places. Thus, gas in New Haven costs $4 per 1,000 feet, and in New York, $3.50 per 1,000, in Philadelphia $2 per 1,000, and in Boston, about the same amount. Such sperm oil as was used costs $2.50 per gallon, the colza about $2, the Silvic oil 50 cents, and the Campane 68 cents, no price has been fixed upon for the rectified rock oil. I cannot refrain from expressing my satisfaction at the results of these photometric experiments, since they have given the oil of your company a much higher value as an illuminator than I had dared to hope. Use of the rock oil as a lubricator for machinery. A portion of the rectified oil was sent to Boston to be tested upon a trial apparatus there, but I regret to say that the results have not been communicated to me yet. As this oil does not gum or become acid or rancid by exposure, it possesses in that, as well as in its wonderful resistance to extreme cold, important qualities for a lubricator. Conclusion. In conclusion, gentlemen, it appears to me that there is much ground for encouragement in the belief that your company have in their possession a raw material from which, by simple and not expensive process, they may manufacture very valuable products. It is worthy of note that my experiments prove that nearly the whole of the raw product may be manufactured without waste, and this solely by a well-directed process which is in practice one of the most simple of all chemical processes. There are suggestions of a practical nature, as to the economy of your manufacture, when you are ready to begin operations, which I shall be happy to make, should the company require it. Meanwhile, I remain, gentlemen, your obedient servant, B. Silliman, Jr. Professor of Chemistry in Yale College New Haven, April 16, 1855. Number 2, see page 1044. First Act of Incorporation of the Standard Oil Company. Know all men by these presents that we, John D. Rockefeller Henry M. Flagler Samuel Andrews and Stephen V. Harkness of Cleveland, Cuyahoga County, Ohio and William Rockefeller of the city county and state of New York have associated ourselves together under the provisions of the Act of the Legislature of the State of Ohio, entitled An Act to Provide for the Creation and Regulation of Incorporated Companies in the State of Ohio, passed May 1, 1852, and the Acts supplementary thereto passed April 8, 1856, and the Act to amend the last named Act, passed February 14, 1861, and other laws of the State of Ohio applicable thereto, for the purpose of forming a body corporate for manufacturing petroleum and dealing in petroleum, and its products, under the corporate name of the Standard Oil Company And we do certify that the purpose for which said body corporate is formed is the manufacture of petroleum and to deal in petroleum and its products. That the capital stock necessary for said company, and the amount agreed on as composing the capital stock, is the sum of $1 million. That the amount of each share of capital stock is $100. That the name of the place where said manufacturing establishment shall be located for doing business is Cleveland City, Cuyahoga County, State of Ohio _ that the name and style by which said manufacturing establishment shall be known as _ the Standard Oil Company _ John D. Rockefeller, Henry M. Flagler, Samuel Andrews, Stephen V. Harkness, William Rockefeller. Cleveland, Ohio, January 10, 1870. Number 3, see page 1047. Affidavit of James H. Devereux. In the case of the Standard Oil Company _vs. William C. Schofield. _etal_ in the Court of Common Pleas, Cuyahoga County, Ohio. J. H. Devereux, being first duly sworn, says that he is 48 years of age, and is president of the New York, Pennsylvania and Ohio Railroad, that in 1868 he became vice president of the Lake Shore Railroad, and remained in that position as well as president and general manager till 1873. That he has heard read the statements of Robert Hanna and George O. Baslington, in their affidavits filed herein in respect to transportation of oil, and in regard thereto he has to say that his experience with the oil traffic began in 1868, when he went upon the Lake Shore Railroad as vice president, succeeding Mr. Stone, who retired from ill health, that the only written memoranda connected with the business of the company with which he was furnished was a book in which it was stated, probably in Mr. Stone's handwriting, that the representatives of the various oil interests of Cleveland would agree to pay a rate of 1 cent per gallon on crude oil moved from the regions to Cleveland, that in addition to the inevitable friction arising from the competition of these refiners of Cleveland, probably aggregating 25 in number, was the further difficulty of the patent right which the Pennsylvania Railroad claimed to the transportation of oil, and the peculiar differences made by them in the rates given to refiners at Titusville, Pittsburgh, and other places, all thoroughly in competition with the then very limited refining capacity of Cleveland, that he took up the subject as to whether the Lake Shore Railroad could hope to compete for the transportation of oil, and the end of the matter was that the Jamestown and Franklin Railroad was extended from Franklin to Oil City, the then center of the producing district, and a sharper contest than ever was produced, growing out of the opposition of the Pennsylvania Railroad in competition, that such rates and arrangements were made by the Pennsylvania Railroad, that it was publicly proclaimed in the public print in Oil City, Titusville, and other places that Cleveland was to be wiped out as a refining center as with a sponge, and without exception the oil refiners of Cleveland came to affiant as a representative of transportation, and with a single exception expressed their fears that they would have either to abandon their business here or move to Titusville or other points in the oil regions, that the only exception to this decision was that offered by Rockefeller, Andrews, and Flagler, who on its assurance that the Lake Shore Railroad could and would handle oil as cheaply as the Pennsylvania Company, proposed to stand their ground at Cleveland and fight it out on that line. That later, about 1870, the first move was made to transport refined oil by rail regularly and throughout the entire year from Cleveland to New York. That prior to that time the export business from Cleveland was comparatively limited and was confined to the summer months, most of that portion of the traffic refined at Cleveland in competition with Pittsburgh, Titusville, and other places being shipped by lake and canal, and as affiant remembers at a rate of about $1 per barrel, and with a certainty of its being reduced to 90 cents. That the rail rate was nominally $2 on refined oil from Cleveland to New York. That Mr. Flagler, at this time representing Rockefeller, Andrews and Flagler, proposed to make regular monthly shipments by rail throughout the year provided a proper rate could be made for the business then offered, this rate to cover transportation of crude from the region to Cleveland, and when refined from Cleveland to New York. Rockefeller, Andrews, and Flagler being the only refiners here who proposed to compete for the export business or offered oil for the entire haul from the regions to Cleveland and thence to New York, that Mr. Flagler's proposition was to assure to the Lake Shore Railroad 60 carloads of refined oil per day, 83 from Cleveland to New York at a rate of $1.75 per barrel from the regions to New York, being 35 cents per barrel for crude from the regions to Cleveland and $1.30 per barrel for refined from Cleveland to New York, and Rockefeller, Andrews, and Flagler were to assume all risk and losses from fire or other accidents. That affiant took this proposition into consideration and made careful computation of the cost of this transportation to the railroad, which cost is the proper basis in fixing the rate to be charged. That affiant found that the then average time for a round trip from Cleveland to New York for a freight car was 30 days, to carry 60 cars per day would require 1,800 cars at an average cost of $500 each, making an investment of $900,000 necessary to do this business, as the ordinary freight business had to be done, but affiant found that if 60 carloads could be assured with absolute regularity each and every day, the time for a round trip from Cleveland to New York and return could be reduced to 10 days, by moving these cars in solid trains instead of mixing oil cars in other trains, as would be necessary when transported in small quantities, and by moving the oil trains steadily without regard to other cars, that by thus reducing the time to 10 days for a round trip, only 600 cars would be necessary to do this business with an investment therefore of only $300,000. That the regularity of the traffic would ensure promptness in the unloading and return of the cars, that upon these considerations affiant concluded that Mr. Flagler's proposition offered to the railroad company a larger measure of profit than would or could ensue from any business to be carried under the old arrangements, and such proved to be preeminently the case, that the proposition of Mr. Flagler was therefore accepted, and in affiant's judgment this was the turning point which secured to Cleveland a considerable portion of the export traffic. That this arrangement was at all times open to any and all parties who would secure or guarantee a like amount of traffic or an amount sufficient to be treated and handled in the same speedy and economical way, the charges for transportation being always necessarily based upon the actual cost of the service to the railroad, and whenever any shipper or shippers will unite to reduce the cost of transportation to the railroad, to refuse to give them the benefit of such reduction would be to the detriment of the public, the consumers, who in the end pay the transportation charges. Affiant says that this legitimate and necessary advantage of the large shipper over the smaller he explained to Mr. Hanna and Mr. Baslington, and they recognized its propriety, and affiant offered them the same terms if by themselves or with others they would assure him like quantities with like regularity, thus securing like speed and economy in transportation. And further affiant saith not. J. H. Devereux. Subscribed in my presence and sworn to before me this 13th day of November, 1880. J. C. Cannon. Notary publican and for said county Number 4, see page 1055. Testimony of Henry M. Flagler on the South Improvement Company. Proceedings in relation to trusts, House of Representatives, 1888. Report number 3112, pages 289-290. _A. Neither of the Messrs. Rockefeller, Colonel Payne, nor myself, nor anyone connected with the Standard Oil Company, ever had any confidence in or regard for the scheme known as the South Improvement Company. We did not believe in it, but the view presented by other gentlemen was pressed upon us to such an extent that we acquiesced in it to the extent of subscribing our names to a certain amount of the stock, which was never paid for. The company never did a dollar's worth of business, and never had any existence other than its corporative existence, which it obtained through its charter. Through its president it negotiated certain railroad contracts, which, as I remember now, were signed by the company and by the officers of the railroad. Those contracts were held in escrow a few weeks and were destroyed or cancelled by mutual consent. _Q. Who presented these views to you gentlemen? Who was the person that had charge of this South Improvement Company's scheme? _A. I think Mr. Warden and the Messrs. Logan were the great leaders in the South Improvement Company policy. Number 5, see page 1062. Contract between the South Improvement Company and the Pennsylvania Railroad Company, dated January 18, 1872. Proceedings in relation to trusts, House of Representatives, 1888. Report number 3112, pages 357-361. Agreement made and entered into this 18th day of January, in the year 1872, by and between the South Improvement Company, a corporation organized and existing under the laws of the state of Pennsylvania, party hereto of the first part, and the Pennsylvania Railroad Company, on its own behalf and on behalf of all other railroad companies, whose roads are controlled, owned, or leased by it, or with which it has sufficient running arrangements, which other roads are herein described as the connections of the said Pennsylvania Railroad Company, party hereto of the second part. Witnesseth. Whereas the party hereto of the first part has been organized for the purpose, among other things, of increasing, facilitating, and developing the trade in and the conveyance and transportation of petroleum and its products, and for that purpose proposes, among other things, to expend large sums of money in the purchase, erection, and construction of, and maintaining and conducting works for storage, distillation, and refining, warehousing and transportation, and in various other ways, upon the inducement, among other things, of this contract. And whereas the magnitude and extent of the business and operations proposed to be carried on by the party hereto of the first part will greatly promote the interest of the party hereto of the second part, and make it desirable for it, by fixing certain rates of freight, drawbacks, and rebates, and by the other provisions of this agreement to encourage the outlay proposed by the party hereto of the first part, and to facilitate and increase the transportation to be received from it. And whereas it has been agreed by and between the party hereto of the second part, for itself and its connections, the Erie Railroad Company, for itself and its connections, and the New York Central Railroad Company, for itself and its connections, that the business of transporting, by railroad, crude petroleum and its products toward the Atlantic coast, from the points of production and refining, on their lines of road, shall be allotted by the party hereto of the first part, to the said three companies, in the proposition of 45 per cent of the whole to the Pennsylvania Railroad Company, for itself and its connections, including the Philadelphia and Erie Railway, the Northern Central Railway, the Allegheny Valley Railroad, Camden and Amboy Railway, the Pennsylvania Company, and all other railroads which are, or may be, controlled, owned, and leased by it, or with which it has, or may have, sufficient running arrangements, 27.5% of the whole to the Erie Railway Company, for itself. and its connections, and 27.5, 27.5, per cent of the whole to the New York Central Railroad Company for itself and its connections, and that the transportation beyond Cleveland and Pittsburgh over the railroads of the said companies and their connections, in other directions than toward the Atlantic coast, west from said points of production and refining, shall be allotted by the party hereto of the first part, in the proportion of 1/3 thereof, to the party hereto of the second part, for itself and its western connections, and the remainder to other railroads. Now, therefore, this agreement witnesseth, that the parties hereto, for themselves and their successors, in consideration of the promises, of the mutual execution hereof, and of the mutual advantages hereby conferred, have covenanted and agreed, and hereby do covenant and agree each with the other, as follows. Article 1st. The party hereto of the first part covenants and agrees. 1. To furnish to the party hereto of the second part for transportation, such a proportion of the crude petroleum and its products, owned or controlled by the party hereto of the first part, as shall give to the party hereto of the second part 45 per cent of all the crude petroleum and its products, sent from the points of production and refining toward the Atlantic coast, by the said Pennsylvania, the Erie, and the New York Central Railroads and their connections, and 33 1/3, 33%. That which is sent west of Pittsburgh and Cleveland by those railroads and their connections. 2. To provide suitable tankage at the points where petroleum is produced, on the railroads of the party hereto of the second part, and its connections in which to receive crude petroleum preparatory to shipment, with the necessary pipes, pumps, racks, and other appliances for its convenient transfer in bulk into railroad cars. 3. To deliver to the railroads of the party hereto of the second part, and its connections, at the places of shipment, and to receive from them, at the places of destination, all crude petroleum and its products transported over their roads for the party of the first part. 4. To provide at the places of destination on the seaboard necessary and suitable yards, wharves, warehouses, sheds, tanks, pipes, pumps, and motive power, for the reception of petroleum and its products, and loading vessels therewith. 5. To provide, maintain, and operate the works necessary to refine crude petroleum upon the largest scale practicable, and with such skill, and on such a system of organization and division of labor, as will secure both efficiency and economy, and for that purpose and for the purpose of developing and increasing the petroleum trade of the country, to provide and maintain all suitable and necessary means and facilities. 6. To keep records of the transportation over the railroads of the party hereto of the second part, and its connections, and so far as it can obtain the same, over the Erie and the New York Central Railroads and their connections, of all petroleum and its products, showing the number of barrels of 45 gallons each in bulk, and the number of barrels of 47 gallons each in barrels, carried by each road with the points of receiving and delivery, and the amount of freight received by each road for such transportation, which records shall at all reasonable times be open to the inspection of the duly constituted representatives of the party hereto of the second part. Monthly abstracts of all such records shall be regularly sent to the party of the second part. 7. To pay the party of the second part weekly for all transportation over its roads and its connections, of petroleum and its products, such gross rates and half rates of freight as are hereinafter specified, less the rebates and drawbacks hereinafter provided to be retained by the party hereto of the first part for its own use. Article 2nd. The party hereto of the second part covenants and agrees. 1. That the party hereto of the second part will pay and allow to The party hereto of the first part, for its own use, in all petroleum and its products, transported over the railroads of the party hereto of the second part and its connections, for the party hereto of the first part, rebates, and on all transported for others, drawbacks, at the rates hereinafter provided, except in the case specified in Article 3. 2. To deliver to the party hereto of the first part all petroleum and its products in packages, transportation over the railroads, of the party hereto of the second part, and its connections, by whomsoever shipped, and consigned to the party of the first part, at the warehouses of the party of the first part, at the seaboard, and inland, at the depots of the party of the second part, at the places of destination, and to deliver all petroleum and its products, in bulk, owned by or consigned to the said party of the first part, at any point required on the line of the railroads, of the party of the second part and its connections. 3. To transport and deliver petroleum and its products over the railroads of the party of the second part and its connections, at gross rates, which shall at no time exceed the following, without the consent of both parties hereto. From any point on the Oil Creek and Allegheny River Railroad to Oil City, Union, Corry, or Irvin Eaton, which are herein designated as _common points _ on each barrel of 45 gallons in bulk, and on each barrel of 47 gallons in barrels, 30 cents. On crude petroleum. From any common point to Cleveland, for each barrel of 45 gallons 80 cents. From any common point to Pittsburgh, for each barrel of 45 gallons .80. From any common point to New York, for each barrel of 45 gallons 2.56. From any common point to Philadelphia, for each barrel of 45 gallons 2.41. From any common point to Baltimore, for each barrel of 45 gallons 2.41. From any common point to Boston, for each barrel of 45 gallons 2.71. All other points, except those on the Oil Creek and Allegheny River Railway, to the places of destination last named, the same rates as from the common points on refined oil, benzene, and other products of the manufacture of petroleum. From Pittsburgh to New York, for each barrel $2. From Pittsburgh to Philadelphia, for each barrel 1.85. From Pittsburgh to Baltimore, for each barrel 1.85. From Cleveland to Boston, for each barrel 2.15. From Cleveland to New York, for each barrel 2.00. From Cleveland to Philadelphia, for each barrel 1.85. From Cleveland to Baltimore, for each barrel 1.85. From any common point to New York, for each barrel 2.92. From any common point to Philadelphia, for each barrel 2.77. From any common point to Baltimore, for each barrel 2.77. From any common point to Boston, for each barrel 3.07. From and to all points intermediate between the points aforesaid. Such reasonable rates as the party of the second part shall from time to time establish, on both crude and refined. From Pittsburgh, Cleveland, and other points, to places west of Pittsburgh and Cleveland, such reasonable rates as the party of the second part may deem it expedient from time to time to establish. 4. To pay and allow to the party hereto of the first part, on all petroleum and its products, transportation for it over the railroads of the party of the second part and its connections, the following rebates, and on all transported for other parties, drawbacks of like amounts, as the rebates from the gross rates, the same to be deducted and retained by the party hereto of the first part, for its own use from the amounts of freights, payable to the party of the second part. On the transportation of crude petroleum. From the gross rate from any common point to Cleveland, a rebate per barrel of 40 cents. From the gross rate from any common point to Pittsburgh, a rebate per barrel of 0.40. From the gross rate from any common point to New York, a rebate per barrel of 1.06. From the gross rate from any common point to Philadelphia, a rebate per barrel of 1.06. From the gross rate from any common point to Baltimore, a rebate per barrel of 1.06. From the gross rate from any common point to Boston, a rebate per barrel of 1.06. From the gross rate from all other points, and the 6 places of destination last named rebates the same as on the rates from the common points. On the transportation of refined oil, benzene, and other products of the manufacture of petroleum. From the gross rates from Pittsburgh to New York, a rebate per barrel of 50 cents. From the gross rates from Pittsburgh to Philadelphia, a rebate per barrel of 0.50. From the gross rates from Pittsburgh to Baltimore, a rebate per barrel of 0.50. From the gross rates from Cleveland to Boston, a rebate per barrel of 0.50. From the gross rates from Cleveland to New York, a rebate per barrel of 0.50. From the gross rates from Cleveland to Philadelphia, a rebate per barrel of 0.50. From the gross rates from Cleveland to Baltimore, a rebate per barrel of 0.50. From the gross rates from any common point to New York, a rebate per barrel of 1.32. From the gross rates from any common point to Philadelphia, a rebate per barrel of 1.32. From the gross rates from any common point to Baltimore, a rebate per barrel of 1.32. From the gross rates from any common point to Boston, a rebate per barrel of 1.32. From the gross rates to and from all points, intermediate between the above points, a rebate or drawback of 1/3 of the gross rate shall be paid. From the gross rates from Pittsburgh, Cleveland, and other points, to places west of the meridians of Pittsburgh and Cleveland, a rebate or drawback of 1/3 of the gross rate shall be paid. 5. To charge to all other parties, excepting such as are referred to in Article 3d, for the transportation of petroleum and its products, rates which shall not be less than the gross rates above specified. And should at any time any less rate be charged, directly or indirectly, either by way of rebate, commission, allowances, or upon any pretext whatsoever, the same reduction per barrel shall be made to the party hereto of the first part, from the net rates provided for them, on all transportation for them during the period for which such reduction shall be made to others. 6. To permit the party hereto of the first part, if, in its judgment, the currents of trade should so require, temporarily to increase or diminish the proportion, as herein provided to the party hereto of the second part, for itself and its connections, as the whole business of transporting petroleum and its products, as between the party hereto of the second part, the Erie Railway Company and the New York Central Railroad Company. The party of the second part in such case, to receive from the party hereto of the first part, in full payment or indemnity, for the excess or deficiency, 1/2 the net schedule rates on such excess or deficiency, the other half to be paid _pro rata to the said other companies, whose apportioned quantity of transportation shall thus be varied, but such diversion of business shall not, at any time, exceed 1 week, nor be repeated without an interval of at least 60 days, unless with the consent of the party hereto of the second part. Also, that whenever from time to time, as aforesaid, a temporary diversion of a part of the apportioned transportation of the party of the second part, to the other railroads aforesaid, or to either of them, shall become necessary, cars of the party of the second part may be loaded by the party of the first part, and sent away over such other railroads, or either of them, but the cars so sent away shall be returned without unnecessary delay, and in as good order as when taken to the railroads of the party of the second part, and mileage at the usual rates paid for their use while absent. 7. To furnish with as much regularity as possible, at all times, good and sufficient cars, and other means suitable and necessary for the safe and prompt transportation of all crude petroleum and its products, either in bulk or in barrels, which the party hereto of the first part shall desire to send from one point to another, and which shall be supplied with as much regularity as possible, on or over the railroads of the party of the second part and its connections. 8. To make manifests or waybills of all petroleum or its products transported over any portion of the railroads of the party of the second part or its connections, which manifests shall state the name of the consignor, the place of shipment, the kind and actual quantity of the article shipped, the name of the consignee, and the place of destination, with the rate and gross amount of freight and charges, and to send daily to the principal office of the party of the first part, duplicates of all such manifests or waybills. Article 3rd. And it is hereby further covenanted and agreed by and between the parties hereto, that the rebates hereinbefore provided for the party hereto of the first part, may be made to any other party who shall furnish an equal amount of transportation, and who shall possess and use works, means, and facilities for carrying on and promoting the petroleum trade equal to those possessed and used by the party hereto of the first part. Article 4th. And it is hereby further covenanted and agreed by and between the parties hereto, that the party hereto of the second part shall at all times co-operate, as far as it legally may, with the party hereto of the first part, to maintain the business of the party hereto of the first part, against loss or injury by competition, to the end that the party hereto of the first part may keep up a remunerative, and so a full and regular business, and to that end shall lower or raise the gross rates of transportation over its railroads and connections, as far as it legally may, for such times, and to such extent as may be necessary to overcome such competition. The rebates and drawbacks to the party of the first part to be varied _pari passu with the gross rates. Article 5th. It is hereby mutually agreed by and between the parties hereto that, for the purpose of meeting such exigencies as may from time to time require change of the rates of transportation herein provided, each party, on 10 days written notice from the other, shall appoint a person on behalf of such party, and the two persons thus appointed shall have power to change and adjust the rates, which shall go into effect on being approved by the said parties hereto. Article 6th. It is further mutually agreed by and between the parties hereto that the gross rates of freight to the party hereto of the first part shall at all times be kept as near to the net rates as is consistent with the interests of the party hereto of the first part, and that whenever in the judgment of the party hereto of the first part it is expedient to lower the rebate below the rate above specified, it may do so, and from time to time raise the same again, not, however, above the rate hereinbefore specified. The party hereto of the first part, from time to time shall notify the party of the second part in writing of the change required, whereupon the party hereto of the second part shall forthwith make a corresponding change of such gross rates. Article 7th. It is further mutually agreed by and between the parties hereto that this agreement shall continue and remain in force for the period of not less than 5 years, and shall not then, nor thereafter terminate, until one of the parties shall have given 12 months written notice to terminate it. Article 8th. It is further mutually agreed by and between the parties hereto that if any doubt, question, difference, cause, or suit shall at any time or times, hereafter, arise or happen between the said parties. To these presents, touching the construction of these presents, or any clause, matter, or thing herein contained, or any other matters, cause, or thing whatsoever, in any wise relating to or concerning this agreement, and such doubt, question, difference, or dispute, shall not be fully settled by the parties to these presents within 1 calendar month after the same shall arise, then, in every such case, upon the request in writing of either of the said parties, hereto, specifying such doubt, question, difference, or dispute, it shall be committed and referred to the hearing and arbitration of 3 disinterested persons, one of them to be chosen by the party of the first part, another of them to be chosen by the party of the second part, and each party on 10 days' notice in writing from the other, shall make such choice, and appoint a disinterested person in behalf of such party, but, if either party on such notice shall within such 10 days fail to make an appointment, the person appointed by the other party shall choose the second disinterested person, and the third disinterested person shall be chosen within 1 calendar month next after such request, and the award, order, or determination of the said 3 persons, to be chosen as aforesaid, or any 2 of them, shall be binding and conclusive on the parties hereto, and shall be performed and kept by them, without any further suit or trouble whatsoever, provided such award, order, or determination, be made in writing, under the hands of the said 3 persons, or of any 2 of them, within the space of 60 days after. All the persons shall be so selected, as aforesaid. And for the further and better enforcing the performance of the award, so to be made, as aforesaid, the reference or submission for or in respect of the same, may, at the option of any of the parties to these presents, from time to time be made as a matter of course, a rule of court in any court of record. In witness whereof, the said South Improvement Company and Pennsylvania Railroad Company have caused their respective corporate seals to be hereto affixed, and these presents to be subscribed by their respective presidents, the day and year first above written. Seal. South Improvement Company. By P. H. Watson. President Seal. Pennsylvania Railroad Company. By J. Edgar Thompson. President Attest, Joseph Leslie, Secretary Number 6, see page 1063. Standard Oil Company's application for increase of capital stock to $2,500,000 in 1872. To the Secretary of the State of Ohio The undersigned, being a majority of the Board of Directors of the Standard Oil Company of Cleveland, Ohio do hereby certify that on the first day of January, AD 1872, at the annual meeting of the stockholders of said company held at its office in Cleveland, Cuyahoga County, Ohio, by a vote then and there taken, all the stockholders of said company being present and voting therefore, it was resolved and agreed by each and all of them, that the capital stock of said company be increased the sum of $1,500,000 thereby making the capital stock of said company $2,500,000 which action of the stockholders was as follows, to wit: resolved and it is hereby agreed by each and all of us, that the capital stock of this company, namely, the Standard Oil Company of Cleveland, Ohio be increased to the sum of $2,500,000 and it is also agreed, and the proper officers of the company are hereby instructed to take the requisite Steps to so increase said capital stock. John D. Rockefeller, O. B. Jennings, B. Brewster, William Rockefeller, S. V. Harkness, H. M. Flagler, T. P. Handy, S. Andrews, A. Stone, J. R. S. Witt, stockholders Cleveland, O. January 1 St AD 1872 and afterward said meeting was adjourned Henry M. Flagler Secretary and we further certify that the whole amount of such increase of capital stock has been paid to said company, in money, that no note, bill, bond, or other security has been taken for the same, or any part thereof, and that the credit of the company has not been used directly or indirectly to raise funds to pay the same or any part thereof. In witness whereof we hereunto set our names at Cleveland, Ohio this 9th day of February, AD 1872. John D. Rockefeller, Henry M. Flagler, Samuel Andrews, Stephen V. Harkness, directors Number 7, see page 1067. Affidavits of George O. Baslington. In the case of the Standard Oil Company vs. William C. Schofield. _ETAL_ in the Court of Common Pleas, Cuyahoga County, Ohio. In the spring of 1869, they, Hannah, Baslington and Company, began the construction of refining works just above the Atlantic Depot on the west side of the Cleveland and Columbus Railroad track, and invested in the construction of the works about $67,000, which works were completed so as to commence the refining business about the 1st of June, 1869, and from that time up to about the 1st of July, 1870. The works had netted a profit of $40,000 over all expenses of running said works, being about 60% on the capital invested per annum, and from that time on up to the 1st of April, 1872. Said firm cleared $21,000, being about 30% per annum on the investment from the time that said firm commenced business. Sometime in February, 1872, the firm received a message from the Standard Oil Company requesting said firm to have an interview as to the disposal of the refining works of said firm, that they were indisposed to enter into any arrangement for the disposition of said works because the investment of capital in said works had proved abundantly profitable to their satisfaction and they had no disposition whatever to part with the works, but upon investigation, they were somewhat surprised to find that the Standard Oil Company had already obtained the substantial control of the different refineries in the city of Cleveland, that it had obtained such rates of transportation of crude and refined oil from the different railroads that it was impossible for them to compete with it, and upon an interview which was had by Mr. Hanna and affiant with M.R. Rockefeller, who was at the time president of the Standard Oil Company, Mr. Flagler, the secretary of the company, being present, Mr. Rockefeller in substance declared or said that the Standard Oil Company had such control of the refining business already in the city of Cleveland that he thought said firm of Hanna, Baslington and Company could not make any money, that there was no use for them to attempt to do business in competition with the Standard Oil Company. Affiant further says that after having had an interview both with Mr. Watson, who was the president of a company called the South Improvement Company, and Mr. Devereux, who was the general manager of the Lake Shore Road, he became satisfied that no arrangement whatever could be effected through which transportation could at least be obtained on the Lake Shore Road that would enable their firm to compete with the Standard Oil Company, the works of said Hanna, Baslington and Company, being so situated that they could only obtain their crude oil through the line of the Lake Shore Road. And finding that the Standard Oil Company had such special rates of transportation that unless the firm of Hannah, Baslington and Company were enabled to bring as much oil as the Standard Oil Company, that it was impossible for said firm of Hannah, Baslington and Company to obtain a fair competing rate with the Standard Oil Company. They at least came to the conclusion that it was better for them to take what they could get from the Standard Oil Company and let their works go. An affiant further says that under these circumstances they sold their works to the Standard Oil Company, which were on the day of the sale worth at least $100,000, for $45,000 because that was all they could obtain from them, and works too which in cash cost them not less than $76,000, and which with a fair competition would have paid them an income of not less than 30% per annum on the investment. Affiant further says that at the interviews which he had with Mr. Rockefeller, Mr. Rockefeller told him that the Standard Oil Company already had control of all the large refineries in the city of Cleveland and there was no use for them to undertake to compete against the Standard Oil Company, for it would only ultimate in their being wiped out, or language to that effect, November 1, 1880. George O. Baslington being duly sworn, November 12, 1880, says, that the firm of Hannah, Baslington and Company, the first year they were in business, made profit amounting to a little less than $40,000 and from the end of the first year up to the time of the sale to the Standard Oil Company they made no profit at all. At the time of the sale the firm reserved the privilege of running the works to close up and run them up to about April 1, 1872, and during that time they made profit to the amount of about $21,000. At the time my former affidavit was drawn by Mr. Tyler, I stated these facts to him. In the sale of the works to the Standard Oil Company we were given the option to take cash or to take stock in the Standard Oil Company. At PAR, we decided to and did take cash, and one reason that influenced us to take cash was that we were fearful that refining oil at Cleveland might not be successful, and if so, the cash was better than the stock, and affiant wanted the cash to enable him to embark in other pursuits. Number 8, see page 1072. Organization of the Petroleum Producers Union of 1872. From A History of the Rise and Fall of the South Improvement Company, pages 8-10. 1. The territory forming the Pennsylvania petroleum field shall be divided into 16 districts. 2. The producers in each district shall meet at some convenient place and choose one or more, not to exceed 5, men, from their own number, through whose hands they shall pledge themselves to sell all their crude oil. 3. It shall be the duty of these committeemen to sell the crude oil coming into their hands, first, to the local refiners, second, to the agents of the refiners located in distant cities, as may be designated by the Executive Committee, and third, to such shippers, dealers, and exporters as may be named by the Executive Committee. And it shall be the further duty of said local committeemen to keep the Executive Committee fully posted as to what is being done in their respective districts with reference to the sale and removal of all crude oil. 4. There shall be an Executive Committee composed of members of the Petroleum Producers Union, to consist of one from each of the 16 districts, to be chosen by the local committee, whose duty it shall be to meet from time to time, and take all necessary measures to fully carry out this plan in all its details. 5. That for the purpose of paying the expenses of this committee, 1 cent a barrel on all the crude oil shall be levied, collected, and paid over by the local committeemen to the Executive Committee, of which the Executive Committee shall keep an account to be rendered to the producers at a future meeting. 6. It shall be the especial duty of the Executive Committee to take such measures as they may find necessary to secure uniform mileage rates of freights on all oil and merchandise of every kind, to end from the oil region, and employ all lawful measures for the abolition of the railway system of rebates or drawbacks. Pledge. I do hereby agree to sell all my production of oil through, or with, the consent of, the Committee of the Petroleum Producers Union. First. That an organization shall be immediately formed for the exclusive purpose of advancing money to producers upon their depositing proper tank or pipe company receipts therefore with the organization or its agency. Second. That the name of the organization shall be the Producers Protective Association. Third. That its capital shall be $1 million, with power in the directors to increase it to such an amount as in their judgment shall be necessary to accomplish the objects of the organization. Fourth. That its headquarters shall be in Oil City, and its cooperative agencies shall be located at all principal producing points. Fifth. That its stock shall be divided into shares of $100 each, which stock shall be transferable only upon the books of the company at its headquarters, with the consent of the Board of Directors. Sixth. That the chairman of the General Committee be requested to appoint one person in each of the 16 producing districts, who shall open books to receive, and every producer, manufacturer, or other party, directly or indirectly interested in our home industries be invited to subscribe to the capital stock of this organization not exceeding 50 shares, or such part thereof as he shall elect, and no person shall, at any time hold more than said number of shares. Seventh. That when the sum of $1 million shall have been subscribed and 10% thereof paid to 5 trustees to be appointed by the chairman of the General Committee, the said chairman shall give notice of an election of officers, who shall be elected by the votes of the subscribers, each share being entitled to a vote. Eighth. That said officers shall consist of a president, vice president, and such a number of directors as shall give each district a fair presentation. Ninth. That the board of directors shall appoint some bank or banker in each district its cooperative agency, or in the absence of a bank or bankers such agencies be established as shall be most convenient for the producer, which bank or agency shall, as necessity requires, by draft or otherwise, obtain its funds from the headquarters of the company, and be held strictly accountable therefore. 10th. That every producer shall be entitled to go to his most convenient agency, and deposit his certificate or receipt for oil, which shall be passed to his credit, and he shall receive such an advance thereof as the Board of Directors in their discretion shall deem prudent to make. 11th. That the association shall from time to time sell the oil belonging to it, or held as security for advances overdue in such quantities and at such prices as legitimate demand will justify. Said prices to be daily telegraphed from headquarters to the several agencies. 12th. That every producer depositing oil in the hands of the association on which no advance is made, may, if he so elect, have his oil held until such time as he shall direct its sale, and that the appropriation of oils sold from day to day shall be as follows. First, all oils ordered sold by its owner, and the balance pro rata on oils on which advances have been made and shall then be overdue. 13th. The association shall charge a reasonable rate of interest on all advances made, such interest to be used in defraying the expenses of the association, and the surplus, if any, shall be declared as dividends upon the full paid stock. That any surplus stock remaining in the hands of the association shall be the property of the association until taken and paid for by some party entitled thereto under the foregoing provisions, but always at par. _14th. When the producers of each district shall have appointed their committees, as provided in the second section of the Producers' Union, and have elected their chairman, he is requested to send to the chairman of the General Committee the names thereof. _15th. And it shall be the duty of the person appointed by the General Committee, as provided in Section 5, to use due diligence in the circulation thereof, for subscriptions, and within 1 week from the receipt thereof, he shall collect the 10 per cent of each subscription, as provided by Section 7, and report the same to the chairman of the General Committee, together with a list of the subscribers and the amount subscribed. Number 9, see page 1078. Charter of the South Improvement Company. From the Laws of Pennsylvania for 1872. An Act to incorporate the South Improvement Company. Section 1. Be it enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania in General Assembly met, and it is hereby enacted by the authority of the same that S.S. Moon, R. D. Barclay, John A. Fowler, or a majority of them, their associates, successors, and assigns, be and they are hereby authorized and empowered to form and be a body corporate, to be known as the South Improvement Company, which shall be and is hereby vested with all the powers, privileges, duties, and obligations conferred upon the Act to incorporate the Pennsylvania Company by the Act of the Legislature of Pennsylvania, approved the 7th day of April, A.D. 1870, and the supplements thereto. SEC 2. That the stockholders of said company, by and with the consent of the holders of not less than 2/3 of the shares of stock, be and they are hereby authorized to change the name and title of the said company and designate the location of its general office, which changes shall be valid after the filing of a certificate in the office of the Secretary of the Commonwealth, signed by the President, and attested by the seal of the said company. Approved the 6th day of May, 1871. The Act incorporating the Pennsylvania Company, referred to above, is the one that details the powers conferred on the incorporators. An Act to incorporate the Pennsylvania Company. Section 1. Be it enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania in General Assembly met, and it is hereby enacted by the authority of the same that Andrew Howard, J. S. Swartz, G. B. Edwards, J. D. Wellstow, and J. P. Mallon, their associates, successors, and assigns, or a majority of them, be and they are hereby authorized to form and be a body corporate, to be known as the Pennsylvania Company, and by that name, style, and title shall have perpetual succession, and all the privileges, franchises and immunities incident to a corporation, may sue and be sued, implead and be impleaded, complain and defend in all courts of law and equity, of record and otherwise, may purchase, receive, hold, and enjoy, to them, their successors, and assigns, all such lands, tenements, leasehold estates, and hereditaments, goods and chattels, securities, and estates, real, personal and mixed, of what kind and quality soever, as may be necessary to erect depots, engine houses, tracks, shops, and other purposes of the said corporation, as hereafter defined by the second section of this Act, and the same from time to time may sell, convey, mortgage, encumber, charge, pledge, grant, lease, sublease, alien, and dispose of, and also make and have a common seal, and the same to alter and renew it. Pleasure, and ordain, establish, and put in execution such bylaws, or ordinances, rules, and regulations as may be necessary or convenient for the government of the said corporation, not being contrary to the constitution and laws of this Commonwealth, and generally may do all and singular the matters and things which to them shall appertain to do for the well-being of the said corporation, and the management and ordering of the affairs and business of the same. Provided that nothing herein contained shall be so construed as to give to the said corporation any banking privileges or franchises, or the privilege of issuing their obligations as money. SEC 2. That the corporation hereby created shall have power to contract with any person or persons, firms, corporations or any other party, howsoever formed, existing or that may hereafter exist, in any way that said parties or any of them may have authority to do, to build, construct, maintain, or manage any work or works, public or private, which may tend or be designed to improve, increase, facilitate, or develop trade, travel, or the transportation and conveyance of freight, livestock, passengers, and any other traffic, by land or water, from or to any part of the United States or the territories thereof, and the said company shall also have power and authority to supply or furnish all needful material, labor, implements, instruments, and fixtures of any and every kind whatsoever, on such terms and conditions as may be agreed upon between the parties respectively, and also to purchase, erect, construct, maintain, or conduct, in its own name and for its own benefit, or otherwise, any such work, public or private, as they may by law be authorized to do, including also herein lines for telegraphic communication, and to aid, cooperate, and unite with any other company, person, or firm in so doing. SEC 3. The company hereby created shall also have the power to make purchases and sales of or investments in the bonds and securities of other companies, and to make advances of money and of credit to other companies, and to aid in like manner contractors and manufacturers, and to receive and hold, on deposit or as collateral, or otherwise, any estate or property, real or personal, including the notes, obligations, and accounts of individuals and companies, and the same to purchase, collect, adjust, and settle, and also to pledge, sell, and dispose thereof, on such terms as may be agreed on between them and the parties contracting with them, and also to endorse and guarantee the payment of the bonds and the performance of the obligations of the other corporations, firms, and individuals, and to assume, become responsible for, execute, and carry out any contracts, leases, or subleases made by any company to or with any other company or companies, individuals, or firms whatsoever. SEC 4. The company hereby created shall also have power to enter upon and occupy the lands of individuals or of companies, on making payment therefor or giving security according to law, for the purpose of erecting, constructing, maintaining, or managing any public work, such as is provided for or mentioned in the second section of this Act, and to construct and erect such works thereon, and also such buildings, improvements, structures, roads, or fixtures as may be necessary or convenient for the purposes of the said company, under the powers herein granted, and to purchase, make, use, and maintain any works or improvements connecting or intended to be connected with the works of the said company, and to merge or consolidate, or unite with the said company the improvements, property, and franchises of any other company or companies, on such terms and conditions as the said company may agree upon, and to fix and regulate the tolls or charges to be charged or demanded for any freight, property, or passengers traveling or passing over any improvement erected, managed, or owned by the said company, or on any merchandise or property transported over any road whatever by the said company, and to make from time to time dividends from the profits made by said company. The several railroads managed by said company shall continue taxable, as heretofore, in proportion to their length within this state respectively, and the said Pennsylvania company shall be taxable only on the proportion of dividends on its capital stock and upon net earnings or income, only in proportion to the amount actually carried by it within the state of Pennsylvania, and all its earnings or income derived from its business beyond the limits of this Commonwealth shall not be liable for taxation. SEC 5. The capital stock of said company shall consist of 2,000 shares, of the value of $50 each, being $100,000, and with the privilege of increasing the same by a vote of the holders of the majority of the stock present at any annual or special meeting, to such an amount as they may from time to time deem needful, and the corporators, or a majority of them, named in the first section of this Act, shall have power to open books for subscriptions at such times and places as they may deem expedient, and when not less than 1,000 shares shall have been subscribed, and 20% thereon shall have been paid in, the shareholders may elect not less than 3 nor more than 9 directors to serve until the next annual election, or until their successors shall be duly elected and qualified, and the directors so elected may, and they are hereby authorized and empowered to have and to exercise, in the name and in behalf of the company, all the rights and privileges which are intended to be hereby given, subject only to such liabilities as other shareholders are subject to, which liabilities are no more than for the payment to the company of the sums due or to become due on the shares held by them, and should the capital stock at any time be increased, the stockholders, at the time of such increase, shall be entitled to a pro rata share of such increase, upon the payment of the installments thereon duly called for, and whenever an increase of capital stock is made, a certificate thereof, duly executed under the corporate seal of the company, and signed by the President and Secretary, shall be filed with the Auditor General before the same shall be deemed to be valid. SEC 6. The principal office of the said company shall be in the city of Pittsburgh, but the directors, under such rules and regulations as they may prescribe, may establish branches or agencies in other parts of the state, or elsewhere. All of the directors of said company shall be citizens of the United States and reside therein. SEC 7. The directors shall be elected annually by the stockholders on the first Tuesday of June of each year, and they shall elect from their number, at the first meeting of the board after their election, a president, and shall also have power to elect from their number, or otherwise, a vice president, a treasurer, and secretary, and such other officers, clerks, and agents as the business of the company may require. All elections for directors shall be by ballot, and every stockholder shall be entitled to 1 vote for each share of stock held by him, but no person shall be eligible as director who is not a stockholder to the amount of 10 shares. At the annual or special meetings, a quorum shall consist of stockholders owning at least 1/2 of the capital stock. SEC 8. 10 days' notice shall be given, by publication, in 2 newspapers published in the city of Pittsburgh, of the time and place of the annual election, which election shall be conducted by 3 stockholders, one of whom shall act as judge, and the other 2 as inspectors. SEC 9. The board of directors shall make all bylaws necessary for conducting the business of the company, which by laws shall at all times be accessible to persons transacting business with them, the said directors shall have power, by a vote of a majority of their number at any meeting of the board, to change the name of the said corporation, and by any new name, thus adopted, upon filing with the Secretary of the Commonwealth and the Auditor General a truly certified certificate, the said company shall have, hold, and enjoy all the rights, powers, privileges, and immunities hereby granted. The directors shall have power to require payment of the amount remaining unpaid on the stock of said company, at such times and in such proportions as they shall think proper, the said assessment to be made as the bylaws of said company shall direct. Elisha W. Davis _ Speaker of the House of Representatives _ Charles H. Stinson _ Speaker of the Senate _ Approved the 7th day of April, Anno Domini, 1008. 170. John W. Geary. Number 10, see page 1080. Draft of contract between the South Improvement Company and producers of petroleum in the Valley of the Allegheny and its tributaries. Dated January, 1872-84. From A History of the Rise and Fall of the South Improvement Company, pages 121-122. Agreement made and entered into this day of January, AD 1872, by and between the South Improvement Company, a corporation under the laws of Pennsylvania, and embracing among its stockholders more than 2/3, reckoned by their refining capacity, of the refineries of petroleum in the United States, parties hereto of the first part, and the associated producers of petroleum, a corporation also organized under the laws of Pennsylvania, and embracing among its stockholders more than 2/3, reckoned by the actual production of the crude petroleum at their wells, of the producers of petroleum in the Valley of the Allegheny and its tributaries, party hereto of the second part. Witnesseth that whereas the party of the first part has entered into certain contracts, viz., the first with the Pennsylvania Railroad Company, the second with the Erie Railway Company, the third with the Atlantic and Great Western Railway Company, and the fourth with the New York Central and Hudson River Railroad, and the Lake Shore and Michigan Southern Railway Company, which contracts secure certain advantages in relation to the transportation of petroleum and its products, which it is the purpose of the contracting parties to use for the promotion of the common interests of the producers, refiners, and transporters of petroleum, to the end that the said object may be more fully attained. The said parties hereto have covenanted and agreed, each with the other, as follows, viz. I, the party of the first part, that it will appoint 5 of its members to form, with a like number of the party of the second part, a joint executive committee, who shall choose some competent and discreet person not of their number who shall serve as the chairman, and the 11th member of the joint committee. To the party of the first part, that it will submit all questions arising under said railroad contracts, which affect the interests of both producers and refiners, to the decision of the joint committee, provided for in Article I of the agreement. 3. The party of the second part, that it will appoint 5 of its members to constitute, with the 5 members of the party of the first part, the joint executive committee provided for in Article I of this agreement, and will submit to said committee all the questions mentioned in Article 2. For the said parties mutually, that the decisions of said joint committee on all questions affecting the joint interests of producers and refiners, which shall be submitted to them, shall be final and conclusive upon both the parties hereto. That upon the questions which shall at all times be held to affect the joint Interests of both producers and refiners are the following, viz. First, the rates of transportation of both crude and refined oil. Second, the price of crude oil at the wells and in the market. Third, the price of refined oil in the market. Fourth, the amount of rebate and drawback which from time to time it may be necessary for the interests of the trade to ask from the railroads v. the said parties mutually, that the joint committee shall meet once a month, and at any intermediate time, or times, at which a meeting shall be called by the chairman, or by any four of its members, to consider such questions as shall affect the joint interests of the parties hereto. 6. The party of the second part that it will agree to increase and lessen the aggregate production of crude petroleum, as the said joint committee shall direct, to adapt as nearly as practicable the supply of the same to the capacity of the markets of the world to absorb at a price remunerative to the producer, the refiner, and the transporter. 7. The parties hereto mutually, that the said joint committee shall, at the beginning of each year, fix the minimum average price at which crude petroleum can be produced and delivered on board railway cars, which price shall be called the minimum cost of production, that at the same periods the said committee shall also fix the minimum average price at which crude oil can be refined, put up in packages and sold, which price shall be called the minimum cost of manufacture. 8. The parties hereto mutually, that after paying the minimum cost of production of crude petroleum, the minimum cost of its manufacture, and the cost of transportation and storage, and shipping also, in the case of exported oil, the profits shall be apportioned between the producers and refiners, in the ratio of per cent to the former, and per cent to the latter. 9. The said parties, that in case of a temporary overproduction of crude petroleum, the excess shall as far as practicable be taken and withheld from market, and an advance of 3/4 of the minimum cost of production advanced thereon by the party of the first part. At 8 per cent, entrust the party of the second part keeping the tanked petroleum insured in good and responsible companies to the full amount of the advance, 1 year's interest added. X. The said parties mutually, that the party of the first part shall only be bound to pay the prices and make the advances aforesaid, in case the producers shall in good faith obey the instructions of the joint committee, to limit production by stopping the drilling of new wells. 11. The party of the second part that it will keep a register of the date of the commencement of all new wells, the date at which the same shall be finished, the character of the well and the monthly production, and the date at which it may be abandoned, and that it will make it a condition, precedent to the holding of stock in its company, that the date aforesaid shall be finished by its stockholders. 12. Both parties, that it is the especial object of this agreement to bring the producers and refiners of petroleum into harmony and cooperation, by reciprocal, fair, and just dealing, for the promotion of their mutual interests, and everything in this agreement is to be construed liberally for the carrying into effect of this object. Number 11, see page 1082. Extracts from the testimony of W. G. Worden. From A History of the Rise and Fall of the South Improvement Company, pages 30-41. Washington, D.C., March 30, 1872. William G. Worden affirmed and examined. By Mr. C. Heydrich, Counsel. _Q. _Are you an officer of the South Improvement Company? _A. Yes, sir, or rather, I was. _Q. What office did you hold? _A. I held the office of secretary during all the previous meetings, and was a director of the company. _Q. When was the company organized? Underscore a dot underscore our minutes will show that, if you will allow me to refer to them, and I desire to put them in as evidence. On referring to the minutes, I find that the corporators meeting was held January 2nd. 1872. As I understand that these minutes are to go in as a part of the evidence, they will furnish you all the information you desire. In regard to the organization and proceedings of the company, the chairman stated that the witness could refer to the minutes as memoranda, and that the committee would determine hereafter as to whether they should be received as evidence. By Mr. Heydrich. Q. For what object or business was the company organized? A. For refining oil. Q. That meeting was under the charter which has been presented? A. That was the first meeting held after we got the charter. Q. The gentlemen who attended that meeting on the 2nd of January were those named in the Act of the Incorporation? A. Yes, sir, they met and transferred the company under the charter over to the stockholders. Q. Did the incorporators named in the Act transfer their interest to the stockholders, as you have stated on that occasion? A. Yes, sir. Q. What refining capacity does this company possess? State the amount of capital and stock subscribed and put in. A. At that time 1,100 shares, at $100 per share, was subscribed. And 20 per cent thereon paid into the treasury. Q. Where did that company intend to refine oil? A. Their calculation was to get all the refineries in the country into the company. Q. Was it the design of the stockholders to include all the oil refineries in this country? A. Yes, sir, every one of them. Q. Can you give us a list of the stockholders? A. I can give you them from the minutes. They are as follows. William Frew 10 shares. W. P. Logan 10. John P. Logan 10. Charles Lockhart 10. Richard S. Waring 10. W. G. Warden 475. O. F. Waring 475. P. H. Watson 100. H. M. Flagler 180. O. H. Payne 180. William Rockefeller 180. J. A. Bostwick 180. John D. Rockefeller 180. 2000. By Mr. Sheldon. Q. What was the idea of getting all the refineries of the country into one organization? A. The idea when the company started was this: there is a large number of refineries in the country, a great deal larger than is required for the manufacture of the oil produced in the country, or for the want of the consumers in Europe and America. The capacity of the oil refineries in the country is, I think, 45,000 or 50,000 barrels a day. We completed our organization, and when we met together it was discovered that the parties present represented, in one way or another, a large portion of the refining interest in the country. Of course all of us had our friends in the matter, who must be taken care of if any arrangement at all was made, and after discussing the matter at considerable length, it was decided to include within our company every refinery we could possibly get into it. We also had considerable discussion with the railroads in regard to the matter of rebate on their charges for freight. They did not want to give us a rebate unless it was with the understanding that all the refineries should be brought into the arrangement and placed upon the same level. There was no difference made as far as we were concerned, in favor of or against any refinery. They were all to come in alike. That was the understanding from the first to the last. Q. Where are the refineries situated? Situated in New York, Philadelphia, Baltimore, Boston, on the seaboard, and in the oil region, Pittsburgh and Cleveland. Q. You say you made propositions to railroad companies, which they agreed to accept upon the condition that you could include all the refineries? No, sir, I did not say that. I said that was the understanding. When we discussed this matter with them, it was no proposition on our part. They discussed it not in the form of a proposition that the refineries should be all taken in, but it was the intention and resolution of the company from the first that that should be the result. We never had any other purpose in the matter. Q. In case you could take the refineries all in, the railroads proposed to give you a rebate upon their freight charges? No, sir, it was not put in that form. We were to put the refineries all in, upon the same terms. It was the understanding with the railroad companies that we were to have a rebate. There was no rebate given in consideration of our putting the companies all in, but we told them we would do it. The contract with the railroad companies was with us. Q. But if you did form a company composed of the proprietors of all these refineries, you were to have a rebate upon your freight charges? No, we were to have the rebate anyhow, but were to give all the refineries the privilege of coming in. Q. You were to have the rebate whether they came in or not. Yes, sir. Q. Were you to have a rebate upon the same freight charges that had been in existence before? No, the whole object of the railroad authorities was to get better freight prices. Q. What effect was this arrangement to have upon the producer or upon the refineries that did not go into your combination? According to our opinion of it, that is the way we have got into this trouble. We have been misconstrued and misrepresented as to our purposes all over the country. The whole object was, and our whole talk was, as far as any of my friends came into the matter, or as far as I myself was concerned, that the producers should receive a better price for their oil. We calculated to get $5 or $6 a barrel for crude oil. That was from the beginning of our talk until the end of it. We had not our company organized, or at least the organization was not completed, nor the contracts signed, until all these disturbances commenced to be gotten up. We thought the matter would quiet down and we would get a chance to explain our position and put ourselves right. We asked for the opportunity to do so. We have evidence of that in the telegrams we sent, and I can say, under oath, that they were sent in good faith. There was never an idea in my mind that they were not. I will state further that this matter was discussed with Mr. Scott by myself, personally, and in very great length, and also with Mr. Potts, who never has had any interest and never any part in this contract, and who spoke of this very matter from the start, expressing the opinion that it could not succeed unless the producers were taken care of. That was understood by us all from the start in every discussion we had, and by the railroad people as far as I heard from them. I can only answer for the railroad people from the conversation I had personally with Mr. Scott and Mr. Potts, in which it was perfectly understood that we could not succeed in carrying out these measures for our own benefit and the benefit of the railroads without the cooperation of the producers, and the only point we discussed was whether it should be a combination or cooperation. I took the ground personally against forming a combination inasmuch as the interests of the producers were in one sense antagonistic to ours, one as the seller and the other as the buyer. We held an argument that the producers were abundantly able to take care of their own branch of the business if they took care of the quantity produced. They were only liable to depression from our production, therefore they had in their own hands directly the power of holding the market at $6 or $8 a barrel. Q. You did not take into consideration the good of the consumers of the country, which is by far the larger part of the population of the country. A. Yes, we did. Q. You wanted to put up the price of oil? A. In answer to that I will state that the producers and refiners were both suffering under the depression that existed. The refiners were not getting enough to pay their expenses. All we asked was a fair refiner's profit. Q. What effect were these arrangements to have upon those who did not come into the combination or cooperation, as you have termed it, as to the price to be charged for transporting their oil, both refiners and producers? A. I do not think we ever took that question up. Q. Were the railroad companies to charge the same increase of freights to those who did not come into the combination that they did to you without giving them a rebate? A. Yes, sir. Q. Now in case you could control the oil produced by these people in any combination that you made, were you not to have a rebate upon the oil? A. We were not to have a rebate, we were to have a drawback. Q. What is the difference between a rebate and a drawback? A. There is not much difference in one sense. A rebate is made at the time we pay our freight, a drawback is made afterward. Q. That is a technical, rather than a real, difference, is it not? A. I want to state it as you will find it in the contract. Q. The effect was that those who did not go into the combination could not get their oil as cheaply as you could? A. No, sir, they could not. I want to explain in what relation that occurred and why this arrangement was made. I may say that it never entered into my head that the refineries would not all be brought in, a fair manufacturer's profit was all we wanted. They were all to be brought in on equal terms, and the object of the drawback was not to cover all the oil to be refined in this country, but only the oil that was to be exported. Q. If all had gone into the combination, then the result would not have been to injure the producers and refiners, but to injure the consumers of the country? A. No, sir, the purpose was not to injure them. Q. Would it not have been to increase the price of oil, if you had increased the cost of freight? Yes, sir. Q. You say the railroad companies were going to increase the rate of freight anyhow, they had the right to do that if they were carrying too low, but would that justify them in increasing the rates of freight to such an extent that they could afford to give you a sum of money for it? A. I will tell you how that was done. The men in our trade are a very hard kind of men to hold. Those of us who deal in oil know that when we have purchased a lot, they would deliver it in New York for less than anybody could afford to deliver it. That has been the fact almost continuously ever since 1869. Oil has been delivered in the East for less money than was apparent from any rates known to the market, less than even we who refined it could deliver it for. The railroads were kept constantly besieged by one or another, and they were continually cutting under other routes for New York or for Cleveland, so that nobody knew what the rates were. They have been paying rebates, more or less, for the last 2 years. Q. And you contemplated an increase of rates for the simple purpose of having the railroads divide with you? Underscore A dot underscore there was no divide. Underscore Q dot underscore A rebate is a divide to a certain extent, is it not? The proposition was that there should be taken out of the producers and consumers of this country a certain percentage of the freight for you. Underscore A dot underscore it was done to prevent this cutting of roads one under another. And to prevent speculation. Underscore Q dot underscore was it not done for the purpose of oppressing the producers and consumers of this country? Underscore A dot underscore I can only deny that such was the object, or that such would have been the effect. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Underscore Q dot underscore has it been the practice of both the producer and refiner to make combinations from time to time by storing oils, and by large shipments abroad to affect the general price in the market? Underscore A dot underscore the producers have made such combinations on the creek, and a few of the refiners and merchants made two combinations in 1868, which was known as the Debo combination, and in 1869 and 1870 the bull ring, as they called it, but there was no combination that I knew of on the part of the producers, except among themselves. They have several times combined among themselves. Underscore Q dot underscore have there not been combinations of producers, refiners, and merchants to affect the price of oil? Underscore A dot underscore there have been all kinds of combinations. Underscore Q dot underscore is there not at this time, if not invalidated by a change of directors of the Erie Railroad Company, a combination between officers of that road and certain parties in New York by which they control the price of coal? Underscore A dot underscore if I were allowed to say what I think, I should reply in the affirmative and to say that one great reason why we went into this arrangement was to stop that Erie combination, which was a great source of difficulty. We could not get hold of the matter, we would ship a cargo of oil at a fair price today, and would be compelled to sell it tomorrow at a much less price. This arrangement did break up that combination entirely, so that there is no combination of that sort today. By the chairman. Underscore Q dot underscore I understand that your larger combinations swallowed up the Erie combination. Underscore A dot underscore it destroyed it at the time. Underscore Q dot underscore yours was somewhat in the direction of the Erie combination. But larger? Underscore A dot underscore no, sir, it was not. The Erie was with some merchants, ours embraces the whole refining interest in the country, that was different. I will state that since I came into this capital I have been told that the very men engaged in prosecuting this investigation have a combination by which they intend to run up the price of their oil. I hope they will. I do not care what means are used, so that we can carry on our business, and pay just what others have to pay. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Underscore Q dot underscore I understand you to say that under your arrangement the cost of crude oil might be increased $1.25 a barrel, and that there is produced about 18,000 barrels daily in the oil regions of Pennsylvania, but not that on an average. Can you state from memory about the amount of annual production? Underscore A dot underscore I have a circular here which gives the statement as 5,775,000 barrels. Underscore Q dot underscore so that the production in round numbers for last year was 6 million barrels. Now, of this $1.25, how much were you to get as your drawback if you had carried out your arrangement? Underscore A dot underscore the maximum we would have been entitled to receive is $1 a barrel. Underscore Q dot underscore then on this production you would have received $6 million a year, and the railroad companies an additional sum of $1,500,000. In other words, under your arrangement the public would have been put to an additional expense of $7,500,000 a year. Underscore A dot underscore what public do you refer to? They would have had to pay it in Europe. By Mr. Negley. _Q. Were there not at the same time combinations upon the part of producers to affect the price of oil in the market? A. There were not at the time we started this matter. I do not know of any just at that moment. There have been over and over again. I want to state that a large portion of our oil product goes to Europe of this very crude oil which Mr. Sheldon talks about. I have here a circular to which I call the attention of the committee, which bears out our position in this matter. I desire to put it in evidence because it gives the general opinion of merchants connected with the exportation of crude oil. It has been the impression of everybody in the trade that the oil exported should pay us an additional amount in this country, to be divided between those interested in the handling of it and the producing of it, to the extent of 8 or 10 millions a year. I have had that figured out 3 or 4 or 5 successive years. We have shown over and over again that that amount ought to be retained in this country. I have been engaged for several years in the oil business, and I have yet to sell one barrel to bear the market. I have always been upon the bull side of the market. I believe there ought to be in this country a better price for oil to every one engaged in it. In 1868, 1869 and 1870, there were movements in oil which brought to this country millions of dollars, and if the producers had refrained from sending forward their oil beyond the requirements of the market, the price would have been sustained. That has been the trouble always in making movements for a higher price. There is no man in this country who would not quietly and calmly say that we ought to have a better price for these goods. By the chairman. _Q. Do you mean a better price here, or a better price for that exported? A. You could not get a better price for that exported without having a better price here. _Q. That is what the committee wants to know, whether it is necessary, in order to keep up the price abroad, to keep up the price at home. Number 12, see page 1082. Extracts from the testimony of Peter H. Watson. From A History of the Rise and Fall of the South Improvement Company, pages 76-96. Washington, D.C., April 5, 1872. By Mr. Townsend. _Q. From such testimony as you have given this morning, am I correct in understanding that this whole arrangement was suspended before its completion and before anything was done under it? A. Yes, sir. Q. That no completion of contracts was consummated? A. No, sir. The conditions of the original understanding about the contracts, on which alone they were to go into effect, had not been complied with. Q. And a further arrangement was necessary to make it a complete contract? A. Yes, sir. The South Improvement Company had to enter into a contract, such substantially as I have furnished a draft of here, to give the producers the full benefit of everything connected with the contract before the contract itself could go into effect. Q. There are 3 principal interests connected with the oil trade. A. There are the producers, refiners and transporters. No injustice could be done to either interest without affecting injuriously the others. The object of the railroads in this matter was to promote the interests of the trade in order to promote their own interests. By the chairman. Q. You say there were 3 interests: producers, refiners and shippers? Yes, sir, connected with the trade. Q. And that the object of all these arrangements was to protect these 3 interests? Underscore a dot underscore to protect these three interests and incidentally, of course, protecting the general interest in doing that, for this is peculiarly an American traffic. Underscore q dot underscore it was in the direction of increasing to each of these parties, respectively, the benefits and profits of the business. Underscore a dot underscore yes, sir, that each might receive a fair profit. The railroad companies had not been receiving cost for transportation, and it was to save them from loss, for they had been transporting at a loss during the whole of the year 1871. Underscore q dot underscore well, that is to increase profits, is it not? Underscore a dot underscore yes, to save from loss. Underscore q dot underscore did it look to increasing in any way the benefits of cheapness to the consumer? Underscore a dot underscore yes, sir. Underscore q dot underscore how? Underscore a dot underscore by steadying the trade. You will notice what all those familiar with this trade know, that there are very rapid and excessive fluctuations in the oil market, that when these fluctuations take place the retail dealers are always quick to note a rise in price, but very slow to note a fall. Even if $2 a barrel had been added to the price of oil, under a steady trade, I think the price of the retail purchaser would not have been increased. That increased price would only amount to 1 cent a quart, and I think the price would not have been increased to the retail dealer because the fluctuation would have been avoided. That was one object to be accomplished. Moreover, there is only 1/6 of the oil produced here consumed in this country, a very small proportion of the product. In discussing what compensating advantage would arise from an increase of price, the railroad companies considered, in the first place, that there was a very great compensation afforded by a steady trade. Underscore q dot underscore will you state to the committee how, with your mode of arriving at these conclusions, that cheapness to the consumer is promoted by stability in trade, how that arrangement which gave $1.50 a barrel to the South Improvement Company benefited either the railroad company or the producer. Underscore a dot underscore well, sir, in the agreement you will observe that the maximum rebates and maximum rates are stated. These maximum rebates were exceptions to the rule, which is a cardinal principle in the contract. The actual rates were to be kept as near to net rates as possible. Moreover, this was a contract which, before it was to go into effect, would have been a contract with the producer as well as the refiner. Underscore q dot underscore does this contract show that? Underscore a dot underscore the draft of a contract which I have presented to the committee, and which was to have been entered into with the producers before the contracts with the railroad companies went into operation, shows that. Underscore q dot underscore does this contract say that anything was to be done in behalf of the producer before it was to go into operation? Underscore a dot underscore not on the face of the contract, it was only a condition on which it was delivered to me. Underscore q dot underscore a written condition so that it would become a part of the contract? Underscore a dot underscore it was a part of the contract. Underscore q dot underscore I asked you whether there was anything in writing? Underscore a dot underscore I said there was nothing in writing on the face of the contract, but nevertheless it was an essential part of it. Underscore q dot underscore it seems to be essential now that it should be a part of the contract? Underscore a dot underscore it was all the time so considered from the beginning by Mr. Hambleton. Underscore q dot underscore was this draft of a contract with the producers drawn prior to the execution of the railroad contracts? Underscore a dot underscore yes, sir, the draft was drawn prior to that by the chairman. Underscore q dot underscore what is the date of that penciled draft of a contract? Underscore a dot underscore I could not give you the date of it, it was written in the office of the Lake Shore Railroad Company. Underscore Q dot underscore at what place? Underscore A dot underscore New York. Underscore Q dot underscore state as near as you can the date. Underscore A dot underscore I should say it was probably in December, either late in December or in the beginning of January, probably in December. Indeed, I am very confident it was before I went home at Christmas. Underscore Q dot underscore has any copy of this ever been printed? Underscore A dot underscore no, sir. Underscore Q dot underscore this is all there was of it. Underscore A dot underscore yes, except discussion, we discussed the matter. Underscore Q dot underscore I mean all there was committed to writing? Underscore A dot underscore yes, sir, all there was then committed to writing. Underscore Q dot underscore is it all there was as far as making out a contract is concerned? Underscore A dot underscore yes, sir. Underscore Q dot underscore was this submitted to the producers as a body or individually? Underscore A dot underscore we were very anxious to submit it to the producers, and I asked them to appoint a committee that we might do it, but they had got up such an excitement at the time that nothing was practicable. Underscore Q dot underscore when was that? Underscore A dot underscore before the last of these contracts was signed. Underscore Q dot underscore can you give the dates at all? Underscore A dot underscore I cannot give the dates, but the contract with the Lake Shore Road had not been signed at the time. Underscore Q dot underscore what producers did you ask to call a meeting? Underscore A dot underscore among others I addressed a communication to be delivered to a gentleman who was understood to be the chairman of a meeting about to be held. Underscore Q dot underscore what was his name? Underscore A dot underscore Foster W. Mitchell, of Franklin. Underscore Q dot underscore you addressed a communication to him, of what purport? Underscore A dot underscore asking him to appoint a committee to meet a committee of the South Improvement Company, that they might know what the objects of the South Improvement Company were. I proposed to submit these contracts with the railroad companies to that committee and also the form of contract which the railroad companies required the South Improvement Company to enter into with the producers, before these contracts went into effect. Underscore Q dot underscore have you a copy of that communication or letter? Underscore A dot underscore it was a telegram. Underscore Q dot underscore have you a copy of it here? Underscore A dot underscore I have not at present. Underscore Q dot underscore have you it in your possession, anywhere, and can you lay it before the committee? Underscore A dot underscore I may have it, am not sure. Underscore Q dot underscore did you receive a reply to that communication? Underscore A dot underscore yes, sir. Underscore Q dot underscore was it stated in your communication that you proposed to lay before the committee the form of contract to be entered into with the producers? Underscore A dot underscore no, sir. I proposed to lay that before the committee if it should be appointed. Underscore Q dot underscore if you are not able to furnish a copy of that communication I will ask you to state orally its contents. Underscore A dot underscore I could not give you the words of it, it was in general terms, asking that they appoint a committee to confer with a committee of the South Improvement Company. Underscore Q dot underscore to confer in reference to what? Underscore A dot underscore I do not know that I should be safe in undertaking to say, I know what my object was in writing it. Underscore Q dot underscore that you have stated. If you received a reply from Mr. Mitchell, state whether it was by letter or telegram. Underscore A dot underscore I received a reply by telegraph from Mr. Mitchell, stating that the meeting of the producers received the communication with scorn as of course they would if read to them, as a mass meeting is always called for a specific object. Underscore Q dot underscore that was not in his reply? Underscore A dot underscore no, sir, it was not. I replied to him that I had intended the communication to him to be for the purpose of laying it before a few of the principal producers, that to lay the proposition before the Meeting was of course to ensure its defeat, because the meeting had convened for a predetermined purpose, which was to denounce and treat with scorn the South Improvement Company, because the South Improvement Company had been represented to them as hostile to their interests. This last perhaps was not in the communication. By Mr. Hambleton. _Q. Have you a copy of that paper which you addressed to Mr. Mitchell? _A. I am not sure whether I have or not. It was a telegram. Q. Did that substantially close the written communications between you and the producers upon that subject? A. No, sir. I had a great many communications with individual producers, I think with more than half the producers, estimating them by the quality of oil produced. Q. State what occurred. A. I have corresponded with them, and in that correspondence they have expressed their belief that the proposed plan of the South Improvement Company would work greatly for the benefit of the producing interest, that there was something greatly needed for the producing interest, and that it could not thrive without something of this kind, because it could not pay fair living rates for transportation to the railroad companies at the price oil was bringing, and that there was no likelihood of oil increasing in price under the existing condition of things, that the railroad could not always, of course, continue carrying at a loss. **********. Q. Will you give the names of the producers who proposed to join the South Improvement Company, or who expressed themselves favorable to the plan of that company, in addition to the name of Mr. Mitchell? A. I could give you the names of several of them, but I do not think their lives and property would be safe. They requested me not to mention their names because they thought it would be an imprudent thing to do. Q. You refuse, then, to give the names which you say you could state? A. I refuse to give the names for the reason I have stated. Q. Are there any of them you are willing to mention? A. I will look over the letters and see whether there are any of them not marked confidential. If there are any not so marked, I will give you the names. Q. Why do you state to this committee that you are not willing to give the names of the parties to whom you refer, when you state that a great many producers were in favor of this plan, and were consulted in regard to it? A. I stated it because it was a fact. By Mr. Sheldon. Q. Did the danger to the lives of these parties arise from the excitement in the oil regions in consequence of these proceedings? A. Yes, sir. One of the presidents of one of the committees representing the producers was in New York, a Mr. Patterson. He stated, as I understood, to one of the railroad officers, that he did not think my life would be safe if I were to go into the oil region, although he himself would not take it. I had received a number of threatening letters, but I did not attach any importance to them until Mr. Patterson made that statement. By the chairman. Q. What was the reason given why your life would not be safe? A. I do not know that the reason given, I think by Mr. Patterson, that there was such an unreasonable excitement among the people as to the nature and object of the South Improvement Company, which was represented to them to be a measure altogether hostile to them. Q. Do you know what these misrepresentations were? A. I only know by what I have seen stated in the papers and what persons have mentioned to me. Q. Did you make an effort to correct the false impressions? A. I did. The papers called for the other day by the committee, and which I have here today to produce, will show that. Q. Were your efforts to correct these misrepresentations Successful? No, sir, they were not. I will read the dispatches which I sent. For the purpose of endeavoring to do that, and you will see from them the nature of the efforts I made. Q. Sent to whom? A. I sent a dispatch to F.W. Mitchell through S.P. McCalmont of Franklin, which I have here. The chairman. We will not stop to read them. Witness. It will answer your question in a great deal shorter period than I could answer it verbally. The chairman. We will put the answers themselves in as testimony. Witness. Then I will read this as my answer, if you please. Because it expresses as fully as I could express the facts you desire to know. The chairman. Very well, you may hand the dispatches to the reporter, and they will go in as a part of your testimony, and save the committee the time of reading them. Witness. You can hardly comprehend the answer without hearing the dispatches. There were 3 dispatches, showing the efforts I made to have the producers understand that the whole arrangement was one which looked as much to their interest as to any other. The chairman. Very well, you may furnish them to the committee, we will not stop to read them now. Witness. I then offer you first my dispatch to S.P. McCalmont. Dated New York, March 4, 1872. I next offer another dispatch from myself to F.W. Mitchell, dated New York, March 5, 1872, and also a dispatch from myself to the same party, dated New York, March 6, 1872. The dispatches referred to are as follows. New York, March 4, 1872. S.P. McCalmont. Franklin, Pennsylvania. Your telegram received. Please deliver the following communication to F.W. Mitchell, or, in his absence, to somebody else who will make its contents known to the principal producers attending the meeting to be held tomorrow at Franklin. To F.W. Mitchell. Yesterday I received by mail from you or some other friend in Franklin several newspaper slips, one of which threatened the destruction of my oil at Franklin. At the same time I received an anonymous letter threatening injury to the Jamestown and Franklin Railroad. Disapproval of my connection with the South Improvement Company is alleged as the reason of both threats. This morning the telegraph informs me that the threat to destroy my oil has been executed by tapping the tank and letting it run to waste. While there may be some excuse for working up the present excitement to induce people to subscribe their money to new railroad schemes, there can be nothing but reprobation for the lawless destruction of property. You have sufficient character and influence, and sufficient information of the purposes of the company, to quell this excitement by a word, and I think it your duty to say that word. It seems to me that a great responsibility rests with somebody among you for stimulating the present causeless excitement, and the lawless destruction of property. On meeting you here on your return from the South, I explained to you, very briefly, that the whole plan of the South Improvement Company was founded upon the expectation of cooperation with the oil producers to maintain a good price for crude oil, as the only means of securing a fair remuneration to either the transporter, the refiner, or the merchant. Unless the producers will cooperate with us, first, by limiting the production or the capacity of the markets of the world to absorb petroleum at a good price, and, secondly, by tanking a large part of the production for the next 2 or 3 months, that it may be withheld from the market until the present glut is exhausted and production reduced, it will be impossible, I am convinced from recent advices of the state of supply and demand in the principal markets of the world, to keep the price of crude oil up to $3.50. and of refined oil up to 22 cents, during the coming summer. I stated to you in the strongest terms the desire of the South Improvement Company to enter into an arrangement for a series of years with the producers, whereby good prices for crude oil at the wells and fair and reasonable rates of transportation would at all times be assured. The desire still exists. You expressed to me your concurrence in these views, as others among the leading producers, whom I have more recently seen, have also done. I then explained to you certain important business which I had postponed to await the organization of the South Improvement Company. That business I have been engaged upon for the last 10 days. As soon as I get through with it, which I hope will be in a few days, I should like to meet a committee of the principal producers to arrange the details of the plan of cooperation of which we spoke. I therefore request you to have such a committee appointed by the meeting noticed for tomorrow on the newspaper slip sent to me, and if possible have a plan prepared by which, among other things, we could extend to you large facilities of tankage and capital to take care of the surplus oil until the present production can be checked. P. H. Watson. ************* New York, March 5, 1872. To F. W. Mitchell. Franklin, Pennsylvania. Just received another batch of newspaper slips giving proceedings of Oil City meeting. The meeting acted in ignorance and under a radical misconception of the actual facts, and with far more earnestness and zeal than judgment. If you will take the trouble to appoint a committee of producers to investigate, we will show that the contracts with the railroads are as favorable to the producing as to any other interests, that the much denounced rebate will enhance the price of oil at the wells, and that our entire plan in operation and effect will promote every legitimate American interest in the oil trade. You patiently test a well before deciding upon its merits, like rational men. You examine other subjects before acting upon them. Is not this a subject of sufficient importance to be worthy of rational investigation? P. H. Watson. ************** New York, March 6, 1872. To F. W. Mitchell. Franklin, Pennsylvania. Your telegrams received. My telegrams were not addressed to the mass meeting, but to you as a friend, as is also this, to be read at your discretion to some of the principal producers attending the meeting, simply to induce them to investigate the subject about which they are excited before acting upon it. A mass meeting is not a deliberative body, it always acts under the feeling of impulse or passions, and meets for predetermined purposes, one of which in this case, as appears in the articles of the newspapers calling the meeting, was to denounce and show its scorn for anything and everything connected with the South Improvement Company. Hence it required no prophet to tell beforehand in what spirit my telegrams to you would be listened to. You ask me to go to Franklin to consult my true friends. I will most gladly meet you and your friends at any place favorable to calm investigation and deliberation, and therefore outside of the atmosphere of excitement by which you are surrounded, say at Albany or New York. I can well understand that, however, the excited people of your region may misjudge. They have no other purpose than to promote the public interest, and knowing that you deservedly enjoy their confidence, I am strongly convinced that a free and frank interchange of views at the conference suggested would result in satisfying you and the people that there exists no cause for regarding us as enemies. I therefore hope you will name an early day for the meeting. P. H. Watson. Mr. Gilfillan. I would like to suggest a question that would throw a little light upon this subject, and which I know Mr. Watson will be entirely satisfied to answer. I wish the chairman would ask if the objects of the South Improvement Company, in connection with railroads, were presented to the public through any statement in writing or by telegraph to the public, explaining the objects. The chairman I am coming to that, but first I want to know of the witness, whether he received any replies to these dispatches. Yes, sir, to one of them. Q. Have you a copy of that? I have not, but I have stated the purport of the answer. To the first I did not receive any answer, there was not time to receive any, and I did not expect it. I sent the second shortly after, and the answer was to the first and second together. To the third I received no telegraphic answer. Q. You say you have no copy of these answers you received? I have not. I gave the purport of the answer I received at the last meeting. Q. Were there any other letters or statements published by your authority to the public or to parties in interest among the producers? These were not published by my authority. Q. Was there any other matter published by your authority, giving explanation to the people? I made similar statements to a great many of the producers. Q. I mean documentary evidence, was there anything published over your signature? Oh, I did not publish any document at all, I did not publish this. Q. Did you authorize it? I neither published it nor authorized it, because I considered it useless. The people were so excited that they could not be reasoned with at all. Everyone who informed me about it said so. Q. Did you offer to any of the producers, or any parties in interest to show them these contracts? Yes, I wanted that committee appointed for that purpose, I told them so substantially in my dispatch. Q. Did you make the offer otherwise? I told them that I would, if that can be considered as an offer. I said I would, and I should have done it if they had come to meet us, but they were afraid. Q. Would you have published it, do you mean? I should have been perfectly willing to publish the contract, I should have been glad to have published everything in connection with the matter. Q. If you would have been glad to have published it, why did you not? You had the power. I would have been very glad to have done it, with the assent of these men. Q. With the assent of what men? The producers. I said to some of the producers that if they would go and examine the whole plan, and after they had examined into it they were not satisfied that it was for their interest, I would be perfectly willing to abandon the whole thing. That was the feeling we had in regard to the matter. Q. What producers did you say that to? Several of them. Q. Mention their names. Men with whom I had been in correspondence with on this subject, and whose lives and property I believe would not be safe if I were to mention their names, because they have told me so. I have promised not to expose them, and I feel in honor bound not to give their names. Q. You have so promised in regard to all of them? Most of those with whom I have had correspondence. Q. Was there any opportunity offered to explain this matter, to show the contracts and let them know what were the objects of your company? Are there no names you can mention in that connection? I shall have to look over the letters in order to see if there are any not marked confidential. I should like to give you the names, if I am at liberty to do so. Mr. Gilfillan. I should like to make a suggestion which would throw a little light on this subject. If the chairman will allow me, I will ask the witness if he saw the proceedings of the meeting at Franklin, to which he refers, and if so, whether a resolution was not passed at that meeting asking for the production of these contracts that the public might know what the objects of this company were? _A. I have seen no such resolution. I do not think I have seen the published proceedings of that meeting. I only saw such parts as were sent to me in slips. There was certainly no such resolution as that which came to me. Mr. Mitchell telegraphed to me that my telegrams were received with scorn, that they did not want to know anything about the matter. **Q. Do you remember whether, about the 1st of March, the railroad companies, with which you made these contracts, or some of them, raised their rates of transportation? *A. I think about that time they did. *Q. Was it for a short time raised to that amount, and a printed schedule published? *A. I never saw the published schedule. I understood that through a mistake between William Vanderbilt, vice president of the New York Central Railroad Company and freight agent of the Lake Shore Road. It was supposed by the freight agent of the Lake Shore Road that the rate had been raised by an agreement among the railroads to the maximum rates mentioned in their contracts with the South Improvement Company. A day or two after that mistake, being in Mr. Vanderbilt's office, a telegram came in respect to it, and Mr. Vanderbilt at once directed the correction to be made. Mr. Devereux, the general manager of the Lake Shore Railroad, happened to come in at the time, and he also gave directions to the officers of his road to have the correction promptly made. _Q. Were you present? _A. Yes, sir, I was present. When I said being in Mr. Vanderbilt's office, I meant that I myself was present. _Q. Was the correction made at your instance, or request, or suggestion? _A. It was not. By Mr. Hambleton. _Q. Why was it made? _A. Because it was a mistake, a misapprehension, a misunderstanding, as I understood. I had not heard anything of it before that moment, and it was accidental, as I said, that I heard it by the chairman. _Q. Then the rates were raised by the freight agents of the roads to correspond with the rates mentioned in these contracts? _A. I do not know the facts any further than having heard it as I have stated. _Q. And you think they were raised to correspond with these contracts by mistake? _A. I stated I so understood at the time. _Q. You stated the circumstances so minutely as to its being a mistake between Mr. Vanderbilt and the Lake Shore agent, that I inferred you knew the facts? _A. I only know it was so represented at the time. _Q. Did you take any part in that conversation by which the error you speak of was corrected? _A. Only in this sense. Mr. Vanderbilt mentioned the fact to me that a mistake of that kind had been made, that he had just received a dispatch in relation to it, and he was about to correct it, and he asked me, I think, if I knew whether Mr. Devereux had given any orders respecting the matter. I told him I did not know anything about it. _Q. If I understand you, the time had not come for raising the freights under these contracts then? _A. I do not know anything about the time. I did not intend to make any such statement by Mr. Hambleton. Underscore Q. Underscore at that time, as president of the South Improvement Company. Was it not the understanding, and was it not your expectation, that the rates would go up at that time as they did go up to the maximum rates named in these contracts? Underscore A. Underscore I do not know that as president I had any knowledge of the matter, and as an individual I took no part in the transaction. Underscore Q. Underscore the president is an officer supposed to know more about such details than any of the directors or members of the company, and as president of that company I ask you if it was not the general understanding that the rates would go up about that time? Underscore A. Underscore I answer distinctly that it was not, and that as president of that company I had nothing to do with the rates then, because the South Improvement Company's contracts had not gone into operation. And neither the South Improvement Company nor any of its officers had any control of the question in any way. Underscore Q. Underscore had not the contracts at that time been signed? Underscore A. Underscore the contracts had been signed, but they were held by me personally in escrow and they had not gone into effect. Underscore Q. Underscore they had been signed? Underscore A. Underscore yes, but had not gone into effect. Underscore Q. Underscore were not these contracts so signed and held by you as president of the South Improvement Company, and did you not expect that the rates would advance to the maximum named therein at that time? Underscore A. Underscore certainly I did not, and in regard to the premises stated in the first part of your question I do not want to admit the statements you made. I do not suppose the object was to entrap me into an admission of a statement that is not true. Underscore Mr. Hambleton underscore I do not wish to entrap you into anything. Underscore witness. Underscore I say that when you remark that I hold these contracts as president of the South Improvement Company, you mistake, they were not in my hands as president. Underscore Q. Underscore I supposed that as president they passed into your hands? Underscore A. Underscore they were passed into my hands as a person, and as such, in execution of the trust, I should hold them as much against the South Improvement Company as against anybody else. Underscore Q. Underscore you answer my question then that you did not expect them to raise these rates? Underscore A. Underscore certainly I did not, I had no such idea at all. Underscore Q. Underscore state how that mistake, or misunderstanding, or error, happened to occur, and what was the cause of it. Underscore A. Underscore I really do not know, it was suggested at the time by Mr. Devereux that Mr. Hills, the freight agent of the Lake Shore Railroad, had a son on his deathbed, that he had to leave the office in charge of subordinates, and that he had not his wits about him as usual, because his mind was so preoccupied with the sickness of his son, who was a favorite son. Underscore Q. Underscore if he had not his wits about him, had he the contracts? Underscore A. Underscore I do not wish to use that expression in any offensive sense, I mean he had not the full use of his mind. I do not know whether he had the contracts or not. I think it is probable from the conversation there that all the freight agents had the rates mentioned in these contracts. I have no doubt that the officers of the roads had consulted him, indeed some of them stated that they had been consulted, and that the freight agents knew what rates were provided for in these contracts. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Underscore Q. Underscore I want an answer to my question. By your contracts with the railroad companies you were to purchase all the refineries in the main cities of this country. You had it in your power to furnish more transportation than anybody else? Underscore A. Underscore the refineries were not purchased, they have not been purchased. Underscore Q. Underscore was not that contemplated? Underscore A. Underscore the company contemplated purchasing if it had gone into operation. Underscore Q. Underscore I am getting at the point now, if your scheme had been Successful. Do you suppose anybody in the world could have furnished an equal amount of transportation with your company? If our plan had been carried out, it included everybody, there would have been nobody left, and no hostile interest. Q. You would have had the matter perfectly under your control? Yes, because there would have been nobody left. Q. Then I am correct in saying that nobody else could have shipped oil under any circumstances, because you were to have an additional rebate in case any rebate was allowed to any other person? But if all interest was drawn into the plan, there would have been no hostile party and no injustice done to anybody. Q. That is a different matter. Now we agree that your advantages of rebate from the leading roads gave you the power of paying larger prices to the oil producers than anybody else? It was expected that these rebates would enable the refiners and producers to maintain a fair price for crude oil at the wells. Q. Will you answer my question? Could you not have purchased oil and shipped it with these rebates, on terms that nobody else could compete with? If everything had been successful, if the South Improvement Company had gone into successful operation, combining all these various interests, of course we could have paid a higher price than anybody else. Q. Do you not see then that you had the producers of the oil regions absolutely in your control? No, sir. Mr. Sheldon I do. Witness. I do not, and will tell you why. You asked me a question that is a good deal like attempting to make the Bible prove that it says itself that there is no God. The chairman. All our time is being expended in this way. Will you answer the direct question put to you? Witness. I want to answer it truly. It is an essential part of this contract that the producers should be joined in it, therefore it was not hostile to the producers in any of its intents or purposes. It never would have gone into effect unless the producers had joined. By Mr. Sheldon. Q. That may be the fact, but if the producers had refused to join, could you not have forced them into the arrangement on your own terms? No, sir, because the South Improvement Company had no contract. Q. You have a contract? No, sir, it has no contract. Q. Did it never have? No, sir, they are placed in escrow with me. It has never had any, that is, there is not today and has not at any time been a contract in existence, in activity, or in force between the railroads and the South Improvement Company. By Mr. Hambleton. Q. Is not that entirely due to the excitement produced in consequence of the contracts having been entered into? If the purchasers had entered into the contract which was contemplated by the South Improvement Company, it would have been entirely satisfactory to all parties, and both contracts would have gone into operation. Q. And if a party of the producers had joined, you could have forced the balance to have gone into the arrangement? Two-thirds were required. Q. You could have forced the balance to have gone in? The majority rules in most kinds of business. Unless two-thirds had joined, no arrangement would have been made. Q. Let us see whether you have not power to force the producers. By your contract with the railroads you had the advantage of 40 cents a barrel to Cleveland and Pittsburgh, and $1.06 to New York, Philadelphia, Baltimore, or Boston on crude petroleum, while on refined petroleum you had the advantage to these cities of 50 cents a barrel, and from any other point to New York, Philadelphia, Baltimore and Boston of 32 cents a barrel, it seems to me that advantage you could have compelled the producers to do exactly what you wanted them to do. The South Improvement Company never could have had that advantage, because the condition on which the main contract with the railroads was to be enforced was that the producers should join with them and participate in the benefits. Q. Is that embodied in the different contracts? The condition is not embodied upon the face of the contract, it is a condition upon which I held the contracts. Q. Now Mr. Watson, as a lawyer, if you are such, are verbal conditions made with a third party to change the terms of a written contract executed in all respects? A. Let me give you an illustration within my experience that is exactly parallel to this. I had a note executed, sealed, and complete in every way, put into my possession to be delivered upon the production of a deed. The chairman. Wait a moment, there must be some kind of order in this proceeding. I wish you to answer the question which has been asked you, whether as a lawyer the conditions stated would change the terms of a written contract. If you are able to give an answer to that legal question, you may do so. Witness. Let me hear the question and I will endeavor to answer it fully, if you will allow me to answer it in my own way. By Mr. Sheldon. Q. The question is, whether a verbal understanding to be performed by other parties not embraced in the written contract can be made effective to modify the terms of that contract as between the parties to it. A. An agreement between the parties to a contract, whether verbal or written, fixing the terms upon which the contract shall go into effect, is perfectly competent and would be binding. Q. That is your opinion as a lawyer? A. That is my opinion. Q. Now, sir, these contracts contemplated a considerable increase in the freight charges, both upon crude and refined petroleum. A. They contemplate an increase almost up to the price for coal and lumber, as they are ordinarily carried, amounting to about 1/2 cents a pound. Q. Did it contemplate an increase upon both crude petroleum and refined oil? A. Certainly, the railroads had been carrying these articles at a loss of nearly $1 million, they carried for less than cost. And one object of these contracts was to increase the price of freight to the railroads. The chairman. Let me suggest the propriety of first answering the question and then giving your explanation. That is the regular course, and I am sorry to say that during your whole examination there has not been a direct answer given to a question. Witness. Well, sir, where a question is such that it would give a false impression unless answered fully and fairly, I do not want to convey that false impression by my testimony. Mr. Sheldon. Q. Very well, I am satisfied with your explanation. Now could not these railroad companies have raised the price of freight without the intervention of the South Improvement Company? A. There were a good many difficulties in the way. Q. Could they not have done it, and had they not the power to do it? A. The laws of the state of New York forbid the Erie and New York Central Railroads from combining to raise the rates of freight. Whether they could have done it I do not know. They tried very hard to agree to raise the freights but did not succeed. Q. If that is the law of New York, is there an exception to that law so that they could combine with the South Improvement Company? A. I think it was the opinion of lawyers that this arrangement was perfectly legal and proper. They could not combine, but they could make an independent agreement. Q. They could raise the rates in your behalf, but they could not In the behalf of anybody else? Not in behalf of anybody, but they could make this transaction. For 2 or 3 years they had been cutting under for the purpose of drawing the business away from each other. Q. What effect would this increase of freight have upon the consumers of oil? A. I think it would not be to the prejudice of the consumers in this country at all. Q. Would it not have increased the price? A. I think it would not have increased the price to the retail consumers in this country. If there had been no countervailing advantage to the retail consumers, of course it would have increased the price. Q. You mean to say that there was such a margin upon the traffic of oil that to increase the freight charges 50 or 100% would not affect the retail price? A. No, sir, I do not mean to say that is the reason. Q. Is that not the effect of your answer? A. No, sir, I think not. My explanation of it is this, that the oil trade, unless it is steadied by some artificial process, is subject to violent and rapid fluctuation. The retailers are very quick to note a rise in price, as I explained the other day, but very slow to notice a fall, so that the average price of a retail purchaser is very much above the average wholesale price. Now it was expected that the price under this arrangement would be a steady price, and that with a steady, regular price it would not cause the retailer to raise the price at which he sold at all. Q. Do you know what profit is made on a barrel of oil sold by retailers to consumers in northern Ohio? A. It varies. Q. Does it ever reach over $1.75 a barrel? A. I can answer your question with a little calculation. After computation, I have known it to be sold at as low a profit as 40 cents a barrel. About 6 or 8 cents a gallon is a fair profit. Q. We gentlemen are supposed to be acting for the public good. Will you tell us what public interest you are advancing, or thought you were advancing in making the arrangements that are foreshadowed in these contracts? A. We were advancing the interests of the railroads, the transporting interest, the interest of the producers, those who mine oil, the interest of the refiners, those who manufacture it, and the interests of the American trade and business generally, for 5/6 of the oil produced is exported, and an increase in the price of crude oil at the mines is essential to the payment of a fair business profit to the refiners. It is essential to the payment of a fair rate of transportation, because without a higher price of transportation more profit to the refiners could not be paid long, and allow the producer pay for his labor at the average price of oil last year. Q. Do you not think the interests of trade in this country are better promoted by leaving everybody to attend to their own matters and protect their own rights rather than by forming a combination as you did? A. It is essential in many cases beyond individual means to form combinations. Railroads cannot be built without the cooperation of a great many individuals. There are a great many other operations that cannot be managed successfully without cooperation, and this is one of them. Q. Did the producers ask you to go into this operation? A. The most intelligent producers did, and today, my judgment is that they are all satisfied that something of that kind is necessary for the protection of American industry. Q. Did the consumers ask you to go into it? A. Not any considerable number of consumers, we ourselves are all consumers. The body of them did not. Q. How much money would the railroad companies have made under these contracts if they had shipped oil at these advanced rates? They would have made about the same profits on that business that they do on coal and lumber, even if the maximum rates had been paid without any rebate, not so much if the net rates only had been charged by the chairman. Q. State whether in your judgment it was necessary, in order to make provision for these people for the South Improvement Company to receive this $1 million a year for the benefit of American interest, as you have suggested. A. There was no such provision made, as I understand it. Q. The testimony is that about 6 million barrels a year are shipped. The provisions of this contract are that a rebate to that company, supposing the maximum to have been charged, should be over $1 a barrel. A. No such thing as charging maximum rates was ever contemplated. The contract on its face says it is a cardinal principle that the gross rates shall be kept as near the net rates as possible. Q. Suppose it had been kept at the gross rates, your company would then have received over 6 million? A. That would be altogether different from the principles on which the contract was based. Q. If the gross rates which the contract allows had been paid, however, the South Improvement Company would have received a rebate of over $6 million? A. Certainly, supposing such an absurdity. Q. Why did you put such an absurdity in the contract? A. It is not in the contract, as I stated by Mr. Hambleton. Q. It is in the contract as a maximum. A. But it is also expressly stated that the rates shall be kept as near to net rates as possible. Number 13, see page 1093. Contract of March 25, 1872. From A History of the Rise and Fall of the South Improvement Company, pages 27-28. I. That all arrangements for the transportation of oil after this date shall be upon a basis of perfect equality to all shippers, producers and refiners, and that no rebates, drawbacks, or other arrangements of any character, shall be made or allowed that will give any party the slightest difference in rates or discrimination of any character whatever. 2. That the present rates from Oil City, Union, Corry, Irvin Eaton, Pittsburgh, Cleveland, and other competing points, shall be and remain in full force at following rates on refined oil, benzene, etc. per barrel. From Oil City, Union, Corry, and Irvin Eaton to Boston $1.65. From Oil City, Union, Corry, and Irvin Eaton to New York $1.50. From Oil City, Union, Corry, and Irvin Eaton to Philadelphia $1.35. From Oil City, Union, Corry, and Irvin Eaton to Baltimore $1.35. From Cleveland to Boston $1.65. From Cleveland to New York $1.50. From Cleveland to Philadelphia $1.35. From Cleveland to Baltimore $1.35. From Pittsburgh to New York $1.50. From Pittsburgh to Philadelphia $1.35. From Pittsburgh to Baltimore $1.35. On crude oil. From Oil City, Union, Corry, and Irvin Eaton to Boston $1.50. From Oil City, Union, Corry, and Irvin Eaton to New York $1.35. From Oil City, Union, Corry, and Irvin Eaton to Philadelphia $1.20. From Oil City, Union, Corry, and Irvin Eaton to Baltimore $1.20. From Oil City, Union, Corry, and Irvin Eaton to Cleveland $0.50. From Oil City, Union, Corry, and Irvin Eaton to Pittsburgh $0.50. And said rates shall not be liable to any change either for increase or decrease without first giving to William Hasson, President of the Producers' Union at Oil City, at least 90 days' notice in writing of such contemplated change. 3. In the distribution of cars for shipments, it shall be done without discrimination. 4. On the basis as hereinbefore stated, the parties respectively agree to carry out the arrangements in good faith and work for the mutual interests of each other, in witness whereof the parties have hereunto affixed their signatures, this 25th day of March, AD 1872. For the Lake Shore and Michigan Southern Railroad Company, H.F. Clark, President For the Erie Railway Company, O.H.P. Archer, Vice President For the New York Central and Hudson River Railroad Company, William H. Vanderbilt, Vice President For the Atlantic and Great Western Railroad Company, George B. McClellan, President For the Pennsylvania Railroad Company, Thomas A. Scott, Vice President On behalf of the producers and refiners, G. Schamberg, E.G. Patterson, William Hasson, Henry Byram, William Parker, John J. Fisher, Oil Creek Producers and Refiners J. J. Vandergrift, A. P. Bennett, William M. Irish, William T. Shade, Oil City Producers and Refiners Henry H. Rogers, F. C. Fleming, Josiah Lombard, Jr., New York. Refiners B. Vaughn, Boston Refiners Number 14, see page 1100. Testimony of Henry M. Flagler. Before a committee appointed by the Legislature of Ohio, March 1879. Henry M. Flagler, residence, Cleveland, Ohio, occupation, Secretary. Standard Oil Company, sworn and examined. By Mr. Norton. Q. Mr. Flagler, I suppose you understand that this investigation is brought under what is known as House Resolution Number 162? A. I understand that it is. Q. How long have you been Secretary of the Standard Oil Company? A. Since its organization, sometime in January, 1870. Q. Are the articles manufactured or the oil refined by your company shipped over the line of any railroad in the state of Ohio? And if so, state whether or not any rate of freight is contracted for by you or whether your company pays the freight. A. To the first question, yes, sir, more or less of the product of our refineries is shipped over the railroads of the state. As a rule, all of the freight contracts have been made by me. Q. Please state as near as you can what proportion of your product is shipped out of the state? A. Well, I should say from 65 to 70%. Q. Now, has your corporation any contracts, written or verbal, with any of the railroads of the state of Ohio for carrying your freight? A. Yes, sir. Q. You may state whether these contracts are written or verbal. A. They are written. Q. Have you heretofore, prior to this time, any contracts written or verbal? A. We have. Q. You may state, Mr. Flagler, whether by virtue of these contracts it has been agreed or allowed by the railroad companies to pay you any drawbacks or rebates on freights. A. No, sir, it has not. Q. You may state whether or not you are allowed special rates, or what is known as special privileges. A. I can't answer that question from the fact that I do not know what other people get, so I do not know whether they are special rates or general. Q. I believe, Mr. Flagler, that in your subpoena it was requested of you that if any such contracts were in existence relative to freight matters, you would bring them before the committee. Did you do so? A. I have never seen the subpoena, so I do not know what the demand was. I have, however, contracts made with our company as far back as the first one ever made. Q. Can you produce these contracts before this committee? A. Yes, sir, I can. I am willing to do so, provided they may be used by the committee if it is proper to ask, to be used in the nature of a confidential communication. None of these contracts provides for any discrimination whatever, but they may contain some business secret of the Standard Oil Company, whose interests I am bound to protect. I do not see how the submission of those contracts as evidence in this case will do other than bear out the statement I have made under oath. I do not see how they will do anything more than sustain the statements I have made. I would be very glad to have our company set right before the public in these matters, but I do not care enough about it, however, to have our business contracts made public. I should be very glad to submit them to you under such circumstances. Q. Mr. Flagler, do you know anything about the rates of freight from the southern portions of the state, well, say from Marietta and from Wheeling to the city of Columbus? A. I do not. Q. Did you have anything to do, or has the Standard Oil Company anything to do with the making of the rates of freight for the company known as the Camden Consolidated? A. None whatever. Q. Have you anything to do with the making of the rate, or the arranging of the freights for the company known as the Marietta Oil Refining Company? A. None whatever. Q. Testimony introduced here shows, I think, Mr. Flagler, that about 1 year ago the rates of freight were raised nearly 1/2. From the points I have mentioned and from Parkersburg and other places to points in this direction. Had the Standard Oil Company any understanding by and between the railroad companies in regard to this rise in the rates of freight? A. I should say, to my own knowledge, positively no, I never heard of it before. I do not know what the rates were and I did not know that the raise had been made. Q. Do you in your capacity, or does the Standard Oil Company, through its agents, control the rates of freight or make the rates of any of the oil companies in Cleveland, outside of your own corporation? A. No, sir. Q. Mr. Flagler, what is your rate of freight from the seaboard, or to the seaboard from Cleveland? A. At the present time? Q. Yes, sir, at the present time. A. Do you mean per carload or by the barrel? Q. Well, we'll put it by the barrel, as there is some testimony before the committee relating to that. A. I do not know that I could answer the question, and I do not know but that I would be betraying the business interests of other people. The custom for several years, in fact, for more than 5 years, has been that the rates of freight on shipments to the seaboard and export oil have been made by what is called trunk lines, the New York Central, the Erie, now New York, Lake Erie and Western, the Pennsylvania, and Baltimore and Ohio. The general freight agents are the officers who make those rates, and their Western connections share in them. I do not know how the freight, which is paid for services rendered, is divided between their Western connections, having no means of knowing that at all. We do not make any contracts with the lake shore for the rates of freight, and the same is equally true of the Atlantic and Great Western. These are the only 2 roads we ever ship by. I may be wrong, we ship some by way of Pittsburgh, over the Cleveland and Pittsburgh, or over the Baltimore and Ohio. Q. Do you know what the open rate, the published rate, is to the seaboard by the barrel? A. To Boston and New York, $1.54 to Philadelphia and Baltimore. $1.29 _Q. Now, Mr. Flagler, you have used your pencil to arrive at that conclusion. Why was it necessary to figure out that matter if there is a published rate? A. Simply because I do not keep that thing in my mind and had to call upon my memory for the way the thing is got it. I got at that by deducting what is called the crude rebate. Nobody pays the crude rebate, which is 45½ cents. Whether that form is kept up by the railroad companies I do not know, but my impression is it is not. Q. It is a fact, isn't it, that you do get a lower rate and pay less freight than the published rate? I believe it is in evidence that the open rate of freight to the seaboard will average about $1.65. A. I have never seen the freight tariff, if you mean that which is known as the schedule rate published for the public. I have not seen anything of the kind and do not know anything about it. Q. What inducement does your company offer to the railroads, or what propositions are made by the railroads to your company? Now, I refer to the testimony given by Mr. Hills in regard to the carrying of oils, etc. What inducements do the railroad companies give whereby they lower your rate of freight? A. They do not give us lower rates of freight for any consideration of that kind. They pay us for the use of our property. If we furnish them with terminal facilities, cars in which to haul the goods, they pay us a compensation for the use of the property. Perhaps I can give it so you can understand it. We keep a separate account with each refinery, and if we spend $50,000, or $100,000 to create what we term terminal facilities, warehouses, loading places, etc., we make an arrangement whereby they pay us a fair compensation for the property that is created by our money. That consideration is credited to that investment and has nothing whatever to do with the freight. The refinery making the oil is charged with the rate of freight just as anybody else pays, and the compensation for the use of tank cars and terminal facilities at the shipping and receiving ends of the line is given for the use of these ends. I will say that in the contracts we have made, the railroad companies have expressly reserved the right to give to other parties the same privileges if they furnish the same conveniences. Q. Does the Standard Oil Company own and control the Camden Consolidated Company at Parkersburg? A. Well, I would like to ask a question in reply, and that is whether that question and answer comes within the scope of this resolution. Q. I will give you my reason for asking the question. It has been charged here by witnesses that there is a collusion by and between the railroads in the southern part of the state and the Camden Consolidated Oil Company, or the Standard Oil Company, as they term it, for discriminations in the rates of freight. Now, to find out whether or not there is anything for which to blame the Standard Oil Company, I ask this question. A. Well, it is a business secret of our company, but considering the circumstance, I will answer the question. The Standard Oil Company doesn't own or control the Camden Oil Company, and I would say to every man explicitly and fully that the Standard Oil Company doesn't own a share of stock in the Camden Consolidated Company. I say this so I may be understood, and I hope I have done so. I do not own a share in it myself. Q. Coming back to this question of the contracts, have you any of the written contracts that have been or are now in force, that you can give this committee, contracts between the railroad companies traversing this state and your company? A. Yes, sir. Contracts produced the price for the shipment of Oil per barrel as given in the first contract for the year 1870 was as follows: from the 1st of February to the 1st of June, 1870, $1.40, from the 1st of June to the 1st of November, 1870, $1.20. This was during the season of navigation. From the 1st of November until the expiration of the contract, April 1st, $1.60. _Q. Is there a line or clause in that contract whereby there is an agreement for rebates or drawbacks? A. None whatever. Second contract read, in this contract the rates were as follows. From the 1st of April until the middle of November, 1872, about 7 months, $1.25. For the remainder of November, December, January, February, and March of 1873, $1.40. These were rates per barrel. Q. Were there no rebates, drawbacks, or special privileges given outside of what is written in the contract? A. None whatever. Third contract introduced. Mr. Flagler I want to say something of this matter and I want to tell the whole truth. Our business was at the time about 4,000 barrels a day and we had contracted this oil for delivery at once. And we had to pay from $50 to $150 gold per day if we kept it an hour longer than the time specified in the contract, so it was very important for us that the railroads put these on board as rapidly as possible. Q. Mr. Flagler, from the reading of that contract I see that you might, instead of being benefited, sustain damages by the failure on the part of the railroad company to get your oil in there. Did you ever have to pay any demurrage to them? A. Yes, sir, we had to pay some years as high as $30,000. Q. Have you ever received any benefits by reason of these contracts that any other shipper might not have received? A. No, sir. Not in the slightest. All the way through these contracts you will observe that we have undertaken those risks which the law imposes on the common carrier and which no railroad can divest itself of except by written agreement. The handling of these quantities of oil was a very serious matter. There was a constant tendency on the part of the railroad companies to put cars used in this trade to some other purpose, whenever it would pay them better. They used a rack car, such as they could carry cattle in, and we have had a great deal of trouble with these roads in the use of those cars, because if they could get cattle to haul from Chicago to St. Louis for something more than they were getting from us they would do it. I want to say what the facts are under the contract. Just read. You will remember that during 7 months of the year we were to give them 4,000 barrels of oil per day or 100,000 barrels a month, and the smallest of the shipments in those months was 108,000. We gave them during the rest of the time more oil and paid them the contract on it when we could have shipped by canal for 40 cents less. On the first day of December, a competing line of railway lowered the rate to $1.05 per barrel. I went to Mr. Vanderbilt and told him that the rate should be maintained at the agreed price or else we would not have made the contract with him. I said to Mr. Vanderbilt that if he insisted in the fulfillment of the contract basis and exacted the payment of the contract price, it would result in our being compelled to close our refineries, for we could not afford to pay $1.25, when other people were only paying $1.05. I called his attention to the fact that during the season of canal navigation we had given the maximum shipments of oil, 180,000 barrels a month, and some in excess of it, and paid $1.25. I said, If you will reduce these rates to the rate made by the Pennsylvania Company, in my judgment 30 days will not elapse before they will be willing to restore their rates, and all we ask is to be put on a parity with other shippers. After a moment's hesitation he asked if I thought he ought to stand all of this 20 cents. I told him if he should stand any part of it he should stand it all. I said, it is a transportation fight and not a fight of the manufacturers. When it comes to competition of the manufacturers we would take care of ourselves. I said that we would not have made this contract except on their assurance that the contract price of $1.25 was to be maintained. He said, I will make your rate $1.05, and this was after we had done more than we had agreed to do under the contract. The next day we sold between 50,000 and 60,000 on the basis of $1.05 per barrel. Mr. Vanderbilt allowed that rate of payment for 1 month and then said he would exact the contract price, $1.25. I said, all right, and we shall ship just the amount of oil we are compelled to ship to fulfill our contract and then we shall stop. We paid him $1.25 for all over the month and then we did not run a barrel of oil from the city of Cleveland more than that until the expiration of this contract for 3 months. That is the good that the contract worked on us. You might consider it a baby act to plead the equities of the case, but we could not place our oil on the market and compete with other refineries. Fourth contract introduced. _Q. This is the only contract you have now in existence whereby you carry your freight? A. Yes, sir. *******Q. Do you know anything of the suits brought by Teagle and Company against the Lake Shore Road for discriminations in freight? _A. Nothing whatever. _Q. Have you had since the organization of your company any understanding outside of these contracts whereby discriminations are made in favor of your company as against any of the smaller refineries of the state? _A. No, sir. _Q. Has your company or corporation in conjunction with the railroads ever operated so to squeeze out as they term it, or injure any other refining company of the state, outside of the Standard Oil Company? _A. No, sir, never. I would like to enlarge upon that question. I suppose it would be fair to the mind of every member of this committee present. A very large business with other mechanical contrivances and an experience which grows up with and comes along with business and always doing a very large business, in the nature and order of things should make its presence felt by the parties doing a comparatively small business. In 1873 and 1874, when we stipulated for those 4,000 per day, if anybody has followed the progress of the Standard Oil Company they would know, and I feel justified in saying that we have done a very large business, and aim to do it with economy and give the purchaser the very best oil manufactured, consistent with a good and safe kind of oil to manufacture at one point under the eye of one man. With an aggregation of capital and a business experience, and hold upon the channels of trade such as we have, it is idle to say that the small manufacturer can compete with us, and, although it is an offensive term, squeezing out, yet it has never been done by the conjunction of any railroads with us or by the carrying out of freights. Number 15, see page 1106. The Pittsburgh Plan. From the Oil City Derrick, May 17, 1872. 1 refiners to lease to the company for 5 years there. Superstructure with sufficient real estate to carry on the business of the works. 2. That the rental be 8 per cent per annum on the appraised value of the superstructure, and the company to assume all risks and pay all ordinary taxes. 3. Lessors to pay into the treasury of the company for a working capital 1/2 of the appraised value of the superstructure in cash or the equivalent in refiner's stock. 4. Said lessors to receive for money paid in as above the bonds of the company, in amount equal to cash paid in, and stocks of the company for an equal amount, said bonds payable in 5 years or at the option of the company after 1 year, said bonds to be denominational coupon bonds to bear interest at the rate of 8 per cent per annum, payable semi-annually. 5. The company shall not pay annually more than 10 per cent on the stock as dividends until the said bonds are redeemed. 6. After the bonds are paid, then the company shall have the right and shall be obliged to purchase all said superstructure at the full appraised value first made, and shall give in exchange for the same stock of the company for the full amount. 7. Each district shall appoint a local committee of 3 persons to make appraisals, and when any appraisements are being made, the chairman of each local committee shall be required to be present to take part in the appraisement. There shall be a board of appeal which shall be composed of the chairman of each local committee. All presidents of the company shall be